I apparently zoned out for just a second there. I'm really concerned about my chat because it's gone. Okay, I found it. I lost it, but I found it. Okay, great. Hopefully it's working again. I signed back in after it stopped posting, and it started working again. In the very next chat, it stopped working again. I don't know. I don't have an answer. So, in my attempts to make the most sense of this, I got to everyone's routes. And I did this after I realized there's no skip to the next option route to get to routes. Because then you have to fast forward to get through all the choices. I did accidentally have it on skip all. So I had to redo this one. This one is Il's route, and I turned my head, and all of a sudden I was at an Otome event and went, oh god. So I went back, had to pay attention because at that point I'd read the text to get to his route, right? And so these two, the reason they don't have the like this is because this is right before you get into the route, but it is correct because each one of these had the guys pop up in it. So we Gucci. But what I am going to do, we are doing Rindo's route. I, for a second, forgot I was going to do his route, one of the first routes, because I did Kanas so fast, and I really wanted to do Kanas' route. So my brain forgot that I wanted to do Kanas' route. So I started to do Il's route today. Like I had my cute little star covered dress that makes me look like an angel. And then went, no, let's not do Il's because I like Il more than I like Rindo. I like Rindo's voice actor. Let me be very clear about this. I just don't like his character design, and that's about it. Like, I just don't like how his character looks. I am fine with older characters. There are some older characters in these games that I'm like, why can't I date him? I did not feel that way with Rindo. So we are going to go further than that. I just want to get 2 choices done. So all right, it was okay. So we're gonna load this one really quick just so we can read this one dialogue choice I didn't get last time. So I didn't do this choice on my first route because I'm not going to go back through all the route information and choices. So we're going to go with Kanas' group here. Saying he would take care of Il in his weak state, Monsieur headed towards the chief's place. The rest of us began our investigation right away. One moment, boy. We have something to ask you. If you have fun with your friends the other night, what? Even though Dromi had spoken to everyone. Hello! I keep saying Ari, and I'm sorry if that's not what you like to go by. I know I did that last time. I'm so sorry. Even though Dromi had spoken to everyone, our situation, it seems... Ari's fine. Okay, good. It seems they're considerably weary of outside guests. Kanas is like 6'5". Oh, did you have fun with your friends the other night? Yeah, I did. I went out to celebrate my friend's birthday, so we went to a local bar. And I ended up staying way longer than I usually would stay. I'm an introverted person. In my head, I was going to be there 2 hours. We got there at 7. We didn't leave until 2. We went to Denny's afterwards, and then I didn't get home until almost 3:30. And I was dead inside. I had to go to work the next day too, so it was not the night I expected to have, but it was still fun. I'm glad I went. Next time, I will crouch down and establish eye contact before attempting to speak. You don't have eyes. Leah, do you want me to tell him or should I? I couldn't. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Rindo. You You've known him forever, and you're my senior. Hopefully you weren't hungover. No, I didn't drink that much. The two of us, humans, continue to push this imperative task onto each other. The funny thing is my friends and I have one thing in common. We all like video games. So the bar I went to specifically has video games in it. So we were playing games most of the time. To the small demon beast here, Conus's imposing frame must have been that much scarier to them. For now, before he claims any more victims, I decided to look for other demon beasts to talk to.
確かにここは大きな海辺に近い縄張りだけど、パークスなんて知らないよ。
This territory is right by a pretty massive shoreline, but I've never seen any sea demons.
命を狙われるのを承知で外に出るやつなんかいるわけない。いたとしても気づけるもんか。
No one would ever think to leave here knowing their lives would be in danger. Even if they did, they'd never find them. Your lives?
質問には答えた。もういいだろう。僕は行くぞ。
So if you're scaring people left and right, I answered your questions. We're done now. I'm leaving. Thank you very much. I tried to express my gratitude, but I wasn't sure he heard me.
まさか見るからに人畜無害な君にまで怯えるとはね。相当に臆病な種族なのか、それとも。
To think they'd be afraid of our ever harmless Leah, huh? Their species seems to easily spook.
あれほど怯えるほどのことが過去この者たちにあったか。
Something happened to them in the past for them to be so afraid. Whatever could have happened? Gee, I wonder. Could it be that a bunch of monsters came in? Okay, so that was that part. So we're gonna load. There's one thing where it's like the little dates, little mini dates. And that was on the route right after this. Alright, not that. Like this one right here. Okay, so this is the dates where you get to choose which date you want to go on. Sort of. You don't know you're going on a date. So we're gonna do Rindo's, and then when I do Ignis's, we'll do Ignis's too. So the practicing pouring your coffee was the one that got me to his little story. Again, I was fast forwarding through it, so I actually don't know what has happened. I refuse to read. Gotta be productive. And then after this, we'll actually start Rindo's route, which I think was the last route I got onto. We might have to restart at that point. I could be wrong. Maybe I can learn how to use the siphon. I'm not completely used to it yet. Monsieur would be able to teach me all about it if he were in the cafe. Unfortunately, he went to the demon world. In that case, maybe I should pour some coffee that Conus and Eel would like.
Yeah, take youにごめんね.
Hey Leah, sorry to drop in like this. Oh, Mr. Rindo, good morning. I was choosing coffee beans. My hand stopped at Mr. Rindo came into the cafe. He was smiling at first, but upon looking at me standing behind the counter.
あ、こら。君さては、また貴重な休日を仕事で潰すつもりだったね。
Are you here trying to work on one of your precious days off? I remember how I was warned about working too much when I first came here. It's okay. I'm not pushing myself. This was all I could think of doing today.
そっか。まあ、休日の過ごし方は自由だし、僕もそこまで口酸っぱくは言わないけど。
I see. Well, you can do what you want in your free time. I don't intend to argue with you.
でもそういうことなら話は早い。要は他に用事ができればそっちを優先するわけだね。
But that does help me get to my point. If you had something else to do, you'd be out doing that, right? Huh? Scaring the squirrel. Now that I think about it, this is a bit embarrassing considering my age. Yeah, but you're the second youngest dateable character in this game. As he speaks, Mr. Rindo extends his hand to me from across the counter.
かわいいマスターさん。こんなおじさんが相手でよければ、今日一日お付き合いいただいても。
My adorable cafe owner, if you allow this gentleman the pleasure, would you allow me to take you out today? Huh? That's been her response the last 3 times. Huh? I love it.
お待たせいたしました。こちら。
Thank you for waiting.
当店
Here.
自慢のボルシチスープになります。お熱いのでお気をつけて。
It's our house special, the roast soup. It's very hot, so please be careful.
どうも。 これで一通り揃ったかな。
Thanks. Is this everything?
はい、ご注文のお品は以上になります。デザートはご提示されたタイミングでお持ちしますので。
Yes, this is everything that was ordered. We'll bring out the dessert at the time you've already requested. With a bow, the waitress leaves our table. What do I do? My sweat is cold and it won't stop. After Mr. Rindo invited me here, we drove to this tall building in the city. I wish she had a costume change for this. We walked into this glitzy high-end restaurant that I'd never heard of. The ambiance of the restaurant was overwhelming and the food placed before us were practically pieces of art. Mr. Rindo? I've never been in a place like this. I'm sorry, but if you could just let me know how people usually act when they're in a place like this, I'd appreciate it. I feel so undressed on top of it all.
やけに緊張してると思ったら。
I thought you were being pretty nervous. Yeah, it's like she's 19. I don't know.
いいんだよ。そんなことは気にしないで。好きに食べれば。
Is everything working right? My brain. I get like nervous for some reason. You don't need to worry about that. None of that is important. Eat how you want.
確かに、そこそこのお店ではあるけど、ドレスコードがあるほどじゃないし。
This might be a fancy place, but not enough to have a dress code.
客の食べ方に文句つけるほど。
He says that, but he wears a suit every day.
もっとリラックスリラックス。
It's not a place that's stuffy enough that would complain about their customers. You're all good. Just relax. Are you sure? Everyone here won't freak out at me the moment I start eating?
イルが黄金を持ってきた時もそうだけど、贅沢とか高級品に耐性がないね、君。
This reminds me of when Il brought his gold. Luxuries are foreign to you, aren't they? Mr. Rindo laughs it off and continues.
君もお客さんにサービスを提供する側の人間なんだし、求められることは理解できるんじゃない？
You're someone who gives the service to her guests, so I'm sure you understand what expectations I'm saying it right, but my brain told me I was wrong. Here are from you. What? I'm sure you understand what expectations here are from you, right? You're someone who gives a service to her guests, so I'm sure you understand what expectations here are from you, right? What the hell does that
出され
mean?
たものを美味しそうに食べる。それが店にとっては一番嬉しい。違うかな？
To happily eat the things you're given, that's what a restaurant hopes for the most. Am I wrong? You have a point. Being too nervous to not be able to enjoy this meal would not only be a waste, but a slap in the face of the restaurant. Gathering my resolve, I picked up a fork and knife in my hand and then eyeing the rotisserie, or actually the beef roast. I made a few cuts into it and carefully bring the piece to my mouth, and then it's delicious. The outside had a nice char to it, savory, and was very juicy from being such a thin cut, and sauce paired with it is perfect. Is this fruit in this? And as someone who cooks, I was so moved by the flavors.
そうそう。人間疲れた時や落ち込んでる時は、美味しいものを食べるのが一番だ。
There you go. When people are tired or upset, sometimes a nice meal is all they need.
自然と頬も緩んじゃうし、ね。
Everyone needs to relax sometimes, right? Oh, I guess at what Mr. Rindo was trying to get at, he smiled in satisfaction. I see. I thought I'd been acting like normal. I should have expected that from an older man. Mr. Rindo seems to have been able to see right through me. Sorry,
おっと謝るのはなし。せっかくの美味しい料理の前だしね。
Hey, your apology is no good. We've got this great food here.
それに、元はといえば、あの時強引にでも止めなかった僕にも責任はあるんだ。
Also, if you really look at this, it's my fault for not making you stop. Still, I'm the one who decided to
だ
go.
としても、なんだ。監督役として反省はしない
No, I hold the weight of being your guide.
僕も油断してたんだよ。危険性だけを解いておけば、それは安全につながるんだって。
I let my guard down. I thought making you aware of the dangers would ensure your safety. He spoke softly, every word bearing weight, and claims it was his fault for not better explaining how cruel other worlds can be.
というわけで、あの件は君だけが負う必要ないんだ。僕にもその重みを少し。
I just realized I was shaking my leg and my entire desk was shaking. Anyways, it's how it is. I think my arm on my chair was over there at the top of it doing that. It's just how it is. What happened, that burden isn't yours to carry by yourself. I'm here to help.
責任感があるのはいいけど、抱えすぎちゃうと辛いからさ。
It's admirable to feel responsible, but I'm sure it's painful to carry it alone.
おじさんの経験談でいいなら、年を食うと弱音を吐く機会さえなくなっちゃうからね。ダメだぞ。
Let me let you in on an old man secret. The older you get, the uglier you get when you cry. Don't make an old man cry, okay? Alright, I'll be more mindful.
よろしい。じゃあまずは、この美味しそうな料理をじっくり味わうことから始めようか。
That's great. Okay, enough chit-chat. When are we gonna dig into all this delicious food? Whenever you feel like it, my guy. I'm here with you. It seems like Mr. Rindo knew a lot about food and of more exquisite taste like this. We smacked our lips at the food, discussing different flavors and seasonings. I realized that it's been quite a while since I've been able to truly and deeply relax while enjoying a meal like this. And then all the guys started asking her out. And the sun had gone down completely. Phew. Yeah! Hugging Kororo. After he gave me a welcome back squeal, I sat on my bed. I was surprised to go out on a whim like that, but it was really fun. It might be nice to go out like this from time to time and forget about work. Cute. He doesn't understand. But the frequency of these outings, after that day, whenever I had time, the guys would ask her out. All right. Now we're ready. I heard the sound of a car parking outside. That's how I know we're on the right one here. All right, so now we're going to be on the actual route. Those were just like the things leading into the route that we hadn't seen prior. I heard the sound of a car parking. So this is right after the island, and they got back. This is that night. In the first route, Connus was outside in the garden, and that's where we found Connus. So this is how this one's starting instead. That by itself wouldn't be anything of any particular interest, but it was definitely in front of Enchante, and now I'm hearing footsteps approaching. Who is that? Feeling a bit afraid, I slowly peeked through the window. Oh, there stood a figure I knew I didn't need to be cautious around. Mr. Rindo, you're here.
こんな夜遅くにごめんね。
Hey, Leah, sorry to bother you so late. I was actually just awake, so I don't mind, but what's up? I thought you were staying on Amasaki Island to deal with the aftermath of today.
ああ、うん。ちょうどその後処理が一段落ついたから、アンシャンテに寄ったんだ。
Oh, right. The cleanup's been dealt with for the most part, so I wanted to drop by Enchante.
休息の邪魔をするつもりはなかったんだけど。
Though I didn't mean to come bother you during your break.
今回の件について、ミシェルかカヌスあたりに、一応は直接報告しておこうと思ってね。
I was just hoping to report directly to Monsieur and Connus about some things regarding today's event. I see. Well, they actually both already went back to their own worlds, but Ignis and Il are still both here if you want
ああ、
to.
そっか。ならとりあえず今日は大丈夫。報告の内容もパッとしないしね。
I see. It doesn't have to be today, I suppose. Nothing too interesting to report anyways.
結局、あのホールについては何もわからずじまいで、調査続行っていうことになったし。
Uh-oh. Did my game disconnect? I only asked because it said my chat room disconnected. In the end, we didn't know what that wormhole really was. The investigation is still in progress. I see. Seriously, like, what was that?
それは僕も気になるけど、あとは開発家に丸投げするしかないかな。
I'm curious myself, but all we can do now is leave it up to the R&D
あ
department.
と、僕はどちらかというと、 しばらくは関係各所への謝罪行脚でこき使われそうだし。
In any case, I think we'll be forced to run around to all the various parties involved on a little apology tour. Mr. Rindo dropped his shoulders with a dry sigh. I guess you got yelled at from us stopping the defense force on our own, huh?
まあね。イルとイグニスについても向こうから死ぬほど質問攻めにあったよ。
Well, yeah, they interrogated me so much about Il and Ignis that I almost died. But Mr. Rindo spoke as if to tell me not to worry, as he was able to evade getting to the truth of what was happening.
けどまあ、最終的には一番穏便に済む方法で解決したから、結果オーライじゃないかな。
We were able to deal with it in the best way possible, so it's all okay
そ
now.
もそも彼らの破天荒な提案にうなずいたのは僕だし、自分の責任は自分で取るさ。
And I'm the one who agreed to the crazy plan to begin with, so I take the bulk of the responsibility for that. But it would have defeated the purpose if you ended up collapsing from exhaustion. Just don't push yourself. Would it defeat the purpose? You saved an island, an entire species. Okay. Just don't push yourself. I'll give you some coffee on the house when you come back to Enchante.
ありがとう。じゃあそんな優しいマスターに会うためにも、なんとか時間を作るとするよ。
Thanks. I'll be sure to make some time to see our generous owner. Thanks. Mr. Rindo continues to look down at my face as if wanting to say
君
more.
が無事で本当
I'm
によかった。
so glad that you're safe.
まさか人間界で
Also, I
人
guess
類を
I
起こす騒動に
could
君
have
が
found
巻き込
something
まれ
green.
る
I
ことに
picked
なるとは。
black because I'm used to wearing a suit. I never thought that you'd get caught up in the scuffle with non-humans in the human
やっ
world.
ぱりアンシャンテのゲートにはそれなりのリスクがあるってことかな。
I guess that means there's a bit of danger around the gate here in Enchante. I had a feeling I knew what Mr. Rindo wanted to say with that serious look on his face, but I'm sorry to make you worry. I'll be careful to not find myself in the same kind of situation again. It's not like my phone could ever tell me to open a door without me being in control of my body ever again. I tell him, although indirectly, that even if the gate was something dangerous, I didn't intend on leaving Enchante, which had become such a precious place to me. I see. It seems like he understood, though he had a frustrated expression. Mr. Rindo quietly nodded, not arguing back.
でも毎日アンシャンテで過ごす君が心配なことには変わりないし、
I'm still going to worry about you living here at Enchante day to
こま
day.
めに安否を確認しようにも、僕も毎日ここに来れるわけじゃないからな。
But it's not like I can come here daily just to check on if you're safe or not.
そうだ。君にちょっとした提案があるんだけど。
Well, that's right. Leah, I have an idea I'd like to run by you. Okay, I'm a little nervous. Putting his hand on my shoulder, Mr. Rindo takes out his phone from his pocket in his suit. An idea? What do you mean?
もちろん、君の安全に関わることだよ。
What else? It has to do with making sure you're safe. After speaking, Mr. Rindo smiles
これを
at
使っ
me.
てさ、おじさんと仲良く交流してみない？
Using this, what do you think about getting along some more with this old man? Huh? His idea became clear as he waved his phone in his hand. Yeah, you know, Sukuna. Sukuna's on my phone. That's it. Said I had a new message, but I don't. What a weird phone. No matter what strange things happen in the world, the morning will always find its way to greet us the next day. To provide hospitality to those mornings and the day to inevitably follow is my duty. Yes, for those who are human and those who aren't. Hello, welcome to Cafe Enchante. No matter who my guest is, I'll always greet them with a kind smile. That is not true. Where memories are and the aroma of coffee fill the room in this strange and sprightly cafe. Sometimes she gets a guess and she goes, "What's this person?" I mean, he's got a gun. That's cool. transition was so fast. Coffee dripped slowly from the carafe. It was a seemingly ordinary event on a rainy day. Soan and I are sharing downtime together.
リンド、相変わらずしけた顔してんな。
Rindo, you look bored again.
別にいつも通りの顔ですよ。
I'm always like this. The familiar small talk with Mr. Soran. He used to say that to me when no one else was around. I'm convinced he said that to me because he didn't see me as a customer at Enchante. It's not that I wasn't a customer. It's just that I don't get my work off my mind no matter what I do. It's been a rough 5 years since I joined the regulars here. I only frequented Enchante because the higher-ups at GPM gave me orders to. That would explain why I was never seen as a customer most of the time. But to make matters worse, I have long forgotten the vigor I once had as a member of the GPM. With nothing left in life to inspire me, all I did was blindly work whatever case was given to me on a day-by-day basis. Guess I can't argue with this guy in front of me telling me I looked bored.
俺がいるうちにその面構え直してやりたいと思ってたんだがな。
I wish I could fix that face of yours while I'm still
は
around.
い。リンド、お前に頼みがあるんだが、少し聞いちゃくれないか。
With that said, Rindo, I've got a favor to ask. Do you mind hearing me out?
僕にですか？
What do you need? I'm caught off guard by his request. I've been here for nearly 5 years now, and this was the first time Soran actually asked me a favor.
うちの孫娘の話なんだけどな。
It's about my granddaughter. Mr. Soran began to talk amidst the sounds of rain. It's the usual spiel about his granddaughter, except he asked me to come 5 days later. 5 days have passed. I was at GPM working at my desk. That's when I heard of Soran's passing. Interesting. It's me. It's been a week since the incident happened on Amasaki Island in the Tohoku region. With all of that ruckus behind me, I'm finally able to get a handle on things. Here's your apple pie. We don't have any other customers, so I added a little extra for you.
ありがたくいただこう。
I appreciate it. Dude, I would love apple pie. I'm doing my usual routine at the cafe while I try to forget how sleepy I am. Canis is my only customer for today. Monsieur and Ignis are out on a stroll. As for Il, he locked himself in his room as usual with the new release he got in his hands on. I tried to hold back a big yawn when I see Canis tilt his head at me eating the apple pie.
そういえば、リンドはどうした？最近顔を見ていないが。
Come to think of it, where is Rindo? I haven't seen him in a while. Oh, well, it looks like things have been crazy busy for Mr. Rindo. Something about needing to create a report and do damage control. Guess he won't have time for himself. I might have hit the button too fast. The rift that suddenly opened in the sky, the giant arm, the spar toy, I don't know. Monsieur used his power to stop it, while everyone else tried to stall the deployed forces. There was no way Mr. Rindo could avoid the workload to come once he saw the events unfold in front of him. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Mr. Rindo sent me a picture of himself with his work, to which Canis nodded at.
控えめに言って、ゾンビのような顔をしているな。
I've seen a zombie look more rested than he does. He did say his work is nearly finished, so he'll probably be coming back soon.
そうか。しかし。
I see. Yet, Canis looks at my smartphone, then takes a careful look at my
リンドが
face.
自撮りを。いつの間に二人はそのような仲に。
Rindo has sent you a selfie. How long have you two been so close? Huh? Oh, well, it just hit me that I casually showed off the selfie Mr. Rindo had just sent me. I have to think quick or Connus is going to think that Mr. Rindo is the type who sends selfies to anyone and everyone. This is, I only got this when we were sharing how things were going and stuff. Sharing? Well, you remember how I ended up in Amasaki Island, right? Mr. Rindo was really worried about me, so he would ask me how things are going on a daily basis to make sure I'm safe. He was also worried about the power Monsieur let loose back there, but I guess I don't need to bring that up now. I see. Be careful of non-humans. Mr. Rindo reminds me of that often ever since I met him. Even after seeing how strong everyone is, I'm not going to change how I approach them. If I was in his shoes, I'm sure I'd be worried about just the same, so keeping contact is understandable. I'm supposed to let him know what happened each day, but that's a bit boring, isn't it? I've been sending all kinds of pictures. After seeing pictures of the cafe and coffee, I guess Mr. Rindo figured he could do the same and started sending me pictures too. How endearing. Why don't you send him a selfie back, Leah? Huh? Stop following me, will you? Go back to the damn GPM already. Oh no, is our guy with glasses here? Huh? It was then I heard yelling from beyond the door. Connus and I looked at each other. That's sickness, isn't it? Without a doubt, I would say that's good timing. We both look towards the door. The bell on the door rings. Hey, I'm back. Give me something to drink, will ya? Oh, and something to eat would be good. I'd like to have something sweet. It's that quality sugar that keeps this brilliant mind of mine in tip-top shape. I find two unusual customers walking in through the door. Ignis and Mikado? So it's not Rindo. Seeing Ignis here is hardly a surprise, but Mikado. Oh, well, about that. I had the luck of meeting this guy. He's been telling me ever since. I could tell immediately Ignis was absolutely disgusted with him. He'd bite his lip. Oh my goodness. It turns out that they happened to be meeting each other at the train station, and Mikado just followed him here. What a pain. Honestly, the timing was impeccable. I wanted to come here anyways. For what exactly? Is it about Amasaki Island? I already told Mr. Rindo everything I know. Oh, it's not that. That was an interesting case, but thought you had no interest in humans, Akira. I actually came here to see you, Leowaki. Me? Before I knew it, I found Kana standing between me and Mikado. If you want to do your experiments, go and see Ignis. Rude. I am not taking my eyes off of you, least you harm Leah. Wow, I thought we were buds. And how do you plan on doing that when you don't even have any damn eyes? So what exactly are you here for again, Mikado? I decided to ask before things got worse. Mr. Mikado appeared from behind Connus and puts on a wide smile. My girlfriend's birthday is coming up? Huh? Girlfriend? Before I could ask, Mr. Mikado points his finger at me. Geniuses like me live in solitude. As a result, I don't have the luxury of having female perspectives.
仮にも女性の端くれっぽい気がする君にプレゼント選びを手伝ってもらいたいのさ。
I'm pretty sure that was supposed to be pretty, not petty. Gonna go with pretty. Hence, I want you, pretty, girlish someone, to help me choose a gift. Petty someone? See, again, I don't think it's supposed to be petty. I've got a few words to say to him, but... You have a girlfriend? Alright, we're gonna go ahead and save over this one. This is the right one. Okay. I think I like him more not in a suit. What? I didn't even know that was an option. You have a girlfriend. Mikaido! You have a girlfriend?
嘘だろ。
You
マジかよ。
gotta be kidding me.
もしや二次元上の存在なのでは。いるからそのような事例を聞いたことが。
You mean a two-dimensional kind of girl. I've heard of them from Eel before.
ああ、そっち系か。画面の中の彼女とかいうやつな。
I get it. It's that waifu thing, right?
しっけえな。れっきとした実在の彼女だよ。
Rude. I have a real-life girlfriend.
僕ももう29だからね。結婚まで視野に入れた相手がいるとも。
Mind you, I'm 29 years old. This is a serious relationship. What? He has a girlfriend, but that's not all. Mikaido is 29 years old? He doesn't look his age.
いろいろ信じらんね。
Unbelievable.
信じがたいな。
I agree.
やれやれ。何事にも柔軟な発想や転換ができないとは。凡人とは。
I just realized he doesn't have his little fox friend right now. How sad. It must be exhausting being so normal and not gifted like me.
まあとにかくだ。今の僕には人外図の誰でもなく一般人な君の力が必要なのだよ。
In any case, I do not need the non-human's help. I need the help of a commoner.
どうか
So
よろし
please.
くたん。
Well, but
日は3日後で時刻は午後2時で頼むよ。駅前で待ってるからね。
I'll see you again in 3 days from now. Let's say 2 p.m. I'll meet you in front of the train station.
じゃあまた頼りにしてるよマスターくん。
Well, then I'm counting on you, Leah. And he was gone. Once he finished explaining his request and what he wanted from me, Mr. Mikaido leaves without giving me a chance to reply, a forced promise. Mr. Mikaido comes in like a storm and leaves once the damage is done. All we could do was stand in awe. Oh my stars. 3 days later, I promised to meet Mr. Mikaido today. Well, more like I was forced to promise to meet with him today. Like we agreed, in front of the train station with Eel by my side.
見た限りではまだ帝は来ていないようですね。
I don't see any sign of Mikaido nearby. I'm 20 minutes early. Last night, Eel and I agreed that he should join, so he is with me. Though it was forced, it's still a promise, but Ignis and Canis were totally against me coming here. So about that thing I'm going to help Mikaido with, you know, finding a gift for his girlfriend?
あんな約束すっぽかせばいいじゃねえか。
Screw it, I say let it go, it's not worth it.
そもそもあれ約束って言わねえだろ。一方的に要件だけ伝えてそのまま帰りやがって。
That wasn't even a promise, it wasn't even a conversation, he just talked at you and left. Yeah! Kaoru seems to agree with Ignis, Canis is nodding too. How can Canis nod? He doesn't have a head. Oh, sure, it was forced, but it's still a promise, you know?
だが、やはり危険ではないか。何があるかわからぬぞ。
But I have a bad feeling about this. Who knows what he has in store?
帝は一見してただの子供に見えるが、あれでも GPM の一員なのだから。
Mikaido might look an ordinary child, but let's not forget that he is a member of the GPM.
聞いた感じ悪意はなさそうだけど、
今までが今までだもんね。あそこはさ。
It doesn't seem like he has ulterior motives. I don't think he has time to do anything. Member of the GPM. That alone is enough to make all the others suspicious. In particular, every time I met Mr. Makaido and he asked for blood samples, Ignis's words come to mind. But he rarely shows any interest in me. I have no interest in humans. He almost lives by that statement too. And yet he's asking me to help him find the perfect birthday gift for his girlfriend. He did come to see me to ask for help, and Katia is getting a bit of help from him too, which is why I want to try and help. I think it'll be alright. We're gonna be shopping around the train station and in town. I'll reach out if anything happens.
しかし。
But
じゃあさ、俺たちのうちの誰かが護衛も兼ねてついていけばいいんじゃない？
how about this? One of us will follow you tomorrow as your personal guard. Huh? Before I could say they didn't need to watch over me like bodyguards, a hand raised up within the room.
であれば、
Then I'll-
私が行きましょう。
Then I'll go.
イルが？
You
行きたいの？
go? Even Monsieur was surprised by Il's volunteering instead of giving an open-ended suggestion.
はい。護衛はもちろんですが、女性宛てのプレゼントを選ぶのでしょう？であれば、この中では私が適任かと。
Yes, besides guarding her, we'd be going to buy a gift for his girlfriend, right? So I believe I'm the perfect candidate.
乙女ゲームの経験を生かし、存分に役に立ってみせましょう。
The insights I've gained from playing all of my otome games is invaluable.
乙女心の理解に関しては、きっとマスターにも負けませんよ。
I am almost certain that I know more about girls than Lionel. Il, you do know I'm a girl, right? And so, here I am.
時間10分前ですね。
We have 10 minutes to go. Got it. But is Makaido really going to show up? The more I think about it, the more I'm convinced my mind was playing tricks on me. Mr. Makaido with a girlfriend. He's 29 years old. He's thinking of getting married. It can't be. It's too weird.
何が不思議なんだい？
What's weird? Yikes! I snap back to reality to find Makaido standing in front of me. He's wearing his usual attire.
おや？もしや待たせてしまったのかな？一応時間ぴったりに来たはずだが。
Did I keep you waiting? I thought I arrived on time. Oh, not to worry. I got here early to avoid being late.
なるほど。ところで、なぜ打天使くんがここに？
I see. That aside, why is that fallen angel here?
レア人外を拝めるのは嬉しいのだけど、いちいち君と僕の会話の間を遮るような謎の動きをしているのは。
I mean, it's great that I get to see this rare non-human, but having him awkwardly walk between us is a bit ridiculous.
帝は GPM ですし、彼女に危害を加えないように私が率先して守護しているのです。
Makaido, you're a member of the GPM, so I'm just taking the precaution of protecting her from you. What? Why would you say that out loud? I thought he was being too blunt, but...
ああ、そういうことかい。それなら納得だ。ひとまず来てくれただけでも心強いよ。
Oh, is that bothering you? I see then. Well, I'm glad you're here to protect her.
では早速行こうか。我が愛すべき女性のため、素晴らしきプレゼントを手に入れようじゃないか。
Now then, shall we? All in the name of my love, perfect gift. I'm not leaving without one. He isn't phased at all. Ooh, there is like a single hair in my chapstick. I can feel it when I talked. Maybe it blew away. I don't know. He isn't phased at all by what Il said. Instead, Makaido begins walking with a pep in his step, humming in joy. Il and I both look at each other. I guess he just understands. We have to pick up the pace just to keep up with him.
ほー、この辺りが買い物に適しているのだね。なるほど、なるほどね。
Ooh, what a place to go shopping. I can see why you chose this
通り沿い
place.
に多数の店舗を集めることで顧客にとっての利便性の向上とともに店の競争も煽るわけか。
So, having multiple stores gathered around a busy street ensures competition and versatility, thus increasing revenue.
いいね、実に理にかなっているじゃないか。
Wonderful, how very practical. Kaido, you don't go shopping very often, do you? Kaido nods in confirmation as he scoops out the shopping area with interest, keen eyes.
まあね、天才はいろいろと時間が限られるからね。基本は通販での買い物だよ。
Indeed, a genius can't spare the time or brain cells. Most of my purchases are done online.
だが、ほら、愛する人へのプレゼントを通販なんて味気がないだろう。
So you see, I felt that buying online lacked the personal touch that my love
せ
deserves.
っかくのものなんだ。ちゃんと自分で見て、自分で決めたいじゃないか。
If I'm buying something that is inherently tangible, I might as well see and buy it for myself. Mikaido! Mikaido let out a bright smile. He must really treat his girlfriend as someone special. To be honest, I'm still not convinced he actually has a girlfriend, but he is very serious about coming out here for her. If so, I'll do my very best to help him out.
ああ、いや、しかし、これほど店舗が多いとなると、どこから見ればいいのか悩んでしまうね。
But with so many shops, this will be difficult to determine which one to go to. And suddenly, Il quietly and gracefully moves into
ここは
position.
私の出番のようですね。本屋、映画館、グッズショップ、コラボカフェ。
This is my time to shine. There's a bookstore, movie theater, anime shop, pop star themed cafe.
きっと必ずやあなたの探し求めるものを手に入れることができるでしょう。
These stores seemingly have everything you can think of, so we're definitely going to find the right gift. He offered advice to Mr. Mikaido. Maybe it's just me, but the latter half of his suggestion sounded a bit too niche.
ちなみに、あちらの本屋で特定の雑誌を買いますと、限定のポストカードがついてきまして。
Just so you know, if you purchase a magazine at the bookstore, you'll receive a limited edition postcard.
ほほう、それはいいかもしれない。女性は限定品に弱いと聞くからね。
Ooh, that sounds like a great idea. I heard girls love limited things. Mikaido. I don't think that would make an appropriate gift for her birthday.
そうなのかい？では別のもので検討しようかな。
You think so? Maybe I should reconsider then. I turned around to Eel and gave him a friendly reminder. Eel, I just want to remind you we're buying something for his girlfriend, not for you. The key word is birthday. Let's keep that in mind. Eel stares at me with an oh I get it look on his face.
ああ、そうでした。誕生日でしたね。
That's right, birthday.
ではなおのことをお任せを。誕生日イベントのシナリオでしたらもう何パターンも読んでいますから。
I want to know what otome games he's played that has birthday scenarios. I can't think of any that had birthday scenarios right now. I have the perfect suggestion then. After all, I've gone through plenty of birthday event scenarios.
本当かい？それは助かるよ。
Really? That's
で
great.
はまず誕生日で最も重要なことですが。
Oh, I'm nervous. All right, you see, the most important detail about a birthday is... Despite being a non-human, Il is trying his best to teach Mikaido how to properly celebrate a birthday. Mikaido is as curious as ever and Il is confident as usual. Seeing the two of them, this giddy, walking down the street puts a smile on my face. I wanted to know what the most important thing was. We went everywhere. We walked from store to store, along the streets, but...
おお、この試験官、フォルムがいいと思わないかね。
Test tubes are absolutely beautiful. Oh my god. I suppose, but I doubt your girlfriend would like them.
ええ、マスターの言う通りです。むしろこちらの CD などどうでしょう。特典でイベント応募券がつきます。
Indeed, Leah is right. How about the CD? It's a special edition that comes with a free ticket for an event. That's what you want, isn't it, Il? This whole choosing a gift thing is turning out to be a chore. That aside, what happened to Il supposedly knowing all about girls? At this rate, the gift Mikado ends up with is going to be something an otome fangirl wants for their collection. A keychain? I look around myself when I happen to find a gift that may work. I call to Mikado to come see. Mikado, how about a ring? It's a ring for a pinky finger, so it isn't too heavy-handed in terms of what rings usually mean.
指輪確かにいいアイディアですね。乙女ゲームでも攻略対象がプレゼントに選ぶ定番のアイテムです。
A ring, a splendid idea. It's a common item used in otome games when trying to raise a girl's affection gauge.
おお、確かにデザインも彼女が喜びそうだよ。
The design would suit her too.
はっ、しかしサイズが微妙に合わないような。それなら紐をつけてネックレスに。
The size seems a bit off. Maybe I can use it as a necklace charm.
だが、このデザインは指にはめてこそか。惜しいが、これは諦めるか。いや、しかし。
But it's designed for the finger. Maybe there's something better. No, wait.
ではあちらはどうでしょう。女性に人気のワンピースのようですが。
How about that one? It's a dress popular among girls.
ほう、とても愛らしい。が、僕の彼女には大きすぎるね。
Is she human?
彼女は小柄なものでね。
I'm just curious. The ring seemed a bit off. The dress seems a bit big. Is she human? How cute, but it looks too big for her. She's rather petite, you know? Is she your fox? We look at this and we look at that. We continue our rounds through the stores in search of the perfect gift. How about just a necklace or a bracelet or a keychain? It's afternoon now. I'm sitting by myself on one of the benches along the street. They seem to be getting along well. I chuckle as I look at them wandering around the stores in front of me. Il and Mr. Mikado are standing in front of Il's favorite character-themed store. We already bought a good amount of things for his girlfriend, so I doubt they'd choose something from that store. I have to say, I never thought Mikado was the type to be so caring about his girlfriend. All day long, Mikado was running wild trying to find that perfect gift for his girlfriend. To add, Mikado kept complimenting his girlfriend through the whole shopping experience. I mean, it was so blatant that it actually made me blush. But I'd be happy for a special someone made the same effort for me. That's something I don't think I will ever experience myself. Rather, I don't have the time to think about things like that. Not a bad excuse if I say so myself, but one day, I hope a special someone will come my way who would care enough to go through things like
プレ
this.
ゼントが欲しいならこちらをどうぞ、お嬢さん。
Oh my gosh, I never would have imagined he'd pop up right now. If you want a gift, I have one for you, my dear. Huh? Dude, he might win me over with just not wearing a suit. The sweet words are accompanied by a can of juice. Surprise, I look up to find.
あれ、いらなかった？あ、もしかしてあったかいやつの方が良かったかな。
Ah, you didn't want it? Let me guess. You wanted something warm to drink?
うん？どうしてそんな驚いた顔のままなのかな？
Like he's got chains on. Is this my type? I don't understand. Leah, what's with the surprised look on your face? I know that voice. It's so obvious, but I can't be certain it's the person I'm thinking of. Who are you?
え？嘘でしょ。
Are you kidding? You're kidding, right? I really didn't know what else to say.
まさかのリアクションだったな。僕だよ、リンドウだよ。
I really didn't see this coming. It's me, Rindo?
そんな本気のトーンで誰ですかなんて言われるとは思わなかったよ。
I never expected you to be the kind of person to get flustered by me. First off, I'm not flustered. I'm just not expecting you to wear normal clothes. I used to seeing you in a suit, my guy. Mr. Rindo chuckles to himself. I still can't come to terms with how he looks. But Mr. Rindo, you look different. What's going on?
どうしちゃったも何も。今日はオフだし、ちょっとしたお出かけだよ。
Oh. Wait, do you dress like this on your days off? Because I've never seen you dress like this before. What do you mean by that? I had a day off. I'm just exploring the area, that's
こ
all.
こへ来たのも完全な偶然。久しぶりだね。約1週間ぶりかな。
It just so happens I found myself here. What, it's been about a week, right? Yeah, that looks... I like him more now. God, is that bad? I don't know. I take the can of juice from Mr. Rindo as he sits next to me with that usual smile of his. I'm sorry, but you look so different when you're not wearing your suit, Mr. Rindo.
違和感。
Does he wear this necklace when he's
そこ
wearing
は
that? 'Cause I
新
don't
鮮です
think
ね
I've-
とか、かっこいいですねとか言ってほしい。
Oh wait, he's also not wearing gloves, which he's usually wearing. Hang on, I'm so at a loss for words now. Different. You could have just said nice, you know? I mean, even cool would have worked. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess it didn't dawn on me.
まあでも、君らしい反応で安心だよ。
At least you react as usual. Are you done with all your work?
ああ、おかげさまで。
Yeah, finally. Like, this looks so much better. Darn.
実を言うと、今からアンシャンテに向かおうかと思ってたからさ。偶然出会えるなんて、運命を感じるね。
So wait, do you only wear suits when you're working? Have I only ever seen you on duty? Even when you take me on dates, you're on duty? To be honest, I was actually heading to Enchante. I guess fate had different plan. I don't really think it's fate.
現実的な反応で、おじさん悲しいよ。
Can't flirt with older men like me. It feels like it's been forever since Mr. Rindo teased me like this. I don't know if that's teasing. I'm so happy that a smile comes to my face, but I try to hide my smile behind the can of juice Mr. Rindo gave me. I'm glad you're doing all right. That selfie you sent worried me.
ああ、あれはまあね。悲しいかな、徹夜明けの40代なんて、みんなゾンビみたいなものだよ。
He also compared himself to a zombie. That, well, I'm in my 40s. I don't look my best after working late nights anymore.
僕としても1週間まるまるアンシャンテに様子を見に行ってなかったし、割と心配はしてたんだけどね。
I haven't been to Enchante for a week, so I was getting a bit worried too. Really? But I've been reporting to you on a daily basis.
それはそうなんだけど。とはいえ、実際に顔を見ないとわからないことも結構あったりするものさ。
Yes, but there's a lot of things I could miss by not being there in person. Did she tell him that Makaido asked her to go find a thing for his girlfriend? What Mr. Rindo says does make sense.
今日は買い物？
So you're out shopping today? Oh yes, well I'm here with Il and Mr. Makaido, but they're out shopping together now.
ミカド？なんであいつと君が？というか、そこにいるって。
Wait,
見合わせ
Makaido?
としては大外れじゃないの？
Why is he... No, wait, did you say Il? Do those two even get along? Well, I think they're doing fine. See, Mr. Makaido is looking for a gift for his girlfriend, and wait, maybe I'm talking too much. Hi, Jay! My chat keeps doing something weird. I hope it's okay. Hello! Are you working today? Are you off? Mr. Rindo, do you know that Mr. Makaido has a
ミ
girlfriend?
カドの彼女。
He looks so concerned. Makaido girlfriend? Oh, you knew? I actually only found out recently. I really didn't expect Makaido to be so obsessed with his girlfriend. He keeps talking about how cute she is or like how special she is to him. Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo goes silent. I can see the tension in his expression. He then looks straight at me.
悪いことは言わない。
Leah, a word of advice.
その件にはあまり深入りしない方がいい。
Don't get too involved in what you were talking about? What does that mean? Huh? What do you mean? Are you doing Rindo's route because you are interested in him or you want to read his? I'm working today. So I always do it in the order of the characters I'm least interested in to most interested in. However, now that he's wearing this outfit, I like him a lot more. I like this outfit way more than his other outfit. Maybe I would have saved him for later, but It's gonna be him, then Il, then Ignis, and then Monsieur is the one you have to unlock, so he's last. But Monsieur is still cute. He was still kind of high on my list. We'll see how it goes. Monsieur's still weird though. I started to do Il's, and then I realized that I wanted to do Rindo's first, so I even had my dress picked out because I have a dress covered in stars that looks kind of like an angel, and I'm like, that'd be perfect. Wait, his girlfriend? Let's go with that. Are you working from home today? Sounds like... Is there some kind of problem with Makaido's girlfriend? Mr. Rindo doesn't say a word, but his silence is almost telling that I'm onto something. Wait, could it be? Mr. Makaido is being used by this girlfriend of his? Ooh, that's not the right. You've gone the wrong direction, my dear. That's entirely possible. Rather, that's probably it, considering what Makaido is like. Even if I lack experience, when it comes to love, I wouldn't even be able to tell if someone was trying to use me. That sounds pretty. Yes, I think it's a really cute dress. I got it actually for... I can't remember what we were doing. I think I dressed up as an angel specifically when I got it. It gave me the vibes of like a little kid dressing up as an angel because it's a very fluffy like white dress with like the sleeves are see-through but everything else is like not see-through. And I've held on to it for a couple of years now and I'm like, perfect dress for this route. I picked black for his route, but then I remembered he was wearing green and I was like, oh, I should have wore something green, but his outfit just changed entirely. Clappity, 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 clappity. What is that one? The two hugging looks adorable. Even if I lack experience when it comes to love, I wouldn't be able to tell if I was being used.
おっと、そこにいるミスター若作りは我が友リンドじゃないか。
Whoa! Isn't that young man there my dear old friend Rindo? Altering one's appearance to seem younger in age than reality, never mentioned such a thing to women ever. They're olives? Let me hover over it. What does it say? Olive jar. Is that like a streamer? Because that's a cute little picture. Huh. What timing for Makaido and Il to return. I quickly look at the two. Instead of seeing Il or Makaido, all I see is a crepe. Oh my god, I love crepes.
若作りして何が悪い？男ってのは魅力を出してなんぼなの？というか、そのクレープの山は何？
What's wrong with trying to look young? And I am a man, you know. And what's with the mountain of crepes?
マスター、お土産ですよ。
It's a gift for Leah. Il calmly states, and his hands are crepes. Crepes. It's crepes. Seriously, a mountain of them. It looks like 3 in the photo. Il, I love me some crepes, you know. I love some crepes. Just kidding. I love crepes, but isn't that a bit too many?
はい、12個あります。特典のコースターをフルコンプするまで買いましたので。
Il is a problem. I have a dozen on me. I bought them so I could complete the coaster collection that came with them. There's 4 of us here, so that means we all get 3. Let's go.
ノルマは1人3つだね。
So that's 3 per person.
偶然居合わせた僕を自然と頭数に入れないでほしいな。
I appreciate you adding me so naturally into the equation.
リンドウが食べないようでしたら、1人ノルマ4つになりますね。
If Rindo isn't going to have some, then that's 4 per person. Pre-order for Sympathy Kiss is available on the 24th. I'm prepping my wallet. Where are you pre-ordering it from? I already pre-ordered mine and it's almost paid off because I traded in some stuff towards it. I actually am still trying to figure out how I'm going to pre-order Tengoku because I usually pre-order at GameStop, but it's not for pre-order in store right now. And I'm sad about that. If Rindo isn't going to have some, that's 4 per person.
イル君、きっとリンドウはもう生クリームが辛い年なんだよ。
Now, Il, I think Rindo's too old to enjoy the rich cream of these crepes.
いや、お腹空いてたし、3つくらい余裕。
He's so easily tricked. Come on, I was just getting hungry. I can put away 3 crepes easily. Mr. Rindo glares back, smiling as he quickly downs one of the crepes. I don't think you can quickly down a crepe. I feel like 1 crepe is an entire meal. Oh. I'm printing it from Idea Factory. I'm planning on getting the limited edition version with the cute stationery cup. Oh, hang on. Do I need to look at that? The thing is, I've learned my lesson. I always usually get the collector's editions or the special editions of games, and then they just sit in my shelf and I never touch them. And so I felt bad for them. I crashed the game just now loading a window. Let's see. I'm gonna look this up. Sympathy Kiss Limited Edition. Everything's loading rock slowly now. It's all like, girl, you shouldn't be on here. You don't need to see this. Memo pad, paper tab, sticky notes, official soundtrack, a notebook, hardcover art book, collector's box. The box looks cute. Trading card with a question mark on it. I like that. Got it. Oh, I like the art book because that's super cute. The cover looks super cute on that. Hang on. Can I share this? Let's see. I? Properties. Yeah, that's cute looking. I like the book being a handbook. I'm not going to bother sizing this up. It's too much work. The box is cute. Wait, is this real? That comes with an actual cup? Oh, wait, you did say cup in that. Oh my god, that'd be cute. That'd be cute from streaming point of view. However, I won't get it the day it releases though, because then I have to wait. I'm splurging on this one. I'm disappointed there's no still case for the game like the other LEs. I mean, I think maybe it's because they're doing this. This is 120 though, right? But that'd be cute and funny to have for all my streams, honestly. Let's see, I've scrolled too far. There is the soundtrack audio drama. And it has a reversible cover, so you get this cover or this them hugging the girl's legs. Dude, that's pretty cute. I don't need this, but it's really cute. The notebook's also cute. Looks like it's got Taemin's. Not the Sehun. Sehun's not on that one. Trading card included with standard or limited edition. It does not say what kind. Is it just the normal trading cards where it's like one of each of the people? Interesting. That's a lot. I can see why you'd want to do it. That's a lot. I'm tired of steelbook cases, if I'm being honest. They get dented so easily. And then half the time they come as like a second case. Like your item's not usually in those cases. They're like, here's the normal case and here's a steelbook case. And then you just have 2 cases. I'm just like, I don't need 2. I think the cup is super cute. The cup's what's getting me, because like then I could sit in here and I'd have my stuff in a cup and the cup is themed to the game. Like how cute is that? Oh my god. Which reminds me, I keep forgetting to bring it in here, but I have a little chair. It's like a 2-seat chair. I have all these little Kirby's. I want to put it over here where you can see it and then just have little Kirby's sitting on it, and I keep forgetting to bring it in here. And I remember when I see the corner of my desk and go, have Kirby sitting right there. Dude, I'm hoping they do something cool with Tengoku, because I would love like a keychain. I don't know. I feel like we don't get a lot of merch for otome games in the US, at least. Like, I see stuff in Japan all the time, but we don't usually get it. Seeing someone have a collection of still cases together looks so nice. Yeah. Also, I like when they do special art for the steelbook cases because some of those are really, really pretty. But just the reversible cases also. I mean, the inside of this one, like, look how pretty that is. Like, I wish it was made in a way where you could flip this over, because it's not, because this side has just words on it. Like, some of those are just really pretty. I don't know. I like art. Hear me out. I'm a big fan of art. Mr. Rindo glares back, smiling as he quickly downs one of the crepes. We all begin eating the crepe, savoring each bite, but... Are we getting another CG already? It's a bit different for me. I can't stop thinking about what Mr. Rindo said earlier, advising me not to get too involved with Makaido's girlfriend, whoever she is. It's the third time it says my thing's connecting to my chat. Is my internet just being really bad today? I hope not. Hang on. I'm just going to check my Twitch to make sure everything's okay. Yeah, everything's loading fine on here. That's weird. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It's the third time. I don't think you can see it on your side, but on my side, it's acting like it's loading. He has his usual bright and friendly smile on his face as he takes a bite out of his crepe. Mr. Rindo is really good at hiding his feelings from others and lying to others, which is why I feel concerned about what he said earlier. Time passes. With Mr. Rindo in tow, we continue with our shopping. Soon Il heads back to Enchante after saying that he needs to be there so that he can sign off on some deliveries. Why would Il be responsible for deliveries? But before I know it, the sky is shimmering with stars. I don't think you should have been shopping this long with some guy.
いやー、助かったよマスター君。これで彼女の誕生日は盤石だ。
Fantastic. You saved me, Leah. Her birthday is going to be perfect now. That's good to hear.
重ね重ねだが、ありがとう。また何かあったら頼むよ。
Thank you so very much. I'll come see you for anything else. Mr. Makaido lets out a wide smile and quickly turns and runs off with the wrapped gift in his arms. He looks like some kind of elementary school student from behind. Now alone, Mr. Rindo looks at me.
それじゃ、アンシャントまで送るよ。
Let me walk you to Enchante. You lost me with the white pants. I feel like your pants should be black or even yellow. Like, that's like an odd choice there. Huh? It's alright. It's close by.
まあまあ、こういう時は送ってあげたいのが男心ってね。
Now, not escorting a girl back is not a good look for a gentleman. And so I head back to Enchante with Mr. Rindo in tow. I let out a sigh as we walk down the streets amidst the quiet night. Phew. A lot sure has happened today. Or rather, a lot of ruckus from earlier really tired me out.
ねえねえ、あそこの人たちってどういう関係だろうね。
Look at them. What a weird bunch hanging out together.
親子には見えないけど、なんか存在感あるよね。
Maybe they're a family. Well, probably not, but they stand out like a sore
ハンディ
thumb.
なおじさまに白衣諸タコと異国の王子様、ジャンルがわちゃわちゃしすぎだよね。
How does she know? What? A cool middle-aged man, a cutie in a white coat, and a prince from another land? What a party. They didn't say anything about me. Eccentric, etc. All the girls took notice of us immediately. I even overheard them talking about me. Just hearing them try to figure out why I am with them wore me out. I always thought I attracted attention because of my non-humans around me, but now that I think about it, Mr. Rindo and Mr. Makaido's appearance draw enough attention. If Mr. Makaido's case, his style is unique, so him being stared at isn't unusual. As for Mr. Rindo, he is pretty tall and has a nice build. Not to mention he's also pretty handsome. It would be easy for someone to mistake him as a celebrity. Only now I'm starting to notice that he might be pretty popular with the girls. she mad?
どうかした？
Is there a problem? Actually, I know he's good with the girls. He led me a lot more gracefully than any of the other guys the last time we all went out together. Huh? What do I mean by other guys anyways? Maybe I can ask a bit more. Mr. Rindo?
なんだい？
What is it? Mr. Rindo, are you popular with the girls? I know it's blunt, but I simply had to. She is not subtle ever. Ever.
これはまた唐突だね。
Oh, where did that come from? Well, it's just that you sort of stood out from among the crowd today. I explain what's on my mind to Mr. Rindo, which causes him to think.
なるほど。人外はいるしかいないのに注目を浴びたからか。
My brain twisted that just now. I'm like, did he just claim that Makaido's not a human? Even though the only non-human was ill, we stood out, huh? I heard one of the girls call you cool, too. Hearing my curious comment, Mr. Rindo begins to heartily laugh.
否定はしないかな。
I guess I am sort of popular. Look at the glisten in her eyes. Oh my god, I knew it. I freaking knew it.
面と向かってそれを僕に尋ねるということは、君はそうは思っていなかったと。
But seeing as you're presenting this as a question, that must mean that you don't see me in the same light as the others.
残念。僕の魅力は伝わらずじまいか。
That's a shame. I guess I'm not that cool after all. She's 19, my guy. She needs to be in her 20s for me to be okay with this. Well, that's not what I...
まあ、普段あれだけ色物人外に囲まれていれば、普通の人間が霞むのも仕方ないのかな。
I get it. Being surrounded by non-humans diminishes whatever appeal I have as a human, so I guess it can't be helped. Still, he didn't deny his popularity with the girls. Just the thought of it is making me imagine what Mr. Rindo goes through. Or at least I tried. I guess this shouldn't be surprising to me, but I can't imagine what kind of life you lead, Mr. Rindo.
なんだいなんだい。興味ないと思わせてから、私あなたのこと気になりますって？
Whoa, whoa. After implying you don't care much for me, now you want to get to know me?
君も作詞なことをするんだね。
Is this, being gaslit? You want to know more about me? I get it. You're a player. No. You've been playing her. You're quite a player, aren't you? What? Not at all. I was just wondering, since you're a regular at my cafe. You know,
ま
because you go to the
僕のことはともかく
cafe.
として、君はもう少し人間との付き合いを増やしておいた方がいいかもしれないね。
Besides me, my suggestion to you is to make more human friends.
アンシャンテのメンバーは頼りになるけど、それはあくまで人外として。
The guys at Enchante are reliable, but they're not human.
人が人として生きていくためには、他者との関わり合いってのは必須事項だ。
You need to associate yourself with more normal people to live like a normal person.
君はどうも、その辺の認識が甘い気がするからね。
You know, I think you've been spending a bit too much time with the other side. I bit back at Mr. Rindo's statement. I'm totally fine. I've been speaking with a lot of people other than non-humans. Speaking? Huh. Humans. The only ones I can recall is Mr. Rindo and Mr. Makaido. It's not unusual to see cafe staff getting friendly with their customers, but normal people rarely come to Enchante. I'm not in contact with anyone I used to know back at my job. Not even in contact with my school friends. Huh. Is it just me, or am I in a unique situation that's preventing me from being normal? No, wait. Just yesterday I spoke with the owner of the grocery store.
他には？ああ、僕とミカドは抜かしてね。
And besides me and Makaido? I guess I've only been conversing with non-humans. Now that I think about it, it's never dawned on me because I talk to any customer who comes in. I can understand where he's coming from. I might be desensitized in my unique situation.
まあ、
goodness.
急に人付き合いを増やすっていうのは難しいだろうし、とりあえずは僕が人間としての話し相手を務めるよ。
I know it can be tough to simply get out and make friends, so until then, I guess you can talk to me as a human.
余計なおせっかいかもしれないけど
Thanks.
さ、やっぱり君が人外のみんなに振り回されっぱなしにならないか心配でね。
I know I'm just being a busybody, but I'm worried that you're being swayed by the non-humans around you. Be wary of the non-humans. I'm sure that's what he wanted to say to me. It's something that's been preached over and over since I met him, but what about you, Mr. Rindo? You always think about the non-humans every day of your life, Mr. Rindo. You come to Enchante whenever you can find time for your work. That's right, reading his emails. I thought they were texting. I'm convinced that Mr. Rindo is a hard worker. I'm off work now. I've always seen that late into the night, well past sleeping hours. Mr. Rindo even works during weekends and holidays. Of course, most of the work he's doing now is coming from the Amasaki Island incident, but I think Mr. Rindo is the one who should be putting more thought towards their life.
言われてみれば確かにそうかもしれないね。
I see what you're implying. I think that you're right.
けど僕はちゃんと余暇を好きなことに使ってるつもりだよ。
Mind you, I am using my spare time to do what I enjoy in life.
例えば、可愛いマスターがいる喫茶店に通ったりとかね。
For example, I frequent this little cafe with a cute owner behind the counter. You can't call me cute. It's embarrassing. But that's still part of his work. Not that I can say that to him. Not with that sweet and bright smile on his face. Well, his first priority of visiting is to keep watch on what's going on. But I guess I'm a bit happy to seeing him at the cafe to pass his time.
おっと、話してるうちに着いちゃったね。
Oops, looks like we're here. Mr. Rindo stops. I look up ahead and see Enchante waiting for me.
じゃあ僕はここで。おやすみ。
Well, I better get going. Good night, Leah. Thank you. Good night to you too, Mr. Rindo. Saying good night is a good thing. I hear Mr. Rindo mumble as he walks away. I watch as his figure vanishes in the night. Wait, he's muttered? And with that, I went back to Enchante. The next day, I hear Kororo quietly snoring, which brings a smile to my face.
それで、昨日はうまくいったの？
So, how'd it go, Leah? I tell every single detail to the regulars here as I get the cafe ready. Well, we did end up buying the gift for Makaido's girlfriend. He looked happy, so I guess it went well.
特典コースターもフルコンプできましたし、とても充実した一日だったと言えますね。
Indeed, I completed my set of special edition coasters too. I would accept Kororo as a pet. I think Kororo is probably one of my favorites, but I also imagine that Kororo gets to be the size of a walrus at the very least when she grows up or he grows up, and that's too big for my house and that tiny, tiny place. I completed my set of special edition coasters too. Oh, ill.
てめえは一体何しに行ったんだよ。
The hell were you there for anyway? That.
しかし、あの帝にそのような相手が、人は見た目によらぬとは、まさにこのことだな。
Still, to think that Makaido has someone that means that much to him is unbelievable to say the least. Kanas reaches out for his cafe latte to take a sip.
となると、同じ職場のリンドは、相手について知っているのでは？
Wouldn't Rindo know who this person is since he works with him?
ああ、確かに。って言っても、そんなに興味があるわけじゃないけど。
I know this is intentional.
ついでに、次来たら聞いてみようか。
I'm talking now, Monsieur. Be quiet, Monsieur. I know this is done intentionally too, but why would he never say his girlfriend's name in all that time? He's just my girlfriend. My girlfriend. I'm in a serious relationship with my girlfriend. And it obviously means that the name itself is going to be like a surprise. It's going to probably be otherworldly. I kind of feel like maybe he's dating a non-human. You're right. Well, it's not like we're dying to know, but we may as well ask him next time. Mr. Rindo's name is coming up, which reminds me that I should tell everyone that I met him too. Oh, I actually saw Mr. Rindo yesterday. To add, he wasn't wearing a suit at all. He actually looked pretty fashionable. I bet no one's ever seen him wearing anything besides his work clothes.
要は若作りか。
Oh, he was dressed like a young buck, huh?
若作りだね。
Figures.
若作りだろうな。
Figures. I guess everyone views Mr. Rindo in the same light.
それはもう、リンドウですからね。
It is Rindo after all. Il? I didn't say anything. Il looks up, then back down and gazes at his collection of coasters. Well, I also asked about Makaido's girlfriend while I was at it. We're not doing...
悪いことはその件に。
So I wasn't able to get any solid information from Mr. Rindo.
深入りするな。ね。なんだろう。知りすぎると人体実験の材料にされちゃうとか。
Don't get involved. It almost sounds like you're becoming a pawn if you learn too much. Yikes. I doubt that happened, but...
見た目で29歳だったか。人間の常識では考えづらい形をまさに体現しているのだ。
He said he was 29 years old, so he is able to maintain an appearance that is not possible by normal humans. That I would almost argue is incorrect. Because I've met some people whose ages have surprised me more than once, and I don't think they're doing anything magical.
ミシェルのそれもザレ事ではないのかもしれんな。
What Monsieur just said may not be off the mark.
え、そうなの？わお、ますますうさんくさい。
Oh, you think? Yo, it's getting shadier by the minute.
つうか、そもそも GPM 自体うさんくせえけどな。
The GPM's been shady from the start. Everyone nods in agreement to Ignis's reply. But Mr. Rindo is a good person, right? I mean, he did help a lot back at Amasaki Island. Mr. Rindo has his opinion about the non-humans. Even so, he's been very supportive of Enchante and everyone here. But I suppose that's because he was friends with my grandfather for so long.
仮にリンドウがいいやつだったとして、それで GPM 自体が信用できるわけじゃねえだろ。
Even if Rindo was a good guy, that doesn't mean we can trust the GPM, you know?
組織って一枚岩とはいかないからね。現に何度かリンドウの忠告を無視して強行手段に出る輩もいたわけだし。
I doubt they're all the same. Some acted out of line even when Rindo suggested otherwise. He's right about that. There's no way I'll forget when GPM forcefully tried to buy Enchante. I can only assume Ignis and the others met members of the GPM at some point who were like that person. In that sense, I guess Mr. Rindo is a rarity in the organization, GPM.
超常事象対策機構。
Oh, we're not doing. I know what the GPM. Yep. Short for. Yep, I know. That's all I know about it. I don't care. I'm not doing flashbacks. All they are supposed to do is place the non-humans in custody and research the gate. Well, at least that's what they say. I don't know what they really do beyond that. That just shows I really don't know much about Mr. Rindo. Maybe Mr. Rindo isn't a good guy. Oh, it's so pretty at night. What the heck? I'm at the GPM headquarters. I let out a sigh after finally finishing my work for the day. With all the reports done, I think I can finally take a breather. If I could report exactly what happened, my work wouldn't have been done a lot sooner, but I had to withhold some information so the regulars at Enchante and Leah don't get into trouble. I made sure I fixed some of the data before submitting it to upper management. But that sure took a long time.
彼女のことはともかく、ミシェルたちにフォローなんか必要ない気がするけど。
Our dear girl aside, I'm not sure if I need to cover for Monsieur as well. I'm such a busybody. Ooh. I turn around and look up at the building amidst the moonlit night. Now that I think about it, I've already spent 20 years of my life working here. He said he's in his 40s, so like he's been here since he was in his 20s. I've met a lot of non-humans, but I'm pretty darn sure I haven't associated with anyone any closely as I have with the people at
本当
Enchante.
に人外のくせにいい連中だよ。
Seriously, they're a nice bunch of beans.
おお、リンドじゃないか。今帰るところかね。
Oh, if it isn't Rindo finally going home, are you?
帝
Mikado?
何か
What the? I turn around to a familiar voice. I see the doll cradled in Mikado's hand. I hold my breath at its
や
side.
あやあ、今日も残業ご苦労様。ずいぶん遅い時間だけど、またアンシャンテに行くのかい？
Thank you for working so late again. It's pretty darn dark out there. But are you going to Enchante
い
again?
や、今日はそのまま帰るよ。
No, I'm heading home.
そっか。いや、しかし、何度考えても本当に羨ましい限りだよ。
I see. I must say, I am quite envious of you.
情報課課長という地位を使い、アンシャンテ常連になるだなんて。
To see you use your lofty position in order to visit Enchante is just spectacular.
はあ、僕も早くアンシャンテの公認研究職にでもなりたいものだね。
Alas, I'd like to use the chance to use work as an excuse to be a patron at Enchante.
はっ、昇進でもすればなれるかな。今度上層部に掛け合ってみようかな。ねえ、くーちゃん。
Maybe if I go up the ranks, I should check in with our bigwigs. Isn't that right, Q? Is it Q's birthday? A few days pass since helping Makaido. I'm here at GPM's headquarters building. It's Kariya's usual medical checkup, and I'm here to accompany him today. I guess it's going to take another 20 minutes or so before he's done. I look at the time on my smartphone and walk down the hallway in an attempt to pass the time. The GPM really doesn't look any different from any other major corporation. Everyone I walk by looks like an old business person. It doesn't cease to amaze me how huge this place is. Kariya said he can go alone, so he went his way. I'm sure I'd be all giddy just coming to a place like this back when I was in middle school. It's not that often that I come to the GPM. I may as well check the place out. She should not talk out loud to herself. I'm just gonna say it right now. That said, the majority of this place is off limits to visitors. Then again, I'd rather spend my time exploring the GPM to get to know them better rather than just sitting and waiting. Various thoughts come to mind as I gaze at the information board.
おや、そこにいるのはマスターくんじゃないかね。
Makaido seems to like me more now. I'm gonna give that a pass. Well, now if it isn't our dear Leah. Makaido! Hello there.
ここで会うとは奇遇だね。リンドにでも会いに来たのかい？
What a coincidence seeing you here. Did you come to see Rindo? No, I explain I came with Kiriya for his medical checkup.
あの氷の妖精くんか。
You mean that ice fairy of yours?
いやー、実は僕もまた会いたいと思ってたんだけど、検査担当から外されちゃってね。
I wanted to see him again, but they relieved me of my duties as a researcher. It's just a hunch, but I'm guessing that it's because he let Kirita escape.
そうだ、それより聞いておくれよ。実は今日ちょうど彼女の誕生日でね。
Oh, that's
この間
right.
のプレゼントをこれから渡すんだ。
You have to listen. It's about my girlfriend's birthday. I'm going to give her her gift today. Huh? It's today?
ああ、そうだ。よかったら君も会っていかないかい？せっかくの機会だし、紹介できればと思うが。
All right, let's meet your girlfriend. Ah, yes, why don't you meet her? I'd like to introduce you since you're here. He's not holding the plushie right now, I might note. Huh? Are you sure that's okay?
ああ、もちろんだとも。きっと彼女も喜ぶ。
Akita's hair color is giving me takeru seaweed fluorescent green. Don't you insult my husband like that. He is nothing like that beautiful man. His hair's wavy and he's not creepy. For one. Yes, absolutely. I am sure she'd be ecstatic. Mikado nods and smiles. I wonder if an outsider like myself should be part of such a special occasion, but I am a bit curious who this person is. And Mr. Mikado is inviting me to meet her. My curiosity gets the better of me as I nod and reply. I'm sorry, where am I? I messaged Kirida to let him know, then followed Mikado down to a different room. Huh? There's no one inside the room. All I see and hear is Mr. Mikado's research papers and a fox doll he always carries around with him. Mikado, is she supposed to be here? I ask out of curiosity. She's right here. Mikado smiles and lifts up the doll he carries around. Mikado then takes the gift out from his pocket and begins speaking to the doll. I know I saw it coming, but isn't that weird? Let's not be those guys who, I don't know, call it their waifus in public. It's just not a good time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ku. I brought you this very special gift for your birthday. Huh? He's joking, right? I'm sure his real girlfriend is standing behind me getting ready to surprise me. He has a backstory? Oh, no. But no one is behind me, and no one seems to be joining us. After a brief pause. Mind you, the girl here helped me find the perfect gift for you. You know, I really messed up your last birthday when I gave you a gift you didn't want. So I had her help me make sure you'd be happy with this year. Is it a toy or is it alive? I don't know. Now, let's open it together. I hope you like it. I've never seen Mikado put on a smile this warm before. He takes the trinket out of the box. The gift inside is definitely the item we helped choose for him. A small necklace. I have so many concerns. The jewels look really good on you. I took a while to find this. You like it? I actually wanted to buy you a ring, but I couldn't find one that fit you. But I guess I could special order one for you. Let's see what sizes will fit you. What's going on here? Mikado is talking to himself. Actually, he's talking to his doll and responding as if it was talking back to him. I feel a shiver down my spine as I watch this eerie event unfold in front of me. Then suddenly, Mr. Mikado places the necklace around Q's neck. Its eyes moved. What the? Its eyes are closed. What does she mean they moved? That's right. I'm so sorry. It is time to eat. I guess my dear girlfriend's more interested in food than fashion. Mikado rolls his sleeves. I look at his exposed arm to see countless scars. Here you go, Q. Mikado presents his arm in front of the Q like an offering. Then it happens. Q quickly snaps forward and bites onto Mr. Mikado's arm. Its fangs dig deep into his flesh. What's going on? I slowly take a step back. Suddenly, a hand grabs my shoulder. Mr. Rindo? I look up to see his face twisted in agony. It was as if he had seen this too many times before. His eyes are dull and lifeless.
ミカド、ちょっと用事があるんだけど、彼女を借りてもいいかな？
Kaido, do you mind if I borrow Leah? I need to speak with her a second.
ああ、もちろんだとも。僕たちもせっかくの誕生日は恋人同士で過ごしたいからね。
Why, of course. I was planning on spending this special day with Q anyways.
でも、たまにはダブルデートというのも悪くないね。
Maybe we can share this day and have a double date. Makaido lets out a bright smile as Q keeps its fangs sunken into his arms. He looks so happy, and he really seems to believe it.
どうだろう。今度君たち二人と僕たち一緒にデートをするというのは。
How about it? Why don't we all go out together? It'll be the best date we've ever been on. No, thank you.
いずれね。さあ、行こうか。
Maybe next time. Let's go. Mr. Rindo pulls me towards him as I was still in shock, and without another word, we both leave the room and the happy couple behind. The air feels a lot cooler now. It's probably coming from the cold sweat on my hands. What did I see back there? I asked Mr. Rindo if he knows what's going on since I'm utterly confused. What was that about? Seriously, what was that? Why was Makaido... But Mr. Rindo doesn't say anything. He quietly buys 2 coffees from the vending machine and hands me one of them. He leans against the wall because he's cool and takes a sip of his canned coffee. He doesn't seem to be enjoying his coffee like he usually does at Enchante. He's trying to choke it down as best he can. In fact, he's drinking his coffee as if he's trying to wash out a bad taste. His expression is so unlike him. He looks defeated, ashamed of accepting fate.
君には知られたくなかったんだけどね。
I was hoping you wouldn't have found out. He downs his coffee and begins to mumble.
どうしても何も見た通りさ。あれが彼女が帝の恋人。
What you saw back there, that is Makaido's girlfriend.
元人間で、今は第二種の人外。そして。
It used to be human, now a type 2 non-human.
僕の実の妹だ。
My younger sister, the one he doesn't spend time with anymore? The game crashed. You couldn't handle this. Oh my god. I don't know why I screenshot these when they're exactly the same with just the numbers changing, but I do anyways. Oh my stars. What? Mr. Rindo discloses to me the identity of Q. Despite the shocking revelation, time goes on as usual, bringing about a new and normal day. And so, I'm here as usual, opening the cafe and greeting the guest inside.
と
Leah?
確かに今日は濃いめが飲みたいから豆を多めにってお願いしたけどさ、さすがにちょっとやりすぎじゃない？
I did ask for my coffee to be a bit stronger than usual, but isn't that a bit too much?
もうかれこれ1時間は豆をひいているな。
She has been at it, grinding the coffee for about an hour now. What? Okay, I lied. How are things today? Absolutely not normal. This isn't good. I need to act normal.
キュー
Cute.
確実に昨日 GPM で何かあったようだが、尋ねるべきだろうか。
Something undoubtedly happened at the GPM. Maybe we should ask her.
まあね。とはいえ、本人が特に相談したがってないのに、俺たちがしゃしゃり出るのもね。
But I'm not sure we should pry if she isn't bringing it up naturally with us.
お？何か彼女に問題が？業務内容に若干の滞りは見られますが、健康状態は良好かと。
Is there truly a problem with her? She is acting a bit peculiar, but her vital signs seem to be in order.
肉体っていうか、あれは精神的な何かだろうから。
I think it's more mental than physical.
ち、見てらんねえな。おい
What the heck? Hey, Leah. Huh? Oh, are you ready to pay? It comes out to 23 million.
おい、高えよぼったくりが
Why are you sleazy little no good? That price is a joke, right? Huh? Wait a second. Let me calculate
つう
again.
か、会計とか一言も言ってねえし
Hold on a sec. I ain't paying yet. Huh? Really? I'm so sorry. Then you want steak?
いや、そりゃまあ食いてえけどよとりあえず
I mean, if you're still gonna make it, I'll eat it. Got it. I'll be right back.
おい
Hey, wait. And then she's gone.
行ってしまいましたね。
She's gone.
あー今日のあいつ何なんだよこっちの言うこと右から左すぎんだろ
What the hell's wrong with her? She's not listening at all.
今のとこ原因不明だけど、とりあえずはすごい重症だね。
Not sure what's going on, but something is clearly off with her.
大丈夫であろうか
Can only hope that she's okay. And then she's in the kitchen making a steak. Whoo! I let out a sigh after going into the kitchen. I've messed everything up today. I have to compose myself. I keep telling myself to get it together as I grill a steak for Ignis, but
お僕のほら
what a scene. I instinctively covered my mouth just thinking about what happened yesterday. A former human turned non-human, and its real identity was Mr. Rindo's younger sister. Makaido was talking to Q happily as if it wasn't supposed to be at all. And then Q moved and bit into Makaido's scarred arm. Behind me was Mr. Rindo, who was looking on as if he had lost all hope in something. I can't get the image of what happened out of my mind. A former human, a human turned into a non-human. I never heard of that, even after I took ownership of Enchante. I wonder what happened to Mr. Rindo's younger sister. I have no idea or even the slightest clue of how that was possible, but if that did happen, would myself, my mother, and everyone I know be worried of me or turning into a non-human? No amount of thinking is going to help me out of here. I had an opportunity. I was thinking about using that opportunity to ask Mr. Rindo questions, but he looks like he was in pain. At the very least, I was in no position to ask him to I was in no position to ask him to relive whatever happened. I just noticed there's a little bunny sticker on the fridge, on the thing. I think I already took a photo of it, but look, there's a bunny over there. Which is why I left as soon as I could once Kirito finished up his medical checkup. I wonder if Mr. Rindo will come today. Are you gonna burn this steak? I better get back to Ignis's order. Well, I have a feeling I misheard what he said. I better get back out there. As soon as I serve the steak, Ignis eats it in an instant then. Hidden bunnies! Yes! Can I ask you why everyone is staring at me? Why are they looking at me?
いや、今日は随分と上の空だったでしょ。常連として馴染みある大切な店主を心配してるだけだよ。
Don't fall. You haven't been yourself today. We're just worried about you. As your patrons.
マスターもしよければ我らに話してみてはくれぬか
So I talked about this a bunch, and I think we just have to keep talking about it. I'm too short for this chair. And just trying to push the chair doesn't work. And my feet don't touch the ground when I'm in the chair. So it's a real pain in the butt when I want to cross my legs. If there's something on your mind, let us know. We may be able to help. Well...
悩みの種にもよりますが、物理的な排除でも構いませんよ。
It depends on what's bothering you, but we can ease your worries.
さらっと危ないこと言うんじゃね
ともかくこっちとしちゃお前がそのままなのは迷惑だしな。
Great choice of words there, bud. Anyways, you're only screwing up our lives by keeping this mess up.
無理にとは言わねえけどよ。適当に相談してみたらいいんじゃねえの。
Not like we can force you, but if something's on your mind, spill it. He's right. I'm not helping, and it isn't good for Enchante if I stay like this, but it isn't that simple. As a reminder, I never know if my choices are the right choices, so we get to find out if we get a good ending or a bad ending. It's not my place to share something so personal without Mr. Rindo's consent. Don't talk then. This isn't about me, but everyone here knows Mr. Rindo. To add, I do trust everyone here. If so, I can only say so much.
ゆっくり君のペースで話せることだけでいいよ。言葉もぼかしたり選んで構わないからさ。
That's okay. Take your time. Think about how you want to say it. I nod, hearing Monsieur kind and warm words. Keeping what I know to myself isn't going to get me answers. After some thought, I decided to talk about what I heard, but without divulging into too many details. Do you mind if I ask a question? Is there a way for humans to become non-humans?
はあ？人間が人外になるだ？
Humans turn into non-humans?
カリアのように自分を人間だと考えて生きていた例を除けば、我が知る限り聞いたことはないが。
Aside from how Kirida lived thinking he was human, nothing comes to mind.
私もカヌスと同様です。そういった事象を観測したことはありません。
I agree with Kanis. I've never heard of such a thing.
お前の言ってんのは根血とかじゃなくて普通の人間。
You're not talking about guys who have both humans and non-human parents, are you?
それこそお前自身が人外になり得るかっつう話だろ。
Like you're asking whether you as a human could turn into a non-human, yeah? Yeah, exactly.
俺はこいつらに比べりゃ大した年月は生きちゃいねえが、それでもそんなのは聞いたことねえな。
That's right. Ignis is the most age-appropriate character in this entire game. I haven't lived as long as everyone else here, but I've never heard of anything like that either. Canis, Il, and Ignis all said they never heard of it, but... How about you, Monsieur? His brows twitch as he slowly begins to speak.
そうだね。俺もみんなと同じで聞いたことはないけど。
Never heard about it
これ
before,
はありえない話じゃないと思うよ。
but that could be possible. Huh?
そんなに驚くようなことかな。
You asked? Is it that surprising? Well, yes.
じゃあさ、そもそも人間と人外の違いって何だと思う？
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between a human and a non-human? Typically, you have some sort of power. You're like a superhero. The appearance? Not
とは
really.
言っても、俺と君はそんなに変わらないじゃない？手足が2本で目が2つ、鼻と口が1つ。
Yeah, but we have a lot in common. We both have 2 arms and legs, a nose, a mouth.
実際、
Tell me
外
more.
見からは人間と区別がつかない人外だって、それなりにいるよね。
You have to admit there's a lot of non-humans who don't look any different from humans.
いるよ、イグニスだってそうだし、カヌスもさ、兜があるときは、パッと見じゃ難しくない？
Look at Il and Ignis. Even Canis looks like a human when he has his helmet on. I suppose, but you guys can use magic and all kinds of superpowers and such.
これはへりくつかもしれないけど、こっちから見れば人間も大概だよ。
I know this is gonna sound strange, but we look at humans the same way.
例えばスマホとかさ、下手な魔法よりもずっと魔法の領域に足突っ込んでるし。
Take a look at that smartphone of yours. When you think about it, it's a lot more impressive than most of the magic we
世界の
use.
裏側にも連絡できるとか、結構無茶苦茶だと思うけどね。
Heck, you can use it to contact others on the other side of the world. Well, I understand what Monsieur is getting at. Monsieur continues the conversation, but I can't help but frown as I try to digest what he's saying.
俺は人間と人外の境って実はそんなに大したものじゃないと思うんだよね。
I don't really think the difference between a human and a non-human are so numerous.
そもそもその区分自体が誰かが勝手に決めたものだし、明確な定義もないしね。
First of all, it's not like nature decided to determine who is human and who is non-human. I guess. Mr. Rindo has kept telling me that humans and non-humans are different. When I saw Q move yesterday, the first thought that came to mind was that it was a non-human, but even so, Makaido was treating it like it was a human being, which means that to Makaido, Q is more than just a non-human. In other words, whether it was a human or non-human, it didn't matter. So why was it different? What do you mean? It's a little vampire fox, girl. You can't
おや
marry a
ま
vampire
た固まって
fox.
しまいました。
She froze again.
たく何考え込んでんだかな。
Come on, you gotta be kidding.
ともあれ、邪魔はしない方が良さそうだ。我らはテーブル席にでも移るとしよ
In any case, we better not pry any further. We should move to a table for now. Mr. Rindo, I wonder how he views humans and non-humans. And for Q, I wonder what really happened with his younger sister. Leah.
リンドはさ、秘密主義なやつだから、何かを知りたいなら踏み込んでやりな。
Monsieur, how do you know? How do you know? How did you find out? Rindo keeps things to himself, so if you want to know more, you need to dig a little deeper.
心を許してるように見えるくせに、あいつは一歩だけ下がってるんだよ。
He may put on that he trusts you, but I'm sure he's still cautious.
まあ、それが人間でいうとこの大人的な対応ってやつなのかもだけど。
I guess you could say he's just trying to act more like a mature adult. Monsieur? Wait, I never said anything about Mr. Rindo.
ねえ、そんなの今更じゃない。昨日の今日でそんなに落ち込んでさ。
It's pretty obvious considering you've been acting like this since you last saw him.
GPM に行ったんだから、そこで関わるやつなんて、あっという間に絞られるでしょ。
I mean, there's only so many people from the GPM you would be concerned for. I guess you're right. Monsieur chuckles hearing me agree. Mr. Rindo's acting like an adult. I reflect back on my interactions with him. Mr. Rindo does treat me well, but he never seems to be vulnerable with me. I guess you could say he didn't let me get too involved with him. As far as I could
それと
tell.
僕の場合、業務が特殊すぎて、大抵の人に愚痴をこぼせないんだよ。だから、気兼ねなく話せる相手が欲しいんだ。
Also, my work is so specialized that I can't vent about it to most people. I thought it would be nice to have someone to talk to. I recall him saying something like that. He hasn't vented to me yet, that's for sure.
君には知られたくなかったんだけどね。
I was hoping you wouldn't have found out. Got to say I was also. Mr. Rindo seems like he didn't want to talk much about back then either. Maybe it's because he thinks he's going to get hurt if he starts talking about something as personal as this. I can relate to that a little bit. I'm afraid he thinks of me as a stranger. Just the thought of it brings a sharp pain to my heart. It's been a while since I've been at Enchante. I thought I was pretty close to Mr. Rindo. He's always been kind and thoughtful, but maybe his kindness was just a way to put some distance between us. I don't mind him discussing things with me or even opening up and being vulnerable. I don't mind. That doesn't sound good.
君とは対等な立場でいたいからね。
In order to be treated as an equal, he needs to open up to me, but The fact that Mr. Rindo doesn't talk to me candidly must mean that I'm not as important person to him. She's spiraling. She's like, I'm not important. He doesn't care. It's too much. I guess in his eyes, I'm just a kid and too young to be talking with about his painful past. It's frustrating to be quite honest. I hope this strange sensation in my heart, the more my mind races. As I keep thinking of, or rather pouting, I hear a chuckle from a certain someone.
だからさ、思いっきり近づかないと、あいつはすぐ逃げちゃうと思うよ。
Like I said, you need to really get up and close and personal with him, or else he's just going to keep pulling away. Up close and personal, but isn't that a bit much?
大丈夫、大丈夫。リンドはきっとそうは思わないよ。
You worry too much. Rindo wouldn't mind at all. Ooh, are you sure?
それなりに付き合いも長いし、本当に嫌がることはわかるつもりだよ。
I've known him for a while now. I know where he draws the line. Yeah, do you know? But like, do you know?
まあ、あれで奥手なとこもあったりで、手こずりはするかもしれないけどね。
That said, he is a lot more conservative than he looks, so it won't be easy getting closer to him. I see. Thank you, Monsieur.
どういたしまして。うちの大事なマスターが悩んでるのは、常連として見過ごせないからさ。
You're welcome. As a patron, that's about all I can do for our dear cafe owner.
けど、いろんな意味でのライバルの後押しなんて、俺も大概善人だね。
I have to admit, I'm such a softie when it comes to helping out the rivals in my life. Monsieur says with a bright smile as he places an order for a refill of coffee. Did he ever get the first coffee? He's right. If I want to know more, I need to get closer to him. Hearing Monsieur's words of advice is making me feel more confident in myself. I grab the grinder and try to focus so that I won't make the same mistake as the first cup. In the afternoon on another day, I'm out walking down the street with Ignis in tow. I asked Kadia to watch the cafe so I could buy some supplies. With my grocery bag filled with meat, we head on back to Enchante.
たく、わざわざ昼寝してた俺じゃなくて、どうせ呼ぶならカヌスあたりにしとけよ。あいつなら尻尾振ってついてくんだろ。
I was taking a nap, you know. You should have asked Canis to come. He would have followed you like a dog. Canis is a medio. Mind you, you were the one eating up all the meat in the cafe. Ignis's mouth twitched a bit.
あったよ。その分、うまいもん作れよな。
Whatever. You better grill him good. He's so Kyo. He's so Kyo from Fruits Basket. This is an inspired character. You got it. With Ignis's half complaint, I take out my phone. Weird. I haven't received a single message from Mr. Rindo today. I was planning on asking Mr. Rindo more questions when he came to the cafe to discuss Q, but these past few weeks, Mr. Rindo hasn't shown up. I've sent messages to him, and he usually responds with he's too busy. Not much of a reply, really. Maybe Mr. Rindo doesn't want to talk, period. He could be avoiding Enchante now so that he doesn't have to put up with me asking him questions. You wouldn't have found out. I keep hearing that. I keep hearing what he said in my head.
なんだよ。
What? I was just thinking that Mr. Rindo hasn't stopped by recently.
はあ？あいつに文句あんなら直接言いに行きゃいいだろ。新宿なんざすぐそこじゃねえか。
If you want to see him, why don't you go visit? Shinjuku's right around the corner. Well, Ignis is right. It's not like anything is stopping me from traveling such a short distance to see him. Then again, I don't think I have the guts to barge in on his work just to ask him why he isn't texting me. Why don't you hang out with Makaido? Then again, it probably is better for me to see him in person instead of trying to get an answer from him by text. And even if I tried to get him to answer through text, he'd probably just completely ignore it.
なんだよ、変なやつだな。
Man, you're acting weird. She's in her head a lot lately. Sorry, Ignis. I can tell Ignis is staring at me. It's not surprising considering I can't stop frowning the more my mind wanders. I look up and notice a park up ahead. Huh.
今度はどうしたよ？
What's wrong now? Over there. I noticed some guys standing in front of the park wearing suits that remind me of a certain organization with a charm on their hats, like a certain organization with a tie, like a certain organization. They seem to be preventing a mother and child from entering.
申し訳ありません。
Very sorry.
何？
What's going
公
on?
園内の遊具に一部破損が見られまして、倒壊の可能性があるため、一時的に立ち入りは禁止となっております。
We've received reports that the playground equipment is broken, so this area is off limits until everything is repaired.
そうなの？
Oh, really?
公園で遊んじゃダメなの？
Oh, I can't play at the park.
申し訳ありませんが、お引き取り願えますでしょうか。ご迷惑をおかけいたします。
I apologize, but for your safety, we'd like to ask for you to leave until things are repaired. Broken playground equipment? Wait a second. Ignis? Aren't they...
GPM の連中だな。つまりは、なんかあんだろうな。
members of the GPM, which means they're up to no good? I doubt there's a need to turn everyone away just because of broken equipment. I can only assume there's something there that GPM wants to keep people away from. I wonder what's going on.
そりゃ GPM 絡みっつったら、人外がどうのこうのだろうよ。
If it's GPM related, it has to be about a non-human. If that's the case, maybe Mr. Rindo is around. I stare at the park from afar, trying to find someone I may know there.
お前は一人で何面白い顔してんだ？そんなに気になるなら、直接行ってみりゃいいだろ。
Why the funny face? If you're so curious, why don't you just go over there? But that, they won't let anyone in.
こんなもん、封鎖のうちに入らねえよ。
That doesn't mean you can't get in. Without a chance to reply, Ignis lifts me off the ground. Somehow, everything is upside down. My body bounces up and down with every step. Before I knew it, I'm in the park.
な、余裕で入れただろ。
See? Nothing to it. Don't even tell me before you do something like that.
ああ、はいはい、悪かったよ。とりあえず静かにしろって。騒ぐと GPM の連中が寄ってくるだろ。
Yeah, whatever. Just pipe down, will ya? The GPM's gonna find us. I cover my mouth and look around, but no matter how hard I look, I don't see anything strange in sight. Huh, there's nothing going on.
みてえだな。って言っても、この公園は広いしな。単純にこっち側じゃなくて。
Looks like it, but this park's pretty huge. Maybe there's something. Before Ignis could finish his thought, a roar is heard from the center of the park.
やっぱりか。んで、どうする？ここまで来たし、覗いてくか。
Bingo. So what now? You want to check it out? I quietly nod to answer Ignis's question. Does he give you a piggyback ride? Because that'd be cute. I know that she's into a different guy in this route, but it'd still be cute. I hear gunshots and explosions, sounds that aren't normal in these parts, though I've gotten used to them ever since I took over Enchante, which would explain why I didn't hide in fear as soon as I heard any of it. We hide behind the bushes and look to the direction of the commotion. What is that? It's cool. The non-human was so huge that I didn't notice the GPM surrounding it. It looked like the GPM had their sights set on it as they continued to fire their weapons at it. Is it from Bestia?
殴りがいのありそうなやつだな。
Oh, looks like he'll put up a hell of a fight. Ignis looks rather excited as he puts on a smile. As for me, I'm more nervous than excited since I have no idea what's going on. Ugh. I take notice of a familiar face standing among the chaos. He's facing the non-humans with some of the GPM members. I finally found Mr. Rindo. The men are closing in on the surrounded non-human, following the detailed orders given by Mr. Rindo.
よし、今だ。サプレッションの散布を。
Good, now use suppressio. On Mr. Rindo's command, the men fire their weapons. Immediately after, Mr. Rindo tosses a round object towards the non-human. Upon contact, it explodes, dispersing light peak smoke around the area. The smoke drifts so far that it reaches the bushes we're hiding behind.
だよこの煙。くっせえし気持ち
The
悪い。
hell is this? Damn, it reeks. I don't smell anything. That can only mean that whatever Mr. Rindo just tossed out there must have been one of those non-human weapons. I look towards where the grenade was tossed and find the non-human slowly losing its motor functions. Seizing the opportunity, Mr. Rindo quickly closes in on it and...
すまない。
Murder? I'm sorry, that's all I could hear from him. He puts his gun to its head and pulls the trigger. The non-human slowly crumples to the ground. It lands with a loud thud and kicks up dust into the air. The non-human meekly cries out its final roar as if it were calling to someone for help. It stops moving. Seeing the life leave its body, Mr. Rindo slowly lays down his weapon. He turns around to the other GPM
任務終
members.
了。いつものように頼む。
Mission complete. Do you guys mind? Sir. With Mr. Rindo's orders, the GPM men lift the non-human into a container. Immediately after, the GPM go around to the other men. It looks like they're carrying out their own injured men from the front lines. They were moving in formation and very systematically, suggesting they've done this many times before. I'm not sure what to do now. Should I come out and show myself, or should I just keep hiding? As I ponder what to do.
よ、割と動けるじゃねえか、リンド。
Damn, you got some moves, Rindo. Before I could stop Ignis, he steps out and starts up a conversation. Of course, Mr. Rindo looks towards us and fixes his gaze on me.
それに君まで。
Ignis? You too, Leah? I slowly come out of the bushes, a bit embarrassed to be found like this.
そんなところで覗き見かい。危な。まあいや。まあイグニスがいるから平気かもしれないけど、驚いたな。
You two were spying from there? That was dangerous. Well, I guess Ignis would have been okay, but... Oh, we were just walking by when we noticed the GPM outside the park, so... I haphazardly explained. That's exactly what happened. I don't think that matters. As they were there, so which... Mr. Rindo chuckles in disbelief. As for Ignis, he's very vocal about how Mr. Rindo could have done better and how he'd like to challenge him in a fight. Ignis is elbowing him jokingly, but as for me, I'm not really sure what to say, especially with the current situation I'm in.
落ち着かないみたいだけど、さっきの戦闘怖かったかな。
You look a bit nervous. Did that scare you? Fuck you, Rindo. You've been ignoring me for 2 weeks after you told me this little fox is your sister, but like it also craves blood. I have questions and you're refusing to answer them. Do I look... No. Oh, it's just that it looks like the non-human lion was taken away. I can see a large truck driving away from the park. About the non-human, is it dead? I chose my words carefully as I question Mr. Rindo.
麻酔銃は効かなかったし、すでに何人か人を襲っていたからね。
Yeah, our tranquilizers didn't work and it attacked a number of people. I wanted to say something, but I'm not sure how. Mr. Rindo notices my struggling and starts a conversation.
あの子はね、人間界に住んで長い第二種人外なんだ。確かもう30年になるかな。
That kid was a type 2 non-human. He actually lived here among the humans for roughly 30 years. Huh? Mr. Rindo forces a smile as he looks at my surprised
さっ
face.
きのを見た後じゃ信じられないかもしれないけど、普段はおとなしい子猫みたいな姿でね。
I know it's hard to believe after witnessing what happened here, but he was once a quiet little kitten.
あの子が人間界に来たのが 30年前、一人暮らしのおばあさんの家に迷い込み、そのまま猫と勘違いして飼われて。
He came here 30 years ago, wandered into an elderly woman's home where he was adopted into her
人間に
family.
対して温厚だったこともあって、GPM は彼を第二種人外と認定、生還していたんだけど。
He didn't pose any threat, so the GPM classified him as type 2. We kept tabs on him, but
先日、そのおばあさんが亡くなったんだ。
a few days ago, the woman who fostered him passed away.
それからというもの、
Depression, the
あの子は
otome
毎日
game.
おばあさんの散歩コースをうろつくようになって。
Since then, the kid continued the woman's daily routine, walking around town as they used to
雰
together.
囲気が似た人間を見ると襲うようになったんだ。
And the moment he saw someone resembling her, he
最
attacked.
初はもちろん猫がじゃれるようなものだったんだけど、
At first, I think it was to him. Oh, God. Thought it caught me coughing. What the heck? At first, I think all it was to him was roughhousing and playing
で
around.
もおばあさんが一向に見つからないと分かると、日に日に凶暴化していってね。
After finding out the woman was no longer around, he began to get
つ
violent.
いに GPM はあの子を第三種人外として対応せざるを得なくなったんだ。
And sure enough, the GPM had to classify him as a type 3 non-human. Type 3 non-human. Impossible to communicate with, deemed hostile based on their environment behavior.
人外であるあの子には分からなかったんだろうね。人が自分よりずっと早く死ぬものだと。
I assume he didn't know humans have shorter lifespans than many of the other non-humans. Mr. Rindo looks in the direction of the truck drove off. He seems calm and strangely indifferent. It's hard to tell what's really going on inside his head. Poor kitty. Time seems to fly by. Mr. Rindo and I take a seat on a bench after Ignis tells us that we're both don't look too great. As for Ignis, he heads back to the cafe with the groceries so that the meat doesn't spoil. I'm gazing at the GPM members cleaning up around the chaos.
巧妙に悪意を隠している人外もいれば、自覚なく力を振る。そして、そこで振るわれる力というのは、大抵が人の命を絶やす。
It's fine, we don't need the flashback. I recall the strange speech that Mr. Rindo gave me a while ago. Back then, I didn't really understand what he really meant by that. It felt really out of place to me, but now I realize that he was hinting at the potential tragedy that non-humans can bring. I spent a good amount of time with the regulars at Enchante. It made me think I knew and understood the non-humans. I thought I knew everything, but in reality, humans and non-humans are different. I find myself squeezing my own wrist out of reflex. Out of nowhere, a bottle of milk tea is handed to me. Leah. I look up and see Mr. Rindo smiling. Come to think of it, he did say that he was going to the vending machine. Thank you very much. I take the bottle from Mr. Rindo. He sits down next to me.
落ち着いた？
Feeling better? No. Yes, she's a
そ
liar.
っか。ならよかった。
I'm glad to hear that. Mr. Rindo smiles again and takes a sip from his can of coffee. I follow suit and take a gulp of the milk tea he just gave me. It was nice and warm, and the sweetness spread through my body.
偶然とはいえ、少しだけ良かったと思ってるよ。
I know it was by sheer coincidence, but I'm glad you were here.
君に人外という存在の一端を見せることができたから。
You gotta see another side of the non-humans. You're the owner of Enchante. I vaguely hear Mr. Rindo's mumble.
人間と人外が共に歩むこと。
Humans and non-humans in
なんだか
coexistence.
すごく素敵な響きに聞こえるのに、最後は不幸になる例をたくさん見てきたよ。
It sounds like a good idea, but I've seen my fair share of how it can end.
炎の体を持つ人外が愛する人間を抱きしめて焼き尽くしてしまったこと。
I've seen a non-human made of fire who burned his lover alive after trying to comfort her with a hug. Is this going to be my life with Ignis soon?
水の中でしか生きられない人外が人間の友達と一緒に遊ぼうと思ったばかりに池に引きずり込んで殺してしまったこと。
An aquatic non-human wanted to play with his friend and ended up dragging him underwater where he
今回
drowned.
のように人と共に生きた人外が先立たれたことを理解できず相手を探してずっとさまよい続けること。
Unlike what happened here, they don't understand that their beloved died, so they begin to wander aimlessly.
特筆すべきは彼らは決して悪意を持って人間を殺したわけじゃないんだ。
No malice, no callers X of malice, none of that. What's sad is that none of them killed their loved ones out of malice.
ただ自分なりの信頼を表現しようとしたり自分なりの普通を相手に示そうとして
They
その結
simply
果人間を害してしまっただけ。
They simply wanted to show their affection, but it resulted in the death of their innocent human, of these innocent
人
humans.
外にとっては当たり前のことでも人間にとっては異常なこと。
What's normal to non-humans isn't normal to humans.
本来なら誰を恨むべきでもない常識の違いから来る不幸なすれ違い。
No one's really at fault here, just a series of bad misunderstandings.
でもそれが人間と人外の致命的な食い違いなんだ。
But that's the critical difference between humans and non-humans. Mr. Rindo speaks in a calm manner, a bit too calm. It was as if he was hiding his feelings.
ほら
What's normal to non-humans isn't normal to humans. No one really is at fault here. It's a matter of bad misunderstandings. Those were Mr. Rindo's words. I need to ask. Is that what happened to your sister? Mr. Rindo doesn't say a word, but I can tell he's a bit tense now. Is that form of hers from this difference you just brought up? I instinctively grab a hold of Mr. Rindo's arm, sensing that if he leaves, I'll never be able to ask him again. Leah, Rindo, can you please tell me what happened to her? I want to know more about what humans and non-humans really mean to you. I'm so close to him now that I can see his eyes shaking ever so slightly. It was as if he was trying to fight off his anxieties. Mr. Rindo goes deep into thought.
今夜店に行くよ。その時に話そう。
He could also never show up. He could leave town right now. I'll stop by the cafe later tonight. He musters whatever strength he has in him to mumble that in response. I return to Enchante after parting ways with Mr. Rindo. Kyou!
ああこらコロロ触るなってばこぼれるだろ
Hey Kororo, stop it, it's gonna spill. Kyou! Kororo is getting in the way of Karira trying to do something. Strangely enough, it felt good seeing them playful like that together. Thanks for keeping watch, Karira. I'm sorry for being late. By the way, what are you doing?
えってうわもう帰ってきてるし
Huh? Whoa, I didn't know you were back. Karira quickly places something on the counter before hiding it by standing in front.
おうずいぶんかかったじゃねえか。顔色は大丈夫そうだな。
Well, that took forever. You look a bit better now. Sorry you had to carry everything back, Ignis. I feel awful about that. He's strong.
それよりこれ見てみろよ。
Don't worry about it. Anyways, take a look at this.
あちょっとまだそれ途中
I'm not done yet. Ignis quickly moves Karira aside. I look at the counter. It's a root beer float. Oh, a coffee float. Ew, I don't think I've ever had a coffee float before. It looks like Kororo. Oh my god. It's got his horn and little paws. Oh my stars. Is that a coffee float? It's hard to believe, but it looks like Karira was making an iced coffee float all by himself. It's topped with vanilla ice cream and dressed with chocolate to look like Kororo. Wow, it's so cute. I don't recall having any ice in the fridge though. He's an
それ
ice
があっ
fairy.
たんだよね。
That's what you think.
牛乳と生クリームと卵黄と砂糖とバニラエッセンスを混ぜて、あとはカリアが持っていればできるアイスがさ。
All you need is, I think she meant to say ice cream in the fridge, because this is not how you make ice. All you need is milk, cream, egg yolk, sugar, and vanilla espresso blended together and place it on top of Kiria.
カリアは素晴らしいです。あなたにアイスの神の祝福があらんことを。
Yes, Karida is quite splendid. May the gods of ice cream bless you.
いらないよそんな祝福。というか、俺をアイス製造機みたいに言わないでほしいんだけど。
I'd rather be blessed for something else, and more importantly, I'd rather not be compared to an ice cream maker. Huh? Wait, Kirida actually made the ice cream?
まあ一応。コーヒーはミシェルが入れたやつだけど。
Yes, Monsieur made the coffee though. Kirida always helps me serve the coffee here, but I don't recall seeing him ever make anything before. Maybe he was trying to cheer me up after Agnes told him what happened earlier. Thank you, Kiria, Monsieur.
別に俺が運べるメニュー増やそうと思って。これならコロナも食べられるし。
Look, he's blushing. Stop it. I just thought it'd be great to have a new item on the menu. Kororo could enjoy it too. Kororo jumps up and headbutts Kirida in joy, seemingly trying to match Kirida's energy.
Ow!
Kororo is headbutting you too? I always thought Kororo only did that with Ignis.
なんか最近やたらとやられる。
He started doing it to me recently.
コロロもより一層カリアに懐いたのだな。
I suppose Kororo is much closer to Karida now. He has not headbutted me once. Isn't that supposed to be a sign of affection?
パークスの親愛の証だっけ？それにしてはちょっと過激だけどね。
Wasn't that how the Pockets show their affection? Strange way to do it if you ask me.
年中水落ち狙われるこっちはいい迷惑だけどな。
Easy for you to say. Try getting punched in the gut every day. Yeah!
なことよりほら、カリアのフロート飲んでみろよ。メニューにするかどうか確かめてやれよ。
All that aside, why don't you try Karida's float if it's your call whether you put it on the menu? Sure thing. I take a sip of the coffee float. I think you should eat it with a spoon. I'm surprised by how perfect the sweet and bitter blends together. It's so good, this is amazing.
お、マスター試験は合格？やったね。
Huh, so it's owner approved. Sweet.
アイスなら冷凍庫にもまだあるからさ。好きに使ってみてよ。
I have more of the ice cream in the fridge. Do not keep ice cream in the fridge so you can use it to make other things. Kirida scratches his rosy cheeks. He then takes a scoop of ice cream from a storage container and gives it to Kororo. I bet it feels colder and tastier and tastes better with Kirida scooping it and feeding the ice cream to Kororo. Kororo lets out a happy squeal. The ice fairy Kirida and the Pakas Kororo make a great team. But
人間と人外なんだかすごく素敵。
I don't need the... Don't be such a worrywart. Mr. Rindo's words come to mind. If Karida disappeared for some reason, would Kororo attack innocent humans just like the non-human I saw back in the park? To be specific, Karida is also a non-human, but he lives in this world long enough to be called a human. So one day they might have to part ways. And when that happens, who knows what kind of danger that will create for them and everyone around. That may not be the only problem that arises. For example, what if Kororo grows larger and its horn grows just as large and sharp? If that happens, the affectionate headbutt Kororo gives his friends could end up being fatal. Dude, she's just depressing now and I don't like it.
人外にとっては当たり前のことでも、人間にとっては異常なこと。
What's normal to non-humans isn't normal to humans.
本来なら誰を恨むべきでもない。常識の違いから来る不幸なすれ違い。
No one's really at fault here. It's a case of horrible misunderstandings.
でもそれが人間と人外の致命的な食い違いなんだ。
That's a critical difference between humans and non-humans. Monsieur said that humans and non-humans don't look all that different. Mr. Rindo says the differences between humans and non-humans are blatant. I think they are both right in their own ways. So what are my thoughts on it? My life could depend on the subject, but I don't have a solid answer yet. It's just past 10 p.m. I would usually be in my room right now, but I'm out here cleaning things up slowly, slower than usual in hopes of Mr. Rindo showing up. The others returned back to their worlds or simply went back to their rooms. The cafe was empty and the air inside felt much colder than usual. Mr. Rindo did say he'd come during the night, but what happened back there isn't something that could be easily dismissed. For all I know, he may send his usual "I'm busy" text to try and play it off, but I haven't received a text from Mr. Rindo yet. This is getting nerve-wracking. I was the one who wanted to know more, but now I'm scared to talk about it. I keep cleaning the cafe in hopes that I can calm my racing mind when... Welcome.
こんばんは、かわいいマスターさん。まだ店はやってるかな？
Hello there, my dear cafe owner. He said kawaii. He said cute cafe owner. Are you still open for business? We have extended our hours today.
お、今宵は僕のための喫茶店か。なんだか嬉しくなる響きだね。
Which means I can have this place all to myself tonight. Splendid. Mr. Rindo wears his usual calm and collected demeanor as he enters. Seeing him act like his usual does put me at ease. Maybe he's just trying to act normal so that he doesn't put any pressure on me. Mr. Rindo sits down at the counter. I said on the counter, that'd be really...
ひとまずカフェオレでももらおうかな。久々に君のコーヒーが飲みたいよ。
Can I get a cup of coffee a la yachts? I can't. I don't think I've had one recently. Coming right up. I begin to brew the coffee for the cafe a la yacht. Nope, not right. Order. The coffee grinder whirls amidst the silence.
この音に香り。やっぱり落ち着くね。
That sound, that aroma, so peaceful.
たった1週間来なかっただけなのに、店に来るのがだいぶ久々な気がするよ。
It's been a whole week, but it feels like a lifetime since I was last here. I thought you grew tired of the coffee I brew. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I've seen Mr. Rindo from this side of the counter.
まさか。それに仮にコーヒーに飽きたとしても、君に会うために店には来るよ。
Even if I didn't want a cup of your coffee, I'd still come here to see you. You know, that's not much of a compliment. It makes it sound like I'm a terrible cafe owner.
僕は別にいいと思うけどね。
Not quite what I meant by that.
コーヒーの味ももちろん大事だけど、マスターの人柄とか、店の雰囲気とか、どれも同じぐらい大事な要素だよ。
The coffee is important to a cafe, sure, but the atmosphere of the cafe and the owner are just as important, if not more.
ソーアンさんの頃のアンシャンテも好きだったけど、僕は今の方がゆっくりくつろげて好きだよ。
I liked Enchante back when Soen was still around, but it's a lot more relaxed now.
あ、これソーアンさんに聞かれたら怒られるかもしれないけどね。
Soen isn't going to like that if he listens right now. I'm sure he'd be upset. The hot water drips slowly around the freshly ground coffee. There's a bit of lull in our conversation. The dripping gets faster. The sound of dripping of coffee encroaches our moment of silence. Mr. Rindo, what kind of conversation did you have with Grandpa?
そうだな。今の僕が君に話しているような話かな。
I suppose this conversation isn't any different from the ones I've had with him. Which means that you'd playfully tease him like you do me?
俺、心外。君をからかったことなんて一度もないはずだけどな。
That's not fair to say. Not once have I ever playfully teased you. Mr. Rindo shrugs his shoulders and looks at me with a wide smile on his face.
よく説教されてたんだ。もっと人間とちゃんと話せってね。
He used to lecture me a lot, told me to spend time talking to humans. He did.
うん。基本的にソアンさんは何も言わない人だったけど、たまにね。
Yes, Mr. Soan rarely said anything, but he surely knew how to pick his
リン
moments.
ド、相変わらずしけた面してんなとか言われて、仕事以外の近況をさ、聞かれたりしたんだ。
He had noticed when I was tired or when I was feeling down, and he would ask how I was doing with my work.
あの頃の僕は今よりさらに仕事漬けで、きっと視野を広く持てって意味で言ってくれてたんだと思う。
I heard something. I don't know what it was. I was drowning in my work at the time, so I think he said that to help me broaden my view on things.
人外のこともいいが、それ以外のことを考えろ。もっと人生を楽しめってね。
I'm not saying my apartment is haunted in any sense of the meaning, but I swear I just heard something growling outside. It's probably a machine, though. He would tell me to try and focus my attention on other aspects of my life and enjoy it as best I can. He squints his eyes in sorrow. It's as if he's mourning Grandpa, all without saying a word. It's as if Mr. Rindo doesn't feel like he has the right to say anything, all because he's with the GPM and he is here to monitor the cafe.
そんなソアンさんのおかげで、僕はこのアンシャンテを通して、あの人外のみんなと交流できて。
Because of Soan, I was able to make honest connections with the non-humans here at Enchante.
少しずつだけど、ミシェルたちのことも分かって、ここでの時間も楽しくなってきて。
I was able to see things clearer and finally found enjoyment in speaking with Monsieur and the others.
今度はこんな可愛いマスターさんに出会うことができた。
Let's not forget that he also gave me the opportunity to meet the cute owner behind the counter.
だからさ、うまく言えないんだけど、
I'm not sure how to phrase this,
もし
but
僕が GPM を辞めたとしても、この店にはちゃんと来たいんだ。
even if I were to leave the GPM, I'd most likely continue being a patron here.
人外を監視する義務とか関係なく、このアンシャンテの常連と、何よりマスターが好きだからね。
What matters is that I like everyone here, including you, and it takes priority over my job or monitoring the non-humans. Are you sure? Are you going to quit your job? He sounded so confident in what he said that I took it as truth, so I couldn't help but ask to make sure. He quietly shakes
や
his
めら
head.
れないよ。
I can't.
辞めたいと思ったことは何度もあるけど、雫が人外に変わったあの日とかね。
I've thought about leaving before, like when Shizuku turned into a non-human. Ever so naturally, Mr. Rindo touches on the main subject. Your younger sister, her name is Shizuku. Mr. Rindo nods to answer my question.
雫は僕の妹とは思えないくらい真面目な女の子でね。
Shizuku was the complete opposite of me, straightforward and honest. Mr. Rindo gazes at the coffee dripping slowly into the cup.
雫は GPM の開発課で帝の同僚として働いてたんだ。
Shizuku was working with Mikaido at the GPM in the R&D department.
そんな彼女があんな物言わぬ人外の姿になり果てたのは、
The reason she turned into a voiceless non-human is because
僕が妹を
I wasn't
雫を
able to kill Shizuku. I'm sorry, what? Rindo Shizuku, younger sister to Rindo Kaoru. Kaoru? A researcher just like Mikaido who worked in the GPM and R&D department researching non-humans and paranormals. She was the only one I could call family.
兄さん、今日もまた残業？
Kaoru, working overtime again?
ああ、雫か。ちょっとまたトラブルがあってさ。
Huh? Ah, Shizuku. I've got some issues to work through still.
そう。社食があるんだから、プロテインバーなんて食べてないで、夕飯ぐらいきちんと食べなさいよ。
Instead of munching on those granola bars, why don't you grab some real food to eat at the cafeteria?
雫こそ、開発家の連中は不規則の見本市だろ。兄さんは大事な妹が心配だよ。
Same goes for you, Shizuku. Color me concerned. I heard R&D staff don't have time to eat.
心配しなくて平気よ。アキラと毎日一緒に夕飯食べてるもの。
Don't worry about me. I've been going out to dinner with Akira.
アキラって、あの帝アキラっていうか、名前で呼んで。どういうこと
Akira? You mean Akira Mikado? Wait. You call him by his first name? What are you two?
どういうことって。
Do I
そういうことよ。
really need to
じゃ
explain?
あ、先に帰るわ。兄さんも体には気をつけて。
Alright, I'm out of here. Just try to take better care of yourself.
ちょっと雫兄さんに詳しく話を
Wait, Shizuku, what's going on between you two? And she's gone. You see, Shizuku and Makaido, R&D co-workers, were also seeing each other in secret. Shizuku never really relied on me much, mostly due to the age gap between us and that our parents had passed long ago. She was a perfectionist with so many secrets. So when I heard she was seeing Makaido and that they were going out, I was a bit relieved. Makaido is a unique character, but I knew he was a good guy that was capable of showing care. Before I knew it, I began spending a lot of time with those two. We had a lot of fun together. I assumed that's what our future would resemble as well. Unfortunately, I was wrong. And just like that, everything had changed. Shizuku had done something at work that had left a stain on the GPM's record. She was researching for a method to use non-human life forces to rapidly future medical. Further, I can say it. She was researching for a method to use non-human life forces to rapidly further medical advances. But she was so obsessed with the results that she insisted on a particular dangerous experiment. She suffered the effects of the experiment, turning her into a mindless non-human. Blood. Shizuku went on a rampage. She attacked the employees and sucked their bodies dry of blood. She was so dangerous that the GPM immediately categorized her as a Type 3 doomed for extermination. Back then, I was working in the intelligence division and was ordered to stop her. I was able to corner her and was just about to deal the final blow. Maybe it was the adrenaline from fighting. Maybe it was the fear of my own immortality. Or maybe it was just the painful reality of having to kill the one person I could call family. My arm was shaking relentlessly, with every bit of strength left in me. I aimed my gun at Shizuku. Pull the trigger and be done with it. A human turned non-human can't be saved. I knew that well enough. That's why I couldn't let her suffer any longer. I knew that. Shizuku. She was the last of my family. I'm sorry. She was my perfect younger sister. My fingers trembled. I have to kill her. I slowly pulled a...
待ってくれ、リンド
Wait, Rindo.
Mikado.
彼女、雫を殺さないでくれ。殺さずとも。
They have normal hair back then. Just the angle. Don't kill Shizuku. There's still a way to save her. It's not possible. I should tell him off and get this over with. I knew I was calm at that point, but I still wanted to hear Mikado out and find a solution. What's the plan?
人外の細胞を不活性化する薬剤。まだ研究途中の試作品だが、元通りとはいかずとも、きっと
I made a prototype that can suppress non-human cells if it's a work in progress, but it could bring her back to us.
少なくとも凶暴性を抑えることはできるはずだ。
At the very least, it should suppress and control her from going wild.
それに何より、彼女は、そう、貴重なサンプルにもなり得る。
And to be very honest, just be quite rude about it. She'd make an invaluable sample. Please. Please. Don't kill Shizuku. Mikaido's pleas made him look like a researcher who was genuinely concerned with saving her in the interest of science. But I knew how he truly felt deep inside. I knew how much he loved Shizuku. Even if she was a non-human, even if she couldn't be reverted, he wanted her to live. Mikaido's feelings were pure and simple.
GPM に多大な貢献をしてきた開発課課長帝の意見は受け入れられ、雫は人外として
Mikaido's accolades at the GPM granted him the rights to retain Suzuki as a non-human sample.
それから帝が開発した薬を投与。雫は半ば活動停止状態にある形態。
He then injected her with his medicine that safely put her in a comatose state.
クーちゃんとなったんだ。
Which brings us to the coup that you know. It's Q by the way. Ku-chan! Its true identity is a type 2 non-human and Kaoru Rindo's younger sister. She barely ever moves and looks just like a stuffed toy.
植生として人の血をする必要があるが、それも帝が提供することによって現在の形に落ち着くことになった。
She still needs to consume blood to live, but that's currently covered by Mikaido, who feeds her with his own blood.
これが僕の妹のすべて。人間が人外になったあらましさ。
Yeah, it's messed up. Just saying. There you have it. How my sister turned into a non-human. Shizuku Rindo, Rindo's younger sister and Mikaido's lover, she was transformed into Kyu-chan, a non-human incapable of speech. I try my best to digest everything at once. Alright, Lucas, if that really is your real name. But I can't come up with the right words to say. So, what I saw back at the GPM.
雫の食事風景だね。
That was Shizuku having her dinner. Mr. Rindo puts on a warm and gentle smile. Seeing my eyes widen in awe, it was like he finally found solace in it. And that smile again. A sharp pain surges through my heart seeing it. Mr. Rindo smiles like that a lot. A kind and gentle smile like any other. A smile that would make any girl swoon. It's never really bothered me before, but now I finally noticed. Mr. Rindo must use that smile when he's trying to hide his own feelings. His sorrow, his suffering. Or maybe it's to show that he's given up. He smiles like that to push his feelings and thoughts deep inside in order to prevent others from taking notice.
帝が血を与えたのを見たとき、君は空恐ろしいものを感じただろう。
You must have been scared seeing Mikaido feed her his blood.
でも、雫にとって人の血をすることは、人間にとっての呼吸や食事と同じ。
To Shizuku, drinking human blood is no different from humans eating and breathing the
あれ
air.
は彼女なりの生き方に過ぎない。おぞましくとも当たり前の、そんな出来事なんだよ。
That's just how she lives now. Another day in the life to her, existing in the form as best she can. bleak.
人外にとっては当たり前。本来なら誰を。でもそれが。今や僕の妹は人間の血をすすらなければ生きられない体で。
She's only able to survive on that form by drinking the blood of humans.
そのために帝は進んで血を捧げている。
Which is why Mikaido's willing to offer his blood to her.
だけど雫はもう答えることも笑うこともない。言葉を理解する素振りさえない。物を言わない。
But Shizuku thought you were done. My bad. Shizuku can't respond. She can't smile or show any sign she knows what's going on. She's a silent type too now.
これが7年前の事件の救いのない結末だよ。
And that's the tragic story of what happened 7 years ago. He let out a heavy sigh. Mr. Rindo turns his eyes away from me. Silence comes upon the cafe again. His story is so far-fetched that I can't fathom how it could be true. Which is why no matter what I try to say to him, I'm sure it'll come out across as a petty condolence to him. Our relationship isn't strong enough for me to digest and accept his dark past. And to think I was trying to find a way to do something for him. I was so out of my own league.
聞いて楽しい話じゃなかったよね。
That wasn't very fun to hear, was it? But as Mr. Rindo, thank you so much for sharing your story with me. As the owner of Cafe Enchante, and as someone who calls non-humans her friends, the least I can do was listen to what he had to say. I can't let his story stop me. I can't recall what the king of the non-humans, a patron of this cafe, had told me. I can. I decide to get myself involved further. I think I finally know you a bit better, Mr. Rindo. You were trying to warn me of the dangers of humans and non-humans relationships because of your younger sister's fate.
そうだよ。
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Rindo nods and chuckles a bit in self-scorn. It was as if he hated his very existence.
けど、妹のことだけじゃない。言ったように僕は数多くの人間と人外を見てきた。
But it's not just that. Like I said before, I've seen my fair share of humans and non-humans.
友人、恋人、家族になった組み合わせも。
I've seen them come together as friends, lovers, and
だ
families.
けど、その多くは悲劇で終わる。人と人外の違いは必ず歪みとして出る。
But most of them have bad endings.
昔話みたいにね。
Like some stories, human and non-human relationships have their share of tragedies. Princess Kaguya returning to the moon, the Snow Queen turning her love to ice, the Little Mermaid turning into
人
foam.
人間と人外は本来交わるべきではなかったんだ。
Humans and non-humans aren't meant to be together. The only response I could offer him seeing his sorrow-filled eyes was, I don't think so. I remain silent. This could be a bad choice. I'll never know. I remain silent for a bit. I try my best to pick my words carefully to explain my honest thoughts. I don't think so. A simple disagreement to start with. I'm not really sure what I say is something that I should tell Mr. Rindo, but tragedy is just one side of the relationship. Not all relationships between humans and non-humans end in tragedy. First and foremost, tragedy and heartaches occur in human relationships too. History proves that very clearly.
だけど、
But this cafe and the gate brought many of them into my world, my life. I cut off Mr. Rindo's response before he has a chance to finish it. I'm not done. Monsieur Canis Il Ignis. They brought fun and joy into my mundane, stressful life, and it brought you to me, Mr. Rindo. Humans and non-human relationships aren't filled with tragedy. My poor existence in Enchante is proof of that. I look straight into Mr. Rindo's eyes to show how serious I am. Suddenly he begins to laugh.
確かに君の言うことももっともだ。
You're right, that makes a lot of sense. Then, this time he intervenes and begins to speak before I can finish my
で
thought.
もね、やっぱりそれはただの一例。悲劇があることは変わりないんだ。
Tragedy happens all the time, regardless of if it's humans and non-humans. But you're the exception. It doesn't change the fact that tragedy does happen.
とはいえ、君の考えを否定しようとは思わない。君はそのままでいいんだよ。
I have no intention of making you change your mind. In fact, you're good as is. Got it? Yes. I look down. I realized I was supposed to brew coffee with the water in the dripper feeling more like lukewarm than hot in my hands. The damp grinds are completely dry now, and trying to make coffee with it was guaranteed some bitter brew. I'm so sorry I forgot to brew the coffee. I'll make the cafe a lot right away, so if you please wait.
Ne.
Celia. I look up upon hearing my name, only to find Mr. Rindo's face inches from mine. He leans against the counter towards me. I feel nervous with how close he is to me. He has himself bent forward so that his face is on the same level as mine. I think this is the first time I've noticed that his eyes were so clear and beautiful. What is it? My mind is starting to get hazy from the situation, so I look away to pretend to prepare the coffee
一つ
when...
答えてもらえるかな。
Answer me
僕の
this.
こと。
Do you like me? What is with these guys? You guys are too on the nose. You have to be subtle for like 3 chapters at least. Excuse me? Where did that come from? I look at Mr. Rindo, and he doesn't seem to think his question is funny at all. His stern face and eyes are preventing me from looking
直感でいい
away.
んだ。二択で答えて。
It's just a yes or no question. Tell me. When he says like, he means like as a human, right? I mean, not like as a male, right? If so, oh, this is concerning. Is she so dumb? Not as a male, as a human. Does she... She went so far. What is this? Oh my stars. I'm still lost. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Okay. Ooh, what's this game? Well, let me tell you, Sage. This is an otome game, which you should be familiar with because you also watch the animes. It's a choose-your-own love adventure where you play this girl, and there's like 5 different guys you can romance, and then your choices will determine how the story ends and goes. There's good endings and there's bad endings too. I do love me some otome games. I didn't know you played otome games, Sage. I'm just used to you playing D&D these days. I appreciate the...
つまり、二択で言うと
Answer me a yes or a no. Oh my god, he is so... I try to change the subject, but he brings me back by simply asking me to reply one or the other. I guess you could say it's a yes.
そっか。嬉しいな。
I see. Glad to hear that.
じゃあ、ついでにもう一つ。ミシェルとかカヌスとか、ジョーレンズと比べたら、どっちが好きかな
What kind of game is this? This is a tier list? Do we have a tier list going? Okay, well, let me ask one more. Between Monsieur and Canis, who do you like more? Then he goes again. My lips purse as I begin to pout over the question. It's not nice to compare which ones I like over the other. What in the world is this all about? Is there a reason why you're asking me this? I glare at Mr. Rindo from close range and speak my mind.
特に意味はないよ。ただ僕が一番なら嬉しいなって。
It is a tier list. This is a tier list. Nothing out of the ordinary. Just checking to see if I'm your first pick. I'm going to seriously get angry.
ごめんごめん。
My bad. He doesn't know how anxious I was with his questioning. Look, I'm the one who wants the route where they all end up in relationships together. It's just how it goes. There's 5 of them. She'll get 2 days off a week. She'll be fine. How can I compare Monsieur or Canis and everyone else among each other when they're all loyal patrons here? Despite the various relationships bounding us all together, I am the owner and they are my customers. In particular, Monsieur and Mr. Rindo are strangely similar to each other. Both of them treat me like a kid and are overly protective of me. One for each evening and you get weekends off. Exactly, see? They were acting really buddy-buddy at the beginning. This one is a bit different from my other otome games. The prologue was like 8 chapters to get to a route, and then the routes themselves are a little bit shorter. So it really felt like it was like OT5 was an option. Are you guys going to be playing D&D soon? I think I saw that you had it posted on Discord. Yeah, in 4 days. Both of them treat me like a kid and are overly protective of me. Then again, one of them is a king who is more than 1,000 years old. He's more than like 3,000 years old. You're definitely not giving him the right age. Oh yeah, all the people you can date in this except for him. This is the only human, are all creatures of some sort. Yeah. She just gets so mad at him. What's it now? I better not hear another weird question from you. It's not easy finding a response when your questions
今
aren't.
度二人きりでデートしよ
You played last week. Did I miss it then? Oh shoot. Sometimes when you guys start, I'm already at work and I can't play it. On the 27th? What day is that? Let me open my calendar. I have to like be prepared for y'all. Because your streams are long. 27th is a Saturday. Ugh, again, I might be at work during its start, but I might catch the end of it. Let's go out on a date. Oh, where are you going? I think you said you are. I think I saw on the thing. I can't go to the potluck because it's too far away and I work that day. Huh? She really had to think that one through. He's so straightforward. She's gonna literally have someone to date finally. Her life is finally coming together. And so without much, I could say Mr. Rindo went ahead and set a date. We're gonna try for Lou's game this weekend too, but she started a new job, so we're not sure. What? She started a new job? I have to text her then. I haven't seen her since before Christmas. We went and hung out that one day. So we're not sure what we're gonna be doing with her schedule energy yet. That's so fair. Energy is really important. I'll have to bug her. Now I have to bug her and be like, what's this job I heard about? And you didn't text me about it. I'm hoping it's a good one because I know she was getting stressed with her current job. So I'm happy to hear that at least. And so without much, I could say Mr. Rindo went ahead and set a date. She said we could maybe go have dinner sometime if she hangs out with you because you apparently live really close to me. So yes, I need a bugger. I see Mr. Rindo off as he tells me that he's going to meet me here for our date. I replay in my head what he said to me earlier and try to make sense of it. Let's go on a date. She's like, let's go on a date. That's just the thought of it makes me blush. So look at her. She's gonna go on a date. Oh my god, I'm so proud of her. She finally has a guy. What a strange route. This is the most human route we've ever been on. And yet his sister is quite literally I'm gonna go with a kaiju. She's a kaiju. What was Mr. Rindo thinking asking me out on a date like this? It's all so sudden. Going out with someone isn't that unusual. I've gone out with Monsieur, Canis, Il, and Ignis plenty of times. She does not understand what a date is. So I'm pretty much gone out with the Enchante regulars before, but this is a real date, right? At least I got the impression that he was serious about it when he asked. I'm actually surprised we didn't get a CG for that. In any case, I better close up shop already. As I hurry to get the cafe closed, my mind keeps dwelling on what's to come. Suddenly, I hear footsteps and turn around to find someone I wasn't expecting.
やあやあマスターくん、店先にいるとは幸いだ。
Speaking.
お店はまだ営業中だったのかな。
Why, hello there, Leah. Must be my lucky day seeing you outside. Am I too late for a coffee? Mikaido! Well, I was just starting to close up. What brings you here at this hour?
おお、そうだったのか。とはいえ、僕は君自身に用があったのでね。
Oh, I
タイミングとし
see.
てはバッチリだったね。
No worries. I actually came here to see you. Your timing out here is impeccable. What are you getting at? Oh, she went straight to you're sussy.
僕は義理堅
Thank
い
you.
男として通っていてね。プレゼント選びのお礼をしに来たのさ。
I know for my grace, aren't I? What? I'm known for my grace, aren't I? I came here to thank you for your help. Mikaido then whips out something from his coat and pocket. And she still hasn't set up her curing wash. Mikaido, what the heck do you got? It's an octopus holding a laser gun. Obviously, what do you mean, what is this? Mikaido shows his thanks by giving me a wooden doll. I've never seen anything like it before. It kind of looks like some sort of strange alien molded with a cheap stock photo.
これはね、とある人外の作った伝統工芸品だそうでね。
What? This particular doll was crafted by a certain
な
non-human.
んでも魔除けと開運の意味があるそうなんだ。それをぜひ君にあげたくてね。
It's honestly a considerate gift. Is Akira evil? I'm still not sure. It's supposed to ward off evil and bring good fortune, so here, for you. I take the doll in my hand as Mikaido puffs his cheeks and grins widely. I'm not sure where I can put this, but I can't deny his goodwill. Thank you. You have a room. You can put it somewhere.
その説は本当に助かったよ。クーちゃんも喜んでくれたし。ねえ、クーちゃん。
You won't believe how much of a help you were. Q was very appreciative. Isn't that right, Q? Mr. Mikaido looks at Q on his arms and beckons an answer. It doesn't seem like he's changed a bit since I met him. But now I know that Q isn't just a doll. She really is Mr. Rindo's baby sister, a former human who turned into a Type 3 non-human and is now classified as a Type 2 non-human.
どうしたのかね。そんな苦しそうな顔をして。
Is there a problem? You look mighty pale there. Yeah, I wasn't aware I was making a face. She's always making faces. I hurriedly try to hide my expression, but I realize I can't. It's because Mr. Rindo was just here a while
あれ
ago.
そうなのかい。しまった。車で送ってもらえば帰りが楽。
Is that so? Shoot, I should have asked him to take me back. And Mr. Rindo told me all about Q. Suddenly, Mikaido's joyful expression vanishes. His blank, emotionless stare proves it. Mr. Rindo's story is true. Did she doubt it? I heard that Q was a former human. And that she was Rindo's younger sister and your lover. After a brief moment of silence, Mikaido begins to laugh.
ああ、その通りだよ。
Indeed, you're correct. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
謝る必要などないとも。どんな姿になっても、雫は雫だ。僕の愛した女性に。
Yeah, but there's a difference between like when she was a human, you guys would go out and have dinner and you would talk to each other. This thing doesn't talk and it drinks your blood. I mean, it just seems a little bad. It's bad. Just a little, yeah. Why are you sorry? No matter her form, Shizuku is still Shizuku to me and I love her all the same.
本来はそのまま死ぬはずだった雫が生きているだけで、僕は幸せさ。
I'm happy just having Shizuku by my side alive when she was supposed to die.
もちろん、世間一般の恋愛とは全く違うという自覚もある。
Of course, I do know that our romantic relationship is classified as strange by common standards. I hope you do not have a romantic relationship.
職員に異常者だと陰口を叩かれているのも知っているよ。
I also know many of the GPM who talk badly of us behind our backs.
まあ、天才は孤高なものだしね。
Geniuses are often misunderstood, right? Hearing Mikaido talk about Shizuku reminds me of how kids talk about their fantasies. His eyes glimmer with a sparkle of hope, and that brought a sharp pain to my heart.
なあ、
Say Leah.
君もやはり変だと思うかね。
Do you think our relationship is strange? I mean, let's be real. It is a bit strange, but you do you, boo, so I wouldn't say it's strange. I mean, that's the love of your life. She just turned into a monster in front of your eyes, and the best thing you could do is shove her into a doll's body. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Not really. I don't think it's strange. I'm not lying. I mean, yes, it's different from other romantic relationships, but who am I to say? I'm currently living with non-humans here at Enchante. What brings you love and who brings you joy, they can be whatever you want them to be. Mr. Makaido's eyes widen hearing my words.
君は変わっているね。僕たちの状況を見て、聞いて、知った上で、そんな風に言ってくれた人は。
Mind you, you're the strange one here. First off, I just said you were fine. It's the first time anyone said that to me after learning of our relationship. How many people have learned? I'm more concerned about that. He sounds different than usual. I have ice now. Makaido replies very quietly as if he was shaking a bit. I'm walking back from Cafe Enchante. I decided to enjoy the night air with Q on our way home.
リンドも人が悪いな。アンシャンテに行く用事があるなら、僕も誘ってくれればよかったのに。
Rindo is such a jerk. He could have asked me to come with him to Enchante.
でも、こうして二人で夜の散歩。というのも悪くないか。
But I guess taking a walk just you and I is a nice treat.
でも、せっかくなら次は開店している間に来て、カフェデートというのも捨てがたい。
Maybe next time the cafe is open, we can go as a date.
君は意外にも砂糖たっぷりのカフェオレが好きだったからね。初めて見たときは驚いたな。
You're like your cafe aliat with a lot of sugar, right? I was so surprised.
研究というのは頭を使う作業だからね。甘いものが欲しくなるのはよくわかるよ。
Then again, researching and looking through papers does drain the mind. I shouldn't be surprised that you like your drink sweet.
君の影響なのか。おかげで僕も今ではコーヒーに砂糖をこれでもかと入れて
Thanks
し
to
まうよ。
you, I load my coffee with pause of sugar now too.
君が生きていて
Also because I
くれ
need
れ
it
ば
for the glucose.
幸せなのは間違いない。けど、
It's true, I'm happy as long as you're with me alive,
いつ
but
か
one day.
君を人間に戻せたらいいんだけど、なかなかうまくはいかないね。
I'm sorry, I'm having so much trouble trying to get you back to a human form.
おや？誰かと思えば女子くんじゃないか。出迎えご苦労様だ。
I figured that was his end goal. If it isn't my dear assistants, thank you for coming to escort me
来て
back.
出迎えではない。宣告からずっと近くに控えていた。
I didn't come to escort you. I've been with you this whole time. My dear old assistant looks back at Enchante and then towards
先ほ
me.
どの会話について。生きていてくれれば幸せだと、そう言っていたな。
You mentioned that you're happy as long as she's alive and with you, correct?
なんだい盗み聞き？僕とクーちゃんの会話を盗み聞きするなんて趣味が悪いな。
Hey, no eavesdropping. It's not polite to listen in on my conversations with
来
you.
て、先ほどのそれは会話ではない。
No, that wasn't a conversation.
改めて問う。自分には幸せという言葉の定義が不明だが、それは現状に満足しているという意味か。
When you say you're happy, does that mean you're satisfied with the current state of things?
満足。現状に？
Satisfied? Current state of things? I let out a chuckle.
そんなわけ。
Of course not. I look towards Q. I can tell she's breathing and alive just by her warmth, but
本当なら言葉を交わしたい。 彼女の笑顔だって見たい。
I want to talk with her again. I want to see her smile again. You wouldn't believe how perfect her smile was. Which is why I spent the last 7 years in a laboratory to find a way to bring her back to me. But my research hasn't given me many results. I was able to create suppressio, through which can slow non-human movement, among other items useful for the GPM. But he's... Oh wait, did I say wrong? He's devoted. Okay. I mean, you gotta find yourself a guy. I mean, some of our bad endings from Winter's Wish were like that, you know? Like, he's with her forever now, and she's a doll. The result I want hasn't come yet. But there's a difference between wanting her back and being fully aware of who she is right now, which is she is non-verbal, basically, and you're acting like she is. That's where you kind of tip the scale into crazy. It is impossible for me to see your beautiful... Is it impossible for me to see your beautiful smile again? How many times has that question crossed my mind and broken my heart?
彼女がさ、ずっとおとなしい理由ってわかるかい？仮にも大きな事件を起こした人外なのに。
Do you know why she's so quiet right now? Odd, considering the trouble she caused as a non-human, right?
答えは単純。彼女の活動を抑えつける薬を一日も欠かさず投薬しているからさ。
The answer is really simple. I've been injecting her with my suppressant every day.
生きていてほしい。もう一度幸せに笑ってほしい。
He's tricking them into thinking she's a type 2 when she's a type 3? Oh my god.
彼女の自由を奪っているんだ。
I want her to live. My only dream is to see her smile again, and yet I'm taking away her freedom. And sometimes I just want to stop injecting her and get it over with already.
そう状態になったとしてもさ、何も反応を返さない今よりはずっとマシなんじゃないか。
Sometimes I wonder if it's better to see her go on a rampage than having her lifeless like this.
でも雫は加害者だ。無謀な実験で人外化してしまった挙句に。
But Shizuku is the cause of all
数の
this.
職員を殺傷した。
Her experiment turned her into a non-human, and it took the lives of innocent people. If Shizuku can regain consciousness, she'll probably want to repent for what she's done. The person I love is smart and kind. She also has a strong sense of justice. Which is why I need to restrain myself. Stopping the injections will only prolong Shizuku's suffering. I also have to keep the promise I made to Rindo. I can't break my promise with him after he spared her life at the very last moment.
僕のわがままで解放などできない。リンドにも申し訳が立たないから。
I can't let her go free just because I want to see her live again. I need to keep my promise to Rindo.
そうか。
I see. Well, now he doesn't seem very interested despite having started this conversation. He's holding a cell phone in his hand.
上層部から連絡があった。帝明の今までの功績を考慮した結果、昇進の話が出ているそうだ。
I received a message from management. They are planning on promoting you for the achievements you've made thus far. Promotion? I'm honestly not that interested. I really don't care whether they promote me or not. But if I do get promoted, I'll have the seniority to do what I want, such as work on getting Shizuku back.
まあ、偉くなれば予算も資料も引き出しやすくなるもんね。
I guess the promotion will help me get a bit more funds for my projects.
では、昇進については肯定ということで良いか。
Very well. Can I assume you accept the promotion? I think for a while. I heard that climbing the corporate ladder only means more work to handle. But the GPM wouldn't be where they are today without the inventions I've created, which means they probably need me to stay on my projects. If they ever try to move me out, I'll just throw another fit. They can't handle tantrums at the GPM. I only have one goal in my life, Akira Mikaido. His real age is 29, a scientist who conducts research every passing day despite his agony. Sorry to hiccup. His agony of trying to change his love Shizuku back into a normal human again. But I'm stuck in limbo trying to attain that goal now. If so, then maybe this promotion is a good thing to me.
そうだね。うん。昇進の話、受けるよ。
Sorry for the wait. Sure, I'll take the promotion. All for Q. All for Shizuku. As long as he's dedicated, that's all that really matters. Sometimes that's all you need. So many tiny ices. Let's go on a date. 4th time. A few days have passed since Mr. Rindo's sudden invitation. And now I'm sitting in the passenger seat in Mr. Rindo's car. How's he dressed? Is he in a suit or is he wearing casual clothes? I can't stop myself from looking at Mr. Rindo driving the car. He's in casual clothes. It's better in casual clothes. Yeah. My sister agreed that he didn't look good in his other outfit. Anyways, it isn't so hard for me to strike up a conversation when we're at Enchante, but I can't seem to get myself to talk to him. That's why you ask 20 questions. That way there's never a moment of silence. This feels so weird.
おや、ガチガチじゃないか。リラックス、リラックス。
You look a little tense there. Just sit back and relax. But it does feel a bit awkward sitting here like this. I mean, being with you is...
デートだから?
Is it because we're on a date?
そんな睨まないでほしいな。
I think she made the pouty face the most in any routes.
笑顔、笑顔。
No need to glare at me like that. Just smile, enjoy the ride. A date. That word coming out of Mr. Rindo is a very reason why I'm like this. Mind you, I am a girl. It just feels really weird to be with him on a date like this. Not to mention, his serious tone back then isn't helping.
今度二人きり。
I don't need the flashback. I remember. That was 2 days ago. I felt like I wasn't getting the full story. Then again, he was looking straight into my eyes. I doubt any girl can refuse such a sweet smile so close to your face. Well, he is a lot older, so maybe he just said it without much thought of this being a date. It is a pretty big deal to me, though. It's such a big deal that I kept trying to find the perfect clothes to wear today. Are you wearing the same outfit you're always wearing? Don't say that. But wearing something special for today felt like I was looking too forward to it, so I ended up wearing my everyday clothes. Thought so. But...
今日のネイル、かわいいね。
Your nails look cute today. I felt my heart jump as he took notice of the one part that I figured I should prep for today.
ああ、そうだ。今更なんだけど。
That's right. Sorry to ask, but... Oh, what is it?
そんな風に可愛くして、あの物騒なお父さんたちに心配されなかった？
Didn't any of your guardians question why you dressed up so cute today?
根掘り葉掘り聞かれた上で、反対されるんじゃないかなとも思ってたけど。
I wouldn't have thought they'd interrogate you and forbid you from going out like this. Well, I let out a chuckle. To be honest, they did sort of interrogate me.
はい、これ俺からのプレゼント。
Here, Leah, a gift from you to me. A personal alarm?
そりゃもちろん林道対策。襲われたら迷わず押すこと。即座に林道を塵に変えてみせるよ。
It's for your protection with Rindo. If he does anything strange, press it. I'll be there in a flash for the beatdown. That's a bit aggressive, isn't it?
というより、わざわざ襲わせる必要はないかと。やられる前に型をつければ解決では？
Mind you, I suggest you simply off him before he has the chance to lay a hand on you.
なら、証拠隠滅は俺がやってやるよ。 ベスティアに捨ててきてやる。
Sounds like a plan. I can cover our asses easily. I'll just toss his body in Bestia. I don't like where this is headed.
妥協案ならば、我が護衛につくという方法もあるぞ。鎧を覆い隠していけばバレぬはずだ。
I can go with you as a compromise to their plan. I just need to cover my armor with something. I'd actually freak out if I found you following me like that. There you have it. They were willing to let me leave on my own in the end.
ひどい言われようだ。まあそれだけ君のことが心配なんだろうけどね。
They don't. I'm glad they trust me, but I guess it goes to show how much they care about you. But their care is more like treating me like some kind of kid. They were like overly cautious parents trying to warn their child of all the threats in the world before the first day of school.
子供じゃないからこそ心配されてるのかもしれないけどね。
I think they're worried about you because you aren't a kid. Huh?
なんでもないよ。さて、そろそろ目的地も近いし、降りる準備をしてくれるかな。
Disregard that. Now then, we're just around the corner from our destination. Huh? Really? Come to think of it, I don't even know where we are headed yet.
あれ？ごめん。てっきり伝えたものだとばかり。
I didn't tell you. Sorry about that. Actually, I just had a thought. I'm not loading. I just want to see my loads. Honest had 3 chapters. Am I reading that right? Does this only have 3 chapters? Are we on the last chapter? I didn't tell you. Sorry about that. So where are we going? Where are we going?
そうだな。逆に聞くけど、君はどこに行くと思う？
Let me ask you, where do you think we're headed? All right, well, let's see. We've gone to 2 restaurants on dates with him already. We know there is a aquarium. We just never saw the inside of it. So it could be an aquarium. What if it's just his house? Ooh, that's weird, right? That's a weird place to take someone on a first date. It could be a park, but we've seen parks, so it's not special. What if he just takes us straight up to the GPM building and we're now experimented on? That'd be hilarious. I can't think of anywhere else, so I'm at a loss. Where do you think we're headed? Mr. Rindo let out a childish smile as we make a turn. I bet he's purposely trying to hide where we're headed. I wonder where we're going. Ooh, I get choices. Okay. I mean, it's early. We've gone to restaurants multiple times. We've done casual driving, a theme park. Where would he take me? I'm not sure since I haven't gone on many dates before. How many dates have I been on? Go on, tell me.
そういう時は自分ならどうするかって考えてみると答えを見つけやすいかもね。
When you're stumped, it's usually helpful to think that you would do personally. Then maybe a theme park, like we would just spend our time there, people watching and going on rides.
なるほど。そういうのが好きなのか。これはしっかり次回に役立てないとね。
Oh, that's good to know you like that. That's a great option for our next date. What? You tricked me into telling you that.
でも残念ながら今日はそういう場所じゃなくてね。
Unfortunately, we're going someplace different today.
おっと、もう着くから自分の目で確かめてみてくれるかな。
We're almost there. Why don't you check it out yourself? Where are we going? That was my stomach growling. I anxiously waited for another 5 or so minutes before we finally arrived.
到着。車を降りたらエレベーターで上がるからね。
We're here. Also, this is very clearly obviously not just a drive because we got out of a car. So that was obviously not the option. So is this just a restaurant then? Do you just take me to another restaurant? We've gone on 3 dates to restaurants now. And we're here. Once you get out, we'll need to ride the elevator to the top. Huh? Where are we? We took the elevator to the top floor. then walk down a lavish-looking hallway that leads me to a door. Inside a white-walled room. Are we at his house? Like I joked? The room is minimalistic in its decor, a sofa, some plants to color the room, not much else. Could this place be...
では改めて、我が家へようこそ。
I joked because you probably shouldn't have your first date at someone's house. That has implications. Without further ado, welcome to my home, Leah. Huh? You live here? According to Mr. Rindo, he lives in this luxury apartment, which is located only 15 minutes from the GPM headquarters. I can see the business building around Shinjuku from here. I bet this place is really expensive.
住み心地が良くてね。と言っても普段は寝に帰るぐらいなんだけど。
Then why even live there at all? This place is really convenient. Only problem is that I only use this place as a room to sleep in. The train station is nearby too. This is a really nice place. But why did you bring me here? I thought we were on a date.
ああ、うん。要するに、おうちデートってやつ。
Ah, well, it's a date in my home. A home date. This is something I've never expected to experience in my life.
行楽地に行くのもいいけど、のんびりするのもいいかなって。
Oh, is he an introvert? I get it now. I get it. I figured it'd be nice to just cozy here instead of running around outside. I see.
とりあえず座ってて、飲み物入れてくるよ。お任せでいいかな？
Why don't you take a seat? I'll get you something to drink. What would you like? I'm fine with whatever. He's gonna bring you a bourbon. I go ahead and take a seat on his sofa. There isn't much for me to do now because he doesn't have a TV. I simply sit and look around the room like a curious kitten. This place is so huge. That's about all I can think of. Come to think of it, besides Ilankanis, I think this is the first time. Oh wait. No, we didn't go to Kanis' room, except for his route. I stepped into a guy's room. On top of that, I'm here on a date with a bachelor. Now that I've had some time to digest the situation, wait a second, this is really awkward.
もしかして余計に緊張しちゃった？
Did I make you nervous bringing you here? Huh? A reply comes from the kitchen to respond to my words that spilled out from me. She just keeps like speaking when she shouldn't. I hurriedly nod in the empty room. Yes, I mean, I know this is your place, but I'm intruding in your home.
そうか。言っても難しいかもしれないけど、自由にくつろいでくれて構わないからね。
I see. I know it may not feel natural, but try to relax as if you were home. This looks like a hotel room. There's no pictures on the wall. I know he means well, but it really isn't helping. I don't have anything to do, so I'm just kind of bored, but I can't just wander around the place. What you're saying is he should have offered you a puzzle. That's fine for a home date. I decide to imagine how Mr. Rindo spends his time here. He's done with work and comes home. He takes his suit off over there. He washes his hands and grabs a small bite before sitting down on the sofa. And that's right, I'm sitting on his sofa now. This is a lot more embarrassing than I thought. I then began to notice something odd about the place, or rather his home. This room is too clean, it's like a showroom. I'm not sure if I'm looking at this right, but I don't see anything here that represents Mr. Rindo as a person. I wonder what Mr. Rindo does in his spare time. I guess it's entirely possible that he's a minimalist and likes his place sparkling clean. Based on what I know, I think he enjoys driving, or maybe he likes watching movies. He probably reads a lot of books. Where are the books? Show me the books he likes to read. Honestly, it's so much easier to read Il's room than this place. I room also looks more like Il's room, actually. Monsieur also said that Mr. Rindo keeps secrets, so I doubt that the others know about this place. Grandpa must have known this place. Mr. Rindo comes back from the kitchen as I continue eyeing his home curiously.
はい、どうぞ。今日はコーヒーじゃなくて紅茶にしてみました。君のお口に合えばいいんだけど。
Here you go. I got you a cup of tea instead of coffee. I hope you like it. Thank you. As I lift my cup to take a sip, I decide to ask him what's been on my mind. Mr. Rindo, your house is so clean. It's almost like you haven't used this place. He literally said he just sleeps here. Mr. Rindo nods.
ああ、もともと物が少ないから。それに、今日は僕が出た後、掃除を頼んでおいたからね。
I didn't have much to begin with. I also requested the place to be cleaned before arrived. I didn't have much to begin with. I requested the place be cleaned before arriving. You requested cleaning? Is he talking about a housekeeper? Then suddenly... Huh! I hear a voice coming from another room. I freeze in place.
ああ、噂をすればなんとやらだ。紹介するからちょっと待ってて。
What timing? I'll introduce you. Just give me a second. I'm concerned for her. My mind starts racing once I see Mr. Rindo in... My mind starts racing once I see Mr. Rindo go into the other room, clean, introduce. I'm sure I heard a voice. The voice was high-pitched, which means it's a non-human. I shouldn't let it get to me, but I look at the room expecting a girl to appear. I'm interested in his lifestyle, but unlike the others I live with, I don't know anything about his daily life. I simply thought he was a single man when I came here, but I haven't really confirmed for a fact whether Mr. Rindo really is single or not. Could it be? I'm not sure it's a right comparison, but Makaido did have a girlfriend. So maybe Mr. Rindo has one too. I recall he didn't really say much when I asked him whether he was popular with the girls back when we talked and walked.
お待たせ。紹介するよ。
Thank you for waiting. Let me introduce you. Yes. I jump at his appearance. I stand up from the sofa and quickly turn around to find... Oh, Lady Leah, it's been a while since we last met. Huh! You're the one from Amasaki Island. A familiar figure jumps on to me upon recognizing who I am. It's that non-human from the island, Akure. Why is Akure here? No, wait. I slowly turn my head towards Mr. Rindo, standing next to me as I try to wrap my head around all of this. Who is he, she? Is she your wife?
どういう思考でその結論に
Where the hell did that come from? Wife? Indeed, you are correct. After all, I have done an excellent job tending and caring to his home.
違うから、勝手に僕と結婚しないで。
Stop it right there. Don't make me out to be a married man. According to Mr. Rindo, the incident that occurred at Amasaki Island was so huge that he needed to explain to others what happened. So he had one of the kure come with him to help with the explanation. Are you taking it back? He was planning on having him stay at the GPM, but he wasn't let in due to his circumstances. So Mr. Rindo's housed and cared for him until the GPM correspondence concluded. Unbelievable. I guess that makes sense. Yes, and here I am now. So this isn't a date. I just swallowed ice. That was not. I wanted to also give my thanks to you, Lady Leah, so I asked Rindo to bring you here. So the reason why you're having a date here is so that I could meet him in person. I look towards Mr. Rindo only to find he is staring back at me.
僕としては純粋にデートをしたかった気持ちもあるんだけど、
I actually did want this to be a real date, but
いくら親しくても男の家に二人きりっていうのはさすがに怖いかと思ってさ。
because of the implications, I figured it's not a good idea to invite you here alone.
だからこの子がいてくれる今なら君の緊張も和らぐだろうし、彼もお礼が言えるし。
So I figured it'd be best to bring him here so that he has a chance to thank you. Or you could have taken him to the cafe because she wasn't the only one who helped him. But it wouldn't have hurt for you to just tell me that.
ん？そこはほら、僕の誘いに君がどんな反応をしてくれるか、やっぱり気になるからさ。
I did want to see how you'd react to the date part. He smiles at me childishly as if he was enjoying this wild ride. I guess the way he can laugh off what's going on is what makes him who he is.
しかしこうして再会し、改めてお礼が言えて感激であります。
I must say I'm so honored that I have had a chance to meet you again.
この時助けてもらわねば、きっと我らは全滅していたであります。
Our race would have been wiped out if it wasn't for your help. Thank you so very much. He extends his shivering hand to me for a handshake. I extend my pointer finger in response. You're welcome. He grabs my finger and shakes his hand vigorously. How are the other cuties doing?
事件後はもうホールが開くこともなく、皆集落に戻って暮らしているであります。
Doing great. We've returned to our home since the wormhole's gone now.
島は平和そのものでありますよ。
Amasaki Island is back to its peaceful state. That's good to hear. I heard how things were going from Mr. Rindo, but I was worried since my parents' home was around there too. So I know it's odd to ask now, but can I get your name? Not knowing his name was a bit inconvenient, but he simply shakes his head in response. I don't have one. Really?
彼らは特にこう区別しないらしくてね。でも名前がないのも不便だから GPM ではナンバリングさせてもらってるよ。
A numbering system, you say. They don't identify themselves by names. It's a little hard to keep track of them, so we simply codename them at the GPM. Codename. Makes them sound like they're lab rats. So what's his code name?
10番だね。
It's Code 10. Code 10. Can I call you 10 then?
ああ、なるほど。10だから10ちゃんね。
I see. Get rid of the code and keep it as 10. You better not think that it's cliche or something, Mr. Rindo. I recall his reaction back when Kororo was named.
そんなこと言わないよ。10ちゃん。いい名前じゃないか。
I have nothing to say. 10 is a nice name for him.
はい、自分は気に入ったであります。
Indeed, it has a nice ring to it. Really? Well, good to know. It's a relief knowing he likes his name. I let out a sigh of relief to which Mr. Rindo clasped his hands together.
あ、お茶冷めちゃったかな。他にも話したいことがあるし。
The tea has gone cold that fast. That's dangerous. The tea must have gone cold. Why don't I get a fresh cup ready? There's more that we have to talk about.
リンド、自分はホットワインが飲みたいであります。
Rindo, I'd like some hot wine. A alcoholic beverage made by fermenting grape juice. However, a cafe cannot legally serve alcohol without a full restaurant business permit. Why? That doesn't match.
グルメだな。了解。
Aren't you fancy? Sure thing. Mr. Rindo reaches down to clear the table of the cold tea. Do you mind if I help? He gladly accepts my offer. This is much better than me simply sitting here doing nothing. There's the wine. I step into the kitchen area, and it is somewhat spectacular. The kitchen is breathtaking as expected from this place, but there's nothing here. The kitchen is very spacious, but that only made it easier to notice how barren it is. No spices, no dishes, no nothing. I don't see any pots, pans, knives, plates, anything. How do you cook with nothing in here?
食事は基本外で済ませてるから。それこそ君のお店とかさ。
I usually just eat outside, like when I go to your cafe. But what if you want to eat at home, like maybe breakfast?
そういう時は我慢して寝るし、朝はいつも面倒だから食べてないね。
I just go to sleep. I'm not much of a breakfast person anyways. Really? I always saw Mr. Rindo as a well-organized adult, but this is unexpected.
忙しい時は
He's not married for a
一日
reason.
何も食べなかったり、栄養ドリンクとかで済ませちゃうかな。今日も朝はゼリーだったし。
If I'm busy, I usually go without eating or taking a drink supplement. I even had one this morning.
ああ、でも料理ができないわけじゃないよ。昔結構料理に熱があった時期があってさ。
Trying to curl
普
my
通より
legs.
はうまいって自覚はあるんだ。
I'm too close to the desk. Alright. I know how to cook. I used to spend a lot of time cooking, so I might be better than most other cooks. Huh. He knows how to cook, but he chooses not to. Definitely not something I'd do. Eating outside is good, but I think food you prepare for yourself is more enjoyable since you know how you like it.
まあそれもわかるけどね。僕は意外とズボラなんだよ。
I hear what you're saying, but I'm kind of lazy, you know? Same. Mr. Rindo brings out a can of fresh tea leaves. He suddenly stops moving.
そうだ。あと1時間もしないでお昼になるし。
I know, it's not for another
昼
hour.
ご飯一緒に作ろうか。
But why don't we make lunch today? Are we out during breakfast hours? What's happening? And so, now I'm out with Mr. Rindo buying food and cooking utensils for our lunch,
こ
but
ちらのデザイン実はペアものでしてカップルさんにとってもおすすめですよ。
if you buy this, you'll get another piece free. Perfect for
お
couples.
二人いかがですか？
I think it'll be perfect for you too. Couple?
へえ、そうなんですか。じゃあこのペアのデザインのやつ、せっかくなんでお願いします。
I see. I'm sold. I have to get the matching pair of these then.
ありがとうございます。
My pleasure. Mr. Rindo isn't denying we're a couple. Well, correcting the salesperson of our relationship isn't going to change anything, but I can't believe the salesperson's words didn't faze him at all. Pretty awkward if you ask me. I sneak a peek at his face, but he looks calm as usual. Maybe it's just me getting caught up with the small details, or maybe it's because he's an adult. And you're not. The very fact that I'm bothered by his reaction and how he keeps his cool is so frustrating.
何か言った？
Did you say something? Not at all. I mean, the age gap between us is pretty huge, but we still look like a couple to others. I tilt my head as I keep thinking about it. This isn't even a CG. This is a cheat if they call this a CG. This is just their normal character designs. I take notice of a mirror in the shop that reflects us standing together. The salesperson is wrapping the dishes. Mr. Rindo is talking to him casually. I'm standing there looking at the mirror. I can tell through the reflection that we aren't the same age, but he doesn't look like my father or brother. Of course, we don't look alike, but Mr. Rindo's youthful appearance is probably why we don't look related. Particularly, he's wearing his hair down and he's dressed casual, which is making him look way younger than expected. I guess I can't blame the salesperson for mistaking us for a couple. I wonder if Mr. Rindo thoughts are being mistaken as a couple. Folks like Monsieur and the other non-humans have lived decades. That's not right. They probably don't even count exactly how old they are already. Mr. Rindo is a human. Maybe he sees me as a kid or even his younger sister. This is so weird. I can't seem to explain the stuffy feeling I'm overcome with. I'm stuck wondering what this feeling is that's pulsing within me.
よし、次は食材だね。
Alright, next up, food. Oh yes. Before I knew it, Mr. Rindo has finished paying for the dishes and beckons me to follow him outside. Did the same thing earlier. I look back at the mirror behind me. I see Mr. Rindo and myself. I feel a subtle yet sharp pain run through me. Why? It's close Now close to lunchtime, we've finished buying all the groceries and supplies we need to start cooking. We're now ready to cook. This looks more like breakfast. Mr. Rindo, that's quite something. I look at his cooking skills as I work on some of my ingredients. He's a lot more skilled than I thought he would be.
ああ、料理ができる男はモテるとか思ってた頃があってね。
Well, there was a time when I was convinced guys who knew how to cook can get girls.
僕としては青臭い過去の副産物なんだけど、君に褒めてもらえるならよかった。
I'd rather not think back on how I used to see things, but I'm happy you appreciate my cooking. He continued talking idly as the preparations continued.
胡椒取ってもらえる？
Can you hand me the pepper? Here you go.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Seeing his warm smile is making me smile too.
どうかした？
What is it? Nothing, I just thought you looked like you're having fun. He shrugs as if doesn't notice himself as oh my gosh, I can speak. I have this power. Words can come. He shrugs as if he doesn't notice it himself as he works on the recipe. See, I did it.
まあ、今日はさ、特別だよ。やっぱり作る相手がいるいないじゃ、やる気も変わってくるしね。
Today is special. It's a lot different when we have someone to cook with you. Someone? Oh, you mean me. First off, you didn't even have these utensils until today.
もちろん。
Of course. It's great to hear that from him. That said, I doubt he means anything by it. But hearing him say special, it makes it hard for me not... It's making it hard for me not to hold back my smile. Oh. Rindo, can I get some meats with that hot wine?
はいはい。それじゃあ追加でカルパッチョでも作ろうか。
Coming, now we should get working on the carpaccio. Carpaccio? He opens the olive oil we just bought, and before I knew it, the carpaccio is done. I'm starting to think that Mr. Rindo is a better cook than I am. I'm anxious knowing he's a better cook than me, not just as a person, but as a cook at Enchante. Then again, seeing Mr. Rindo having fun cooking is bringing a smile to my face. Keep in mind, he's in his 40s and you're not even 20 yet. So, I mean, once you're his age, maybe you'll be as good as a cook as he is. Give yourself some time. Ooh. Soon after, we finished our lunch and now we're sipping on our drinks as we begin talking amongst ourselves. Before we knew it, it's getting dark outside.
いいな。なんだか久しぶりにのんびりした休日って感じだよ。
What a day. I feel like I haven't been this relaxed in ages. Same here.
そんなの気にしないで。だってほら、そこにくつろぐどころじゃないのが約1名。
I'm glad you look relaxed now. And look, we got someone maybe too relaxed there. What a wonderful day. Maybe it's just me, but Ted looks kind of drunk. I am most definitely not drunk. He sounds like the gingerbread man. Oh boy, yep, he's drunk, all right.
まあ、昼ご飯の時からずっとワイン飲み続けてるもんね。
What can you expect? He's been slamming wine since lunchtime. I'd like to lie down now. The gyroids looking figure looks like it's saluting. Yeah, they look like they're always shaking too. I literally described that in the upload for that chapter as them as gyroids because like this is a gyroid. This is an Animal Crossing little thing I put in front of my house. I think in my DS version of the game I had like a whole room with them in it, if I remember correctly. You couldn't even walk in there, I had so many. I hear snoring coming from 10 the moment he hits the sofa. That was quick.
まったく、酒癖の悪いドキなんて悪い冗談だな。
I never
ちょっと
thought
寝
I'd
室に運ん
live
でくるよ。
to see the day a clay doll got drunk. I'll take him to the bedroom. Well, let me clean up the table
あ
then.
あ、うん、ありがとう。
Will you then? Thanks. Yeah, I'll be helpful. Look at me. We have a lot of things in the kitchen now. Aside from the dishes, I'm washing the place. The place is filled with various spices and ingredients, plates and utensils. That was fun. I whispered to myself. We went shopping together and cooked ourselves a nice lunch. It didn't matter that the date was centered around 10 and I meeting. Yep, it was fun. She keeps talking to herself. I recall the lunch we had today as I continue washing the dishes. Mr. Rindo scooped the rice into Ten's bowl. Mr. Rindo cleaned up the water Ten spilled too. It was almost like a father who was taking care of his son's messes. I wouldn't be surprised seeing a kid riding on Mr. Rindo's shoulders. I can't help but smile at the thought of that. I pause for a bit as I think about something I forgot from earlier because of Ten's appearance. I wonder if Mr. Rindo has a girlfriend. Based on what I know so far, I doubt he's married, but I'm not sure about the girlfriend part. Not that I can ask him straight to his face. I wonder if Rindo is going out with someone.
あれ、言ってなかったっけ?
Oh, I didn't tell you? Huh? What? I jump back awkwardly as I completely catches me off guard. It's really interesting how each route has like a different thing. Like she doesn't talk to herself in any of Conus's route. Like there was never a, oh, I just heard her say this to herself kind of moment. It's happened so much in this one.
そんなに驚かなくても。皿洗い終わっちゃった?
Did I scare you? Are you done with the dishes? Yes, not that there were many to wash. After giving my thanks for today, I sit on the sofa. At the same time, Mr. Rindo takes a seat. So is Ten asleep now? I try to avert attention away from what I mumbled by trying to change the subject.
熟睡だね。飲んでたのもあるけど、君が来てくれてはしゃいでたからね。
Sound asleep, alright. I suppose his day drinking and your company did the trick. Glad I could help.
それで、今僕に付き合っている人がいないかだっけ?
So you were saying something about me going out with someone, right? Mr. Rindo isn't going to just let that slide, huh? Well, we don't need to talk about it.
ごめん。でも一応言っておくと、今特にいないよ。
Don't worry about it. Just for the record, though, I don't have a
雫
girlfriend.
のこともあるしね。なんとなく、そんな気になれなくて。
Well, that's a bummer. Don't say that. That's the opposite of what I want you to say. Not to mention, I have other things on my mind, like Shizuku. You know, she's trapped in that monster skin. Oh. My heart skips hearing Shizuku's name. The last time you brought up her name was when we were talking about her a few days ago, right before he asked me on this date, I might add. His younger sister turned into a non-human and he was this close to putting her down. I can only imagine how emotionally scarred he is from such a traumatic experience. 7 years ago, when you were 12, by the way, it probably changed his entire life. Oh, is that why this place is so empty? Maybe he lost all interest in material things because he's constantly thinking about her. No, my speculation is probably way off base. In any case, I'm sure he feels stuck in time and hasn't been able to move on. She's making a lot of assumptions about this guy. And that applies to Makaido too.
でも、そうだな、彼女か。君がそうだったら、きっと嬉しいよね。
Girlfriend. I wouldn't mind if you were my girlfriend, Leah. Mr. Rindo stares at me and laughs. I think he's trying to lift our spirits. It's as if he's trying to hide his
どうか
feelings.
な、おじさんと付き合うとか、なんて。
When you say things like that, it makes it harder to accept, Rindo. How about it? How'd you like to go study with an old-timer like me? Can't do anything for him. I had no involvement in what had happened, But why? Why am I so irritated and angry? That would explain why I'm going to say if I said yes in reply to what you asked, then what? I looked straight into his eyes.
Uh,
What? You prob you probably didn't expect me to say that. Unlike the usual Mr. Rindo, he's just sitting there frozen with his mouth open. Wait, why do I have a cold sweat? What in the world did I say? I know it was by impulse, but this is so embarrassing. I want to scream and take back what I said, but that will only make my blushing worse. I decide to scream inside my head instead of out loud this time, while holding a calm and serene front as I keep looking at him. Mr. Rindo breaks the silence.
あ、それは、
Well, you
え
know,
っと、嬉しい。
good to hear. That was unexpected. Look, you got a girlfriend now. Was my usual if I was my usual self, I most likely say that Monsieur would be angry hearing what he said, but
今日一日で随分調理器具が増えたよね。
hey, we brought a lot of kitchen stuff, didn't we? You're absolutely right. I nod and let out a sigh of relief hearing Mr. Rindo change the subject forcefully. He just kept buying things without a single thought. It was very surprising.
そうかな。
You really think so? Yes, I do. The clay pot you brought was pretty
普段
pricey.
買い物もしないからね。途中で楽しくなっちゃったのはあるかもしれない。
I don't shop too often. I guess I was just having fun while I had the chance. They literally just dodged that bullet together, huh? Then again, thank you for buying all of them. They all came in handy making those great meals today.
こちらこそ、お粗末様でした。
No problem at all. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Mr. Rindo smiles and nods hearing my reply.
けど、せっかく買ったのに使わないのももったいないし、たまには料理でもしようかな。
I should cook more often so none of these purchases go to waste. You should. Your cooking was absolutely wonderful, Mr. Rindo. In particular, I wouldn't mind having the akue piazza you made again. Gonna Google that one later. I bring out the dish that stood out from the meal he made, to which his eyes widen. I start to blush, understanding what it seemed to have implied with my response. Again, Mr. Rindo simply responds like he usually does. He lets out a broad and bright smile.
そんなに気に入ってくれるなら、たまに料理するのも悪くないね。
I see. I guess all that cooking I did before didn't go to waste.
君の喜ぶ顔を見てると僕も嬉しいし。
Seeing you happy makes me happy
それ
too.
じゃあ、君がまた来てくれた時のために、いろいろと買い足しておくよ。
I better buy some extra supplies just in case you happen to stop by again. Unless I have the GPS on my phone, I don't know where we are. I'm being perfectly honest with you. They stayed until nighttime? I thought he was going to take her home. Time continues to pass, and before I knew it, the evening sky has gone completely dark. Why is she here? All I'm doing now is looking up at the night sky, marveling in its brilliance amid the room's darkness. As for Mr. Rindo, he went into another room, simply stating he'd be right back with something. I figure I should sit tight to find out what that something is.
夜景、綺麗なもんだよね。こればっかりは高い家賃に見合ってるよ。
Pretty, ain't it? The view from up here was worth the cost of this place. Mr. Rindo. I look up at him to see him holding in his hand a letter. It's from Grandpa. I could tell immediately by the handwriting to Mr. Rindo.
そう。スワンさんが亡くなる時に僕に宛てて残してくれた手紙。
Dude, we are in the middle of a date. Now is not the right time to give me this letter. I'm just gonna say it right now. It's a letter Soron gave me before he left us. He urges me to read it. I slowly unfold the letter. To Rindo. What was written after that was Grandpa I've known my whole life. He tells Mr. Rindo to eat healthy when he's not eating at Enchante. He says to find a hobby. He ends by telling Mr. Rindo to live a more fulfilling life. After he finishes telling Mr. Rindo his concerns, Grandpa writes about me in the following section. He asks Mr. Rindo to take care of me in case he passes away and I take ownership of the cafe. He mentions that Mr. Rindo can take care of the gate if it's too much for me. The letter gave me insight into the relationship Grandpa and Mr. Rindo had. And yet somehow the cafe belonged to my parents. That's so Grandpa. He's pretty consistent in how he talks to everyone. It didn't bother you too much, did he? Memories of Grandpa flood my mind. To be honest, Rindo may be the second youngest ill after Ignis. Oh, love interest after Ignis. Yeah, he is. Because Ignis is 25. And then Rindo is in his 40s. Canis is a couple hundred years old. Il is 1,000. And then apparently Monsieur is a few thousand. So he's the second youngest. But the other ones aren't human, so I mean age is different for them. Memories of Grandpa flood my mind. It makes me both happy and sad. Mr. Rindo gently pats me on the head as I wipe the tears rolling down my cheeks. Whoa, what?
迷惑だと思ったことはないよ。いつもよくしてくれて。なんていうか、第二の父親みたいな。
Not at all. He was always kind and was like a second father to me.
ソマンさんからさ、君の話はよく聞いてたから。
Soran used to talk about you quite a lot.
どんな子だろうって、実を言うと少し楽しみだったんだ。
I was pretty interested in getting to know who you were. Really? He nods in response.
ソマンさんは、君が店を継いでくれたら嬉しいとは言っていたけど。
Mr. Soran mentioned that he'd be happy if you took over the cafe.
君にごく普通の女の子として人外に関わらず生きてほしいって気持ちもあったんだと思う。
Keep getting ice every time. I've never had ice this small from a Starbucks. And every time I take a drink, I get ice in my mouth. And it's scary. But he also wants you to live a normal life like any other girl out there.
ソーアンさんはよく知っていたから、人外の良さも悪さも怖さも。
He knew both sides of non-humans well enough to trust and be wary of them.
だからもし君が普通の人としての幸せをつかみたいと願うなら、手助けしてほしいって言っていた。
He insisted I help you out if you ever wanted to live a normal life like everyone else.
だからあえて
In what regards?
常連の人外たちじゃなくて、人間の僕に手紙をくれたんじゃないかな。
Which is why I think he gave me this letter instead of making one for the non-human regulars at the cafe. His words jogged my memory back to when I first met Mr. Rindo. Come to think of it, I recall you saying that before. Something about putting more thought into my relationship with Enchante patrons.
ソーアンさんのことづてもあったしね。僕自身も止めるべきかどうか、あの時からずっと
I'm gonna have to drink this in a second.
迷ってたんだ。
Soran's words stayed with me. To be honest, I've been worried about it ever since I read that. What about now?
今更かな。今の君は幸せそうだし。
Is that even a question? You look happy with how things are
アンシャ
now.
ンテの常連もいい奴らだって分かってる。だけど彼らは。
I also know the guys who come to Enchante are good, but they're still
生
non-humans.
まれた場所が違う。住む場所が違う。寿命も違うし、生きる速度そのものが違う。
Their lives and lifespans, even the way they're born, it's all so different from normal humans.
その差は決して埋められない。ソーアンさんがみんなと共に最後までいられなかったように。
You can't turn a blind eye to them. Even Soran wasn't able to be with them until the very end.
だから僕もソーアンさんと同じで、これからでも君が普通の幸せを望むなら全力で手伝いたいと思ってる。
Which is why I agree with Soran. If you want a normal, happy life, I'll do what I can to help.
今が幸せだとなかなか想像できないだろうけどね。
Then again, if you're happy with how things are now, I doubt that'll cross your mind. A normal, happy life. I recall when I went shopping with Makaido, Il, and the other patrons, I was wondering what it's like to be normal, but I still don't know what being normal really means to me. What is normal? It's to live every day as the owner of Cafe Enchante. Mr. Rindo, do you mind if I ask what a normal happy life is to you?
僕の幸せ
To me. Mr. Rindo's eyes blink in a flurry as if he didn't expect me to ask him that. Yes, Mr. Rindo, your normal life is filled with non-humans, right? Your work is about them too. I thought your lives I thought our lives aren't that different. Mr. Rindo folds his arms together and grimaces.
確かにこら一本取られたかな
You're right, I never recognized that. I nod in response. Leah. Whoa.
僕が言う普通の幸せは人間の女の子としての幸せだよ
The kind of life I'm referring to is one in which you live like a normal human girl. He pulls me in closer to him and continues very gently. I could tell immediately he drew me in to get a point
君
through.
の時間は有限なんだ人外とは違う
You and I, we both live on borrowed time. They have the exact same hair color. Is that weird?
アンシャンテの常連たちと過ごしているとなかなか気づけないかもしれないけど
You probably don't notice that being with the regulars at
このまま
Enchante.
彼らと一緒にいて彼らの時間の枠組みで生きていたらきっとどこかで歪みが生まれる
Is she wearing her apron right now? What's around her neck? If you live alongside them, sooner or later the concept of time will catch up with you.
ずっと一緒にはいられない人間とは違う存在それを突きつけられる日が必ず来る
You can't be with them forever. My last route, not Ignis, Canis asked me to marry him, and he said he understands that I'm going to live a lot longer than him, so I don't think you understand. I can. Forever for me is different than forever for him, though. You can't be with him forever. The day will come when you'll find out that humans and non-humans are not
だ
alike.
から君には
So I want you...
人間と歩む時間を
Damn it.
普通の幸せがそこにあることを忘れないでほしい
I want you to live a life as a normal human. So never forget that a normal, happy life is within your reach always. His words are kind and gentle, but I can tell that what drove him to say that to me is a strong regret within him. You may see my life similar to what happened between Mr. Makaido and Shizuku. He doesn't want me in a relationship like that. Mr. Rindo looks at me with stern eyes. I look back without shifting my eyes. Well, please don't forget what it means to have a normal, happy life too, Mr. Rindo. And that goes for your home life, your environment, and your love life. You seem to have a tendency of putting others before you. And I know very well why he does that. It's because of Suzuku. His beloved sibling turned into a non-human. He was about to kill her, but he couldn't pull the trigger, and all he could do was suffer and carry on living his life. Maybe he's trying to avoid happiness. Just realized he's got his hand on her wrist. Ooh, he's holding her. Mr. Rindo frowns in pain hearing my words. Maybe not that. Okay. He tries to respond as best he can. Well done.
僕たち二人でそれを探してみるのもいいかもしれないね
He is suave. Like, he's got that. He's definitely the Kinji of this story where he's like, he says the right things. Maybe we should find out what that means to be happy together. I can hear his breath. I mean, that's, yeah, I hope so. I can even feel his breath on my lips. A sudden ringing on the phone breaks us apart in a flash. Oh my god, really? Phone blocked? then
このタイミングとはとんでもないね。
what timing indeed, my guy. How rude. I feel like that should have had a phone ring. Did I turn sound down, like background sounds? Why was there no phone ringing? Rude. Mr. Rindo lets out a chuckle as he taps his smartphone display.
もしもし、リンドウですけど。
Yes, this is Rindo.
こちら魔界警察です。
Hi, this is Hell Police.
そろそろリンドウが痛いけな女の子によからぬことをしようとしている。
I called sensing that this Rindo character is about to do something evil to a girl. That's Monsieur's voice. Wait a second. Are they all watching what was happening here somehow? The timing of that call couldn't have been more perfect. Did they see me and Mr. Rindo? About to kiss. Then suddenly, I noticed my heart racing like crazy. My heart is pounding so strong that I seriously think my heart is going to pump itself out of my mouth. What am I? I place my hand on my cheeks as I take a few deep breaths to try and calm myself down. My mind, that was just him lecturing me. There's nothing between us. It's not like we had an intimate moment just now. I force myself to try and forget about my heartbeat and look at Mr. Rindo, only to find him talking on the phone.
何を言うかと思えば、僕がそんなことするように見える？
Oh, it's you. Did you think I'd do something like that?
いや、めちゃくちゃ見える。鏡でてめえの顔見てこいっつ。
Yeah, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
リンドウの立ち振る舞いは乙女ゲームでいうところの微妙な敵役ですから。
Rindo's position is that of a minor enemy character in an otome game.
敵とはひどい言い草だ。というか、微妙なの？それなら明確な敵の方がまだいいかな。
Enemy? Well, isn't that something? But you said minor too. If I'm an enemy, make me a big one.
敵ならば叩き切っているがな。ということでリンド、疑いを晴らしたくば彼女に代われ。
And if that was the case, we would strike you down. Now then, if you want to be cleared, let us talk with Leah.
ああ、はいはい。もう返しますから、自分たちの目で無事を確認してください。
Whatever. I'll send her off soon so you guys can ask her yourself. The clamor coming from the other side of the phone is being ignored. Mr. Rindo hangs
これ
up.
でよしと。まったくあいつらは。
And that's that. Those guys, I tell you. Mr. Rindo has his usual expression on again as he lets out a sigh. He's back to his usual adult form again.
さて、みんな心配してるみたいだからさ。そろそろ送っていくよ。
It looks like they're worried sick, so let's take you home, okay? If I leave now, is Mr. Rindo going to live his life as usual again with his adult front? Does that mean he's not going to think about his own happiness? Various thoughts come to mind, but I don't know what to say, and the guys at Enchante are waiting for me. And so I nod in confirmation to his words. It didn't take me long to drive her back to Cafe Enchante. I let out a sigh, seeing my room as empty as it is. With her gone, this empty room feels even emptier now.
普通の幸せか。
Happiness, huh? Today's date meant a lot to me. Of course, I wanted to ask her out so that I could have her meet the kure, but I also wanted her to be close to a human. This is all to help her recognize how fun it is to be with other humans. He's tricking me. My initial motive was to escort her and give her fair warning. Yes, I wasn't with her as just another smiling patron at her cafe. I was Kaoru Rindo of the GPM
それだっ
today.
ていうのに。
Yet, I found out that I wasn't associating myself with other humans any more than she was. I tried to convince her, but instead she convinced me. She made me realize I was trying to avoid my own happiness. It's true, I began putting everything else before myself ever since I lost Shizuku. Regardless of the reason, and regardless of the results. That incident blemished my soul and it festered before I could even recognize it. That's when I began to turn my eyes away from happiness, which would explain why I lost interest in everything. Even so, how odd. Today's date was fun. Say it. Say fun. Fun. Did it. She's much younger than me. She blinded me with her light. I wanted to keep my eyes on her. Unbelievable. I rack my hair up with my fingers as I look at the sofa she was sitting on. I let out a huge sigh. Phew. I headed to the room and crashed on my bed the moment Mr. Rindo dropped me off at Enchante. Well, to be specific, Monsieur and the gang were interrogating me before that, and it was quite an ordeal, but I somehow made it through. I guess I should be lucky I have people worried about me like that. I let out a chuckle as I recall the questionings. I guess the fact that Kure 10 was with me was enough for them to trust what happened. At the very least, I'm assured that Mr. Rindo won't get jumped by these guys. And again, I made sure I didn't disclose certain parts that happened. That was so embarrassing. I can feel my heart racing again just thinking about how close we were. I shake my head to get the thoughts out. I then grab my pillow with my arms and roll onto my back so that I'm looking at the ceiling.
Enchante の常連もいい奴らだって分かってる。だけど彼らは
I know the guys who come to Enchante are good, but they're still non-humans. Oh, that's right. We're reading. I'm not doing. I started to read flashbacks. My bad. I messed up there. A normal and happy life. I guess he's right that I've gotten used to how things are ever since I took over Enchante. I went to Medio. I went to Bestia. I went to this island. Things happened back at Amasaki Island near my home. Now that I think about it, I sure have gone through a lot. Happiness. Well, I used to dream about becoming an idol or a florist or a pastieri, even when I was young. You know, when a girl usually dreams about. But as I grew older, my dreams slowly faded, and by the time I was old, I was at my old job, I wasn't really thinking of anything. I mean, I didn't even dream of taking over Enchante until my grandpa passed away. I wonder what it means to be happy. Having a romantic relationship isn't the only thing that leads to happiness, which means the true ending is her not dating anybody, right? Right? But will I follow that path one day too? Meeting someone, falling in love, wearing a wedding dress and standing at an altar surrounded by flowers. It's weird, but I can't imagine that ever happening to me. Not like I have a special someone. A message came in. I sit up to check who it came from. Mr. Rindo, look at her phone! Why is that little critter dead? I hurriedly opened the message. The message said that 10 was sad when he discovered I wasn't there anymore. It also says that he wanted to give me a gift before I left Mr. Rindo's place. But 10, completely drunk from all that wine, he sort of regretted that he couldn't see me before I left. Oh well, I chuckled to myself, but as I read the last few sentences, I nearly dropped my smartphone as I started reading it. It said that Mr. Rindo was considering bringing 10 to Enchante, but since 10's under GPM surveillance, he can't let him leave his home without proper approval, so He asked me to come by again at his home, and next time he'll have something prepared and ready. Ooh. I can go to Mr. Rindo's place again. To be honest, I'm pretty darn happy. I mean, I was having a lot of fun back then. I can help with the cooking again. Or maybe we could watch a movie or even watch the latest drama TV series on... Wait a sec. I noticed that I'm getting all excited thinking about going back there. Does that mean that I actually want to see Mr. Rindo again? Girl, please. Maybe. This is what it means to have a normal and happy life. And maybe I'm in love? Oh, come on now. Finding happiness isn't this simple. That's right, Mr. Rindo is way older than me. So old. Is she gonna say this with every... She didn't say anything about Canis being a couple hundred years old. What the heck? There's no way I could manage a relationship with an older man. Why? Wait a second, why am I thinking of him as a partner? Then again, Monsieur and the others have been living much longer than me. So in comparison, the age difference between me and Mr. Rindo is like nothing. Why am I trying to rationalize this? This wasn't even a good reason. I keep rolling around on the bed, never quite finding comfort. After a while, I finally regain my cool as I go back and read the message from Mr. Rindo. I'd love to see you again at my place if that's alright with you. I can't hold myself back. I somehow force myself from smiling, and I reply, yes, I'd love to come back. That's flirting. That's flirting. A few days passed. Monsieur and the others were looking at me and kept asking me if I was okay because I looked like I was acting weird. Today is the day I'm going to get to go to Mr. Rindo's house again. I felt bad having him come down to pick me up, so instead I'm taking the train and walking to his place.
Yeah, いらっしゃい.
Hello there. Hello. I let out a sigh of relief as I enter Mr. Rindo's home. I have to admit, despite coming here once already, the luxurious interior of this place is making me nervous. I couldn't even use the elevator here without getting in contact with the intercom. The lobby area even has a concierge who greets guests once inside. This place is luxury through and through. I'm just awed by the service and luxury, something I don't have in my life. I am not luxe. I am not serviced. Lady Leah, I've been waiting for you. Tan, I'm sorry about last time. I bent myself down to look face to face with Tan as he jumps happily. Not at all. I'm sorry I got so drunk.
タイミングバッチリだね。それじゃあ料理並べていくから、二人とも先に座ってくれるかな。
You came at the right time. I'll get the plates ready. Why don't you two have a seat? Oh, let me help.
いやいや、すぐだから大丈夫。
Don't worry, I can handle myself. Mr. Rindo waves me to sit down as he goes to the kitchen. I guess Mr. Rindo is back to his old self again. But after what happened the last time... Well, you know, stuff kind of happened back then. I was a bit nervous as to how I should approach seeing him again, but I guess he really is an adult considering how he's already moved on from it. Mr. Rindo came back with a gorgeous meal in his hands for us to enjoy. I can assure you, Ten and I are enjoying Mr. Rindo's home cooking. That was very good. Thank you so much. It was absolutely magnificent. Thank you, Rindo.
よかった。大好評だったね。
Glad to hear that. Mr. Rindo let out a huge grin as he clears the plates and sets up the tea for tea time. Rindo, your cooking is absolutely to die for. Splendid indeed. Hearing Ten's word of praise, I glanced towards Mr. Rindo.
なんだかやり始めたら楽しくなっちゃってさ。
I didn't realize how much I made since I was having
あの
fun.
次の日からまた自炊をするようにしてるんだ。
Mind you, I've been cooking meals since he last came. He hasn't been eating well for all these years. Knowing that Mr. Rindo was cooking for himself again made me feel warm inside.
ご飯も明日からもう食べられないかと思うと寂しいであります。
I must say, not being able to enjoy your meals anymore will be quite saddening. Oh, why is that?
実は事情聴取が終わってね。急遽、てんちゃんが天崎島に帰ることが決まったんだ。
Ten has to go back to Amasaki Island since we're done with his questioning now. Really?
そうなのであります。それに決まったのはつい先ほどでありまして。
Indeed, to be precise, the decision was only made a short while ago.
君が来る直前に部下から電話がかかってきてね。
I got a call from GPM about it just before you arrived. Oh, that's quite sudden.
GPM はこういうところ結構融通きかないっていうか、お役所仕事なんだよね。
The GPM is really by the book, so they aren't flexible, so to speak. Ten nods repeatedly as I sit there in
だから
disbelief.
今日もう一度会えてよかったのであります。
Which is why I'm extremely happy I was able to get a chance to see you again like this. And with that, Ten runs off to the corner of the room and comes back with something in hand. Ten places in my hand a very small clay doll that looks just like him. I guess you could say it's like a mini kure.
ミニクーレイ族像であります。
A mini kure idol doll just for you. It's perfect. Mini kure
天
doll.
崎島の粘土を使って作った商売繁盛のお守りであります。ぜひ飾ってほしいであります。
It's a trinket made using Amasaki Island clay that brings fortune and increases business. Please take it. I guess I'm right when I thought it looked like a small 10. It looked cute on the counter back at Enchante. Thank you, I'll put it to good use. Speaking of idols, do you have that other one with you? The weird alien wooden figure that Makaido gave me crosses my mind. I wonder how he's doing. I haven't seen him in a while. I guess this is not unusual considering he isn't like a regular that comes to visit Enchante.
どうかした？
What's the matter? Oh, I was wondering how Makaido was doing.
ああ、どうしてるかな。
Makaido? I'm not sure. You haven't seen him recently either?
うん。実は最近事例が出てね。帝、昇進になったんだよ。
I haven't. Our bosses happened to promote him pretty recently. Really? That's amazing.
だよね。まああれでいて帝は GPM に長年貢献してるからね。
Right? Well, Makaido has been with the GPM for years. Just because he gives a little monster his blood every day doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a
それ
promotion.
で引き継ぎとか結構バタバタしててさ、しばらく会ってないんだ。
I guess he's been busy trying to hand off whatever work he has
そういえ
remaining.
ば昨日あたりに新しい部署に行ったんじゃなかったかな。
Now that you mention it, I think today is the day his new assignment starts. I'm not sure if this has to do with his new assignment, but I hope his research offers better results, particularly in relation to Q. I guess Mr. Rindo and I are thinking about the same thing as I notice his sullen expression.
そうだね。あいつ、あれでも天才だし、想像もつかない研究ができるかもね。
We can only hope so too. He's a genius, so who knows what that brain of his is coming up with.
僕もいい年だからもう、あんまり希望とか期待とか持たないようにしてるんだけどね。
That said, I've lived long enough to sort of balance out my own expectations and reality. But what if there is a way to turn a former human back into their human form again? When that happens,
おっと、てんちゃんの迎えが来たかな。
whoops, looks like Ten's courier arrived. Rindo stands up to go and answer the intercom. A uniformed man appears in the display. Mr. Rindo goes to the door to greet the GPM. I guess it's time.
自分もであります。
How sad it is. Ten's tension suddenly drops to an all-time low. I lift him up in my hands and look into his eyes. I'm sure I'll meet you again back at Amasaki Island. My parents' home's just nearby, you know? Lady Leah. Filled with emotions, Ten reaches out and embraces my cheeks. The door flies open.
失礼いたします。空冷族10番の回収に参りました。
Excuse me, I've come to retrieve Kure Code 10. Code 10. His abrupt and cold tone makes me look towards Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo is back in the door with the frown on his face, and then he walks slowly towards 10.
お別れは済んだかい?
Are you both done? Yes.
大丈夫であります。
I'm ready to go! Mr. Rindo takes 10 from my hands and slowly rubs his head with his fingers. Then he hands them over to the GPM.
輸送中はくれぐれも気をつけるように。彼らは繊細だからね。揺らしたり、怖がるような真似はしちゃダメだよ。
Be careful when you take him back. They're quite sensitive, so don't shake him or do anything that might scare him.
は、お任せください。
Sir, understood. Despite saying that he understood, he quickly picks 10 up and places him in a small case. Huh? You're going to take him like that? Hearing my words, Mr. Rindo's subordinate tilts his head and looks at me bewildered.
彼女は
Sir? And she's...
ああ、彼女はあのアンシャンテのマスターさ。
She's the owner of Enchante. Nice to meet you. I nod lightly, to which his bewilderment looks vanished. So she's...
彼女はこの子と仲が良くてね。今日はお別れに来ていたんだ。
She came to see him off since they know each other.
この人外とですか?
You mean this non-human? His expression changes to that of disbelief, which brings a sharp pain to my heart. Yes, so please take good care of him.
心配無用であります。今日はとても楽しかったでありますよ。
No need to worry. After all, today was the best day. Ken responds to me with a bright tone in his words, but seeing him in that case made it seem like he's merely some kind of specimen. Oh, can you put this in there? I take a handkerchief from my purse. I figure it's at least help make things comfortable and cushion him from bouncing around in there. I think it's pretty rough and cold inside there. Mr. Rindo lets out a smile and nods in reply.
ああ、いいんじゃないかな。
I don't see a problem with
と
that.
いうことで、これは彼への選別だ。入れさせてもらうよ。
Consider this a gift from her to the little fellow there. Let's put it in. Sir. The subordinate frowns as if he's not sure why there's a need, but he goes ahead and places it inside. It's as if they don't have thoughts or feelings. What the heck? 10 happily lays the handkerchief down and lies on top of it.
これは快適でありますな。最後まで感謝ばかりであります。
How comfortable! I can't thank you enough for your kindness, Lady Leah. I'll take care, 10. The subordinate closes the lid upon seeing 10 waving farewell. He then places the case inside a large duffel bag before bidding farewell to Mr. Rindo.
では、自分はこのまま天崎島へ直行いたします。
Sir,
失礼いたしました。
I'll transport it to Amasaki Island as ordered if you'll excuse me.
ありがとう。気をつけて。
Thank you. Be careful. And with that, the man quickly leaves. A few seconds pass.
驚いたかな。
Did that surprise you? No. I'm shaking my head, but I'm lying. I never had a good impression of the GPM ever since I took over the cafe, but that was so by the books. And there was hardly any emotions there. I can see why Mr. Rindo is a sort of irregular extension of the GPM now.
うちの職員はどうにも極端なのが多くてね。
Our guys there are rather unique and eccentric, so to speak.
人外に対して好奇心旺盛なタイプ。人外を毛嫌いするタイプ。ま、僕みたいな中庸なのは少ないかもね。
Some are genuinely interested in non-humans and others dislike them. I'm somewhere in between.
今の彼は人外の起こした事故に巻き込まれて弟さんを失っているんだ。
It's like Demon Slayer, like you have to have a connection. The guy you just saw lost his younger brother in the incident with a non-human.
人外に対してよく思っていなくてね。
I'm not surprised that he's not very fond of non-humans in general. He lost his younger brother.
ただ珍しくはない。この前も話したけれど、人外絡みの悲劇はよくある。
Did he drown? I know I mentioned it briefly before, but it's not unusual for human casualties in non-human related incidents.
そういったことをきっかけに GPM に入る人も多いからさ。
And that usually instigates them to join the GPM. Is that the same for you, Mr. Rindo? Did something ever happen to
僕
Me. His response to cutting my phrase makes me realize what I've just done. He already experienced tragedy with Shizuku. And now I'm delving deeper into his past over other problems he's encountered with non-humans. I choke knowing what I've done and try to think of what to
い
say.
や僕はどっちかというと好奇心だね。幸いにしてそういう悲劇は縁がなかった。
No, in my case, I joined merely due to curiosity. Fortunately, it's not because of a tragedy.
むしろ人外に興味があったからこそ憧れて GPM に入ったんだ。
Oh my gosh, just the fact that I can't push myself back by ever so slightly. Because I can't get any traction because my feet don't touch the ground. Alright, my interest in non-humans is my main reason why I wanted to join the GPM. Huh, really?
Ah, そうか。君からしたらちょっと
Hi, hi Talon. Are you streaming today? Guess you weren't expecting that, huh?
普段あれだけ人間と人外の違いや危険性を
No, not today. Are you actually playing on Friday? Because I don't know if the time's right. You're the one who suggested the date, by the way. Ironic considering how much I try to inform you of the differences between humans and non-humans. Listen, Rindo, you can do it all the time, but they have hands. Yay! I have to do it when I get home from work. That's why I put 5:30. Because I technically get off work at 5. He chuckles for a moment. And then his eyes dull. Oh, that's scary.
帝ほどじゃないけどさ。人外のことは好きだったんだ。雫の
Oh, I'm more concerned.
あの一件があるまではさ。
I'm not as infatuated as Makaido, but I liked non-humans too. That is until what happened to Shizuku. Listen, you gotta get over that. Sometimes your sister dies, sort of. It's not like I can do anything. I can't help Shizuku. And I can't save Mr. Makaido. But, what's she gonna do? Mr. Rindo. Also, I was gonna say on Fortnite, I can play Fortnite, but it's just like Valor or anything else. I can play it, but you're gonna lose. 7:30 Eastern Standard, I think, is what's decided. Yeah, you guys are 2 hours ahead of me, so that'd be the same time. Perfect. Does it actually show the right time? I've never put an event in before. That was my first time trying it. Mr. Rindo, do you mind if I ask you more about Shizuku? I would like if Shizuku had a face. Hear me out. She's just a voice. There's no way I could leave him alone, especially after seeing the expression on his face. You could. You could just leave. You just came here to see the little... I don't know. I should say Dullahan. That's not the right word. The little gyroid. Even if it was just me being selfish, he is still a regular. Is he, though? He's there for work. And a precious customer of Enchante. Girl, just admit you have feelings for him. I am the owner of Enchante, so I have full rights to be worried about his well-being. That is not true. Oh, it still says 5:30 for you? Well, now I'm sad. I was hoping if I put the time, it would like be right for everybody when they saw it. That's boring. I'm still using Discord very freshly. Alright.
雫のこと。この間話したことくらいしか。
Shizuku, I think I told you everything already. I mean, you told me that she was a girl, she turned into a monster, you almost killed her, now she's a living dead doll that likes to eat the blood of her beloved. She has no real thoughts or feelings. But surely there's more. Not about what happened, but more about who she was, like how she was as a child. I mean, of course, if you want to share Mr. Rindo. Oh. Please don't force yourself. I was just interested to know a bit more about her.
Yeah.
Well, now.
いや、嬉しいよ。
I'm happy you're interested.
じゃあ少し 話そうかな。君に聞いてもらえると楽になる気がするし。
To be fair, he talks like he doesn't have any friends anyways. I'm your only friend, Mr. Rindo. I guess I can tell you a little about her. I've never talked about her much with others, so this might be the time. Really?
対外的に雫は死んでいることになってるしね。
She's dead in my mind. Shizuku is technically dead in everyone's mind. That makes sense. There's no way he could say she's still alive as a non-human to anyone who doesn't know about non-humans. If so, the most that the public knows would be that she either is gone missing or... Don't the people within the GPM know?
組織にとって雫の事故は不手際だからね。臭いものには蓋をしたがるのが。
But Makaido said people who find out feel like it's weird because he carries her around. What happened with Shizuku is something that would stain the upper brass's records.
だから当事者以外には極秘事項扱いで口外も難しい。
I thought you were like trying to get my attention. You're like, it kept confidential, so aside from a select few, no one knows about it.
つまりほとんどの職員は知らないんだ。帝の持っているぬいぐるみが人外だなんてことすらね。
Which also means that most everyone there doesn't know that Makaido's doll is actually a non-human.
そんなわけでさ、雫について何もごまかさずに話せるのは君ぐらいだから。
I guess you're about the only person I know who I can talk to about Shizuku now. Unless you talk to Makaido.
だから、嬉しいんだ。
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. He let out a gentle smile. Mr. Rindo begins to speak. Is it flashback time? No. Mr. Rindo calmly speaks about Shizuku over a cup of tea. We're not even going to have the conversation. We're just going to skip it. You're going to have to pretend you know what the story was like. He talks about Shizuku's birth and all the things she went through. He mentions that he had a sense of obligation to protect her since they were 15 years apart. He also said that he had a vow to become Shizuku's acting guardian after their parents passed away. Overall, he seemed a bit shy talking about all of this. He mentioned how she's usually calm and a hard worker, but also easy to scare and likes to fawn over others. He states how she loves sweets too. Something we have in common. Mr. Rindo's eyes were as gentle as ever while talking about Shizuku. But he also looked depressed, as if talking about your dead sibling wouldn't make you sad. The night arrived before I knew it.
だいぶ遅くなっちゃったね。
It's pretty late already. He chuckles as he looks at the clock.
近くまで送るよ。店の前じゃなきゃ、まあ、多分燃えかすにはされないだろうし。
I'll take you back. I can only hope that they don't try to jump me when I drop you off. I couldn't immediately accept his kind offer to take me back to the cafe. The smile on Mr. Rindo's face looked forced, probably because of all the Shizuku talk. Not that me being here will help him any, but maybe staying here with him a bit longer will make him feel better. If only Mr. Rindo just asked more from me. Then again, I bet he'd simply smile like he usually does and just say he's alright. Is it okay if I stay longer? Hearing my words, Mr. Rindo's eyes widen.
それはまあ、構わないけど。なんでまた?
Sure, I guess, but why? Like, why would you want to be here? I'm not sure how to say this, but I don't want you to be alone. Mr. Rindo fixes his eyes on me. Soon he begins to frown and covers his eyes with his hands. He sighs as if he was exhaling his emotions.
あんまりおじさんを甘やかしちゃダメだよ。
Leah, don't try to pamper an old guy like me. What now? It's okay. I mean, you want to be pampered sometimes, right? I probably sound like a kid to him. My suggestion is pretty self-centered, so I assumed he'll come with his adult logic and shut me down, but instead, Mr. Rindo's face is shadowed with sorrow.
辛くなるからだよ。君のこ
This
と
is like the face someone makes when they're like, that was so
心から
cool, uncool.
本当にそう思ってくれるのがわかるから。
I understand you really mean it when you say that, but that's only making things harder for me.
思わず揺らぎそうになる。忘れてなくしていたはずの何かがね。
You're making me remember what I once gave up. Was he in a relationship? He gently rubs my cheek. My heart begins to race as I feel his hand touch me, and then... Is the phone gonna ring again? I swear to God. Is it ringing? It's not ringing. Did I mess up something? Oh my gosh. Let me check my options. Did I turn a sound down? Oh no, it was me. I turned that all the way down. Okay. That's why I turned it down. Why are those two things in correlation? I hated the sound of things stopping. I hated that sound. I think it's for you.
やれやれ。また怖いお父さんたちかな。
It must be your dear guardians.
まったく。彼ら相手だとプライバシーも何もあったものじゃないね。
Unbelievable. I guess they don't understand the concept of privacy. Well, they're probably not peeping on us like the last time, hopefully. Then again, they could be eavesdropping instead. I'm sure things are fine. I mean, Monsieur isn't the type to do things others don't like.
で、あれ、帝からだ。
Oh, it's from Makaido. Speaking of Makaido...
もしもし、帝?
Hey, Makaido. Mr. Rindo answered his phone, but...
帝、どうした?
Makaido, what is it?
リンド、
Rindo?
ごめん。
I'm sorry. The phone abruptly ends. They keep almost kissing, and this is about annoying as it gets. What is that?
いや、それがよくわからなくて。ただ、ごめんって。
I honestly have no idea. All he said was sorry before he hung up. I guess that's a tomorrow problem. We look at each other as we're both confused, already forgetting the mood we were just making.
なんだろう。もしかして僕の備品でも壊したのかな?
Is that my computer? She's not happy. Strange. Did he break something on my desk or make a mess of something, or is it more sinister and possibly important? Mr. Rindo jokingly speaks, but I could tell he was a bit worried. As one should be. Those are not good sentences. I glanced at her sitting in the passenger seat. I ended up taking her back to Enchante after that weird call from Makaido. She was very compliant when I asked her to leave since I had things to do tomorrow. Oh, that sounds mean. To be honest, I'm a bit relieved she obliged, but also a bit disappointed she did too. I'm not sure what struck me back then when she said what she said earlier. If Makaido didn't call me back then, what would I have done? I need to stay calm and stay focused on the present. But if I was a bit more... If I coughed to try and stop myself from completing the sentence. I wonder what my dear passenger is thinking as all of this is happening. Oh, is she still there? I thought you'd already dropped her off. Did we need his perspective? Leah? Yes. My voice comes out awkwardly as he catches me in the middle of a daydream.
ひょっとしてうとうとしてた?
Were you asleep? No, I was just thinking. What is it?
いや、ダッシュボードに飴があるから、よかったらどうぞって。
I was gonna tell you that I have some candies in the dashboard, so help yourself. Dude, I love candy. What? I see. Thank you so much. What kind of candy? I don't have any reason to refuse his offer except for maybe the fact I don't want candy. So I reach out to... Mr. Rindo's smartphone is ringing again. The name that appears on the screen is... Doesn't look like it's from Hokkaido.
僕の部下だね。一応僕は有給のはずなんだけど、まあ何かしらあったのかな。
That's one of my boys. I'm supposed to have my day off, but something must have happened. Gee, I wonder what could happen at the place you work at with Makaido, who currently is carrying around your sister in a body. This reminds me how I never really have a day off with everyone always bothering me. That's why my phone's on silent on my days off. Mr. Rindo chuckles. He must be remembering back when I first came to
とりあえ
Enchante.
ず出ないとね。スピーカーモードにしてもらっていいかな。
I better get this. You mind answering it with the speakerphone mode? Sure. I don't want whoever to think that their boss is out with a girl. That can lead to a lot of problems, like the fact that ew, you can actually have a life. Gross. I better keep quiet and hold my breath. I answer the call with speakerphone on.
もしもし、リンド。
This is Rindo. Sir, is that you? I gasp as I hear a voice of someone in desperation. I can hear screaming coming from the background. Then gunshots. Sir, please help. Alrighty, well, maybe it's time to let her out of the car. The call abruptly ends before he could finish his sentence. Mr. Rindo's expression stiffens.
すぐにかけ直して。
Can you call the number back? Yes. I hurriedly press the redial icon to no avail. What should we do?
そうだ、ミカド。あいつの電話が気になる。ミカドに。
Right, Mikaido. He called earlier. Call him. Got it. I tried calling him from the number that was in the history list, but the only thing we hear is the repeat of the dial tone. There's no doubt that something terrible is going on at GPM. Mr. Rindo, we should head to the GPM headquarters right away. Kick her out of the
だけ
car.
ど君をアンシャンテに降ろしてからだ。
My thoughts exactly. First, I'll drop you off at Enchante. But Enchante is miles out of the way. They probably need you now.
それは。
Yeah, drop her out of the car. She shouldn't go with you. To be clear, drop her out. I'll wait in the car and call Monsieur and the gang, so don't worry about me. I'll be fine once they join us. I reason as best I can with Mr. Rindo, who silently nods with a stern look on his face.
行こ
Got it, let's go. Do you even know? What if they're not even at the GPM? Ever think about that? Maybe they're not here in this place? I definitely break the speed limit trying to reach the GPM within 5 minutes after receiving the distress call.
う。じゃあ行ってくるよ。イルとカヌスが来てくれる。彼らが来るまではじっとしてて。
I'm going. Il and Connus are coming, so stay put until then.
僕も多分15分くらいで戻るから。
You can't say that for sure. Just to be clear, I should be back in about 15 minutes. You don't even know what's happening. Understood. Please be careful.
さて。
Now then. After parking the car on the side, I check to make sure I have everything on me. I gaze up at the towering building. The GPM headquarters towers above the buildings in Shinjuku. The usual bustling building is now silent amid the cold night.
どう考えても結構な事件だと思ったけど、外から見る限りは騒ぎになってない。
That call wasn't normal, but it looks pretty calm from the outside. I know the silence doesn't match the call, which probably means things are much worse than expected. I hurriedly head inside with my guard up, then suddenly... Oh yeah, okay. I hear screaming from amid the silence of the night. A faint, resonating scream fills my ears. Ooh. Oh, the lights are off. The hallway is empty. None of the lights are on. I follow my instincts directly to the R&D department where I think Mikaido should be hiding. That's why I turn the SF sounds out. Hey, are you alright? I find one of our men on the ground. I hurry next to his side to check on him, but his body was already cold and lifeless. I could feel the cold coming from his body. His body was unnaturally frigid to the point it was freezing.
これは失血死。
He bled to death. Like a certain monster I know. That's odd. Like, hi, thank you. I would just like to date a handsome supernatural being without being in danger of dying. Is that so much to ask for? Like, can I not have my life in danger? We were having a fine conversation before 5 minutes ago. Oh my god. Like, it's like, sure, you're a monster, but like, that doesn't have to be everything that defines you, alright? Like, this is the human route, and she's still in danger. That's odd. I don't see any blood splatter or anything around here. What is happening here? I hear something. I hear something near the shadows.
誰だ?
Who is it? I point my gun towards the shadows. Who do we think it is? I think it'd be too easy if it's Makaido. Maybe it's his assistant? Just kidding. I can hear breathing. But whoever it is isn't coming out from the
警
shadows.
告は一度だけだ。おとなしく出てこないなら撃つ。
Oh, I'm scared. I won't ask you again. Come out or I'll shoot. A few seconds of silence. It's your sister. Suddenly. Oh, you're right. There's no quick load. A black shadow reached out to me. I quickly step back. I whip my gun towards the shadows. I pull the trigger. She can speak. She's back to being, I don't know, what's the right word for, would she still be type 3? Like type 2 is nonverbal meh. Type 1 is verbal, right? Oh god, I need the chart beside me. Kaori. Did I get the bad ending? Did I just... Is this the bad? I think I said this last time too and I still got the good ending. I'm like, this is bad. I hope Mr. Rindo's alright. I'm still inside Mr. Rindo's car. I look at my phone as I wait for him to return. The call earlier. We're having a flashback already? We were just
もしもし、
there.
リン...
This is why I hate flashbacks. It makes me think of K-dramas, but at least K-dramas usually give you like about an hour between the flashbacks. From the looks of it, it doesn't look like anything's going on inside the building. I wonder what is going on. Suddenly, I notice a familiar figure coming down slowly from the skies. Oh, I got so scared. It's Il. Il, what the? In his arms was Mr. Rindo. Oh, that's even scarier. Il, Mr. Rindo. I jump out of the car, to which Il suddenly stops.
ストップ。近づかないで。
Stop, don't come any closer. Oh my stars, you will hate Olympia like 50% feels like flashbacks. The thing is, I skip the flashbacks. We're like, I've already read this, skip, skip, skip. So if it's flashbacks, we're gonna be flying through that story. Huh? I stop in my tracks. I'm also curious to see it, because I don't have any plans today, which is why I'm still streaming right now. If I can finish his route in like the next hour or two, because I might start my stream tomorrow early. Because if their routes are short, then maybe I can get through their routes by next week, which will give us time to do a shorter story before February, or I could start Cupid Parasite early. So those are the two thoughts I had right now. Although if I start Cupid Parasite early, I'll have to dye my hair because I wanted my hair pink for when I started that one. That's my only thought process there. I stop in my tracks as I hear ear rarely heard stern tone. I then notice Canis appear from behind Il. He didn't look very well either. Il, Canis, what's going on? What happened to Mr. Rindo? I try to hold back my shaking as Il calmly explains the details. They were at the GPM right after I called. Scooping out the building. Scoping, not scooping. They're not scooping anything. Scope. Out the building, they found a number of GPM staff on the floor. Most of them were already dead, but amidst the bodies, they saw Mr. Rindo in critical condition. He just got in there. They quickly drove into the building. Based on what they saw, They assumed GPM was attacked, but they decided to prioritize Mr. Rindo's safety first and fled. This could be the bad ending. I could have naturally got a bad ending, and now they said they sensed something like a hex coming from Mr. Rindo. A curse to a resented opponent from a disaster to befall them. In this game, it refers to a curse that gnaws away the target's life. Hex. I'm not sure what it is, but I noticed Il nod hearing me say the word.
私はそういった類の術式には強いので耐えられますが。
Back to just appreciating Il's robes right now. Indeed, I am resistant of curses, so I can bear the hex within the area, but
人間であるあなたが触れた場合、どうなるかは保証できません。
it's probably best you stay away from him while the hex is in effect. But we can take him to the
や
hospital.
めた方がいいだろ
It is wise that we don't.
う。どんな二次被害が起こるかもわからぬ。人間の意志に何かできる類ではない。
His robes are his chest. I mean, they're on his chest, sort of. I just like, how low can you go? There is no telling how far it will spread. Medical practices of mortals will not help.
一度アンシャンテに戻り、取れるだけの対応をするべきだ。
We should head back to Enchante and see what we can do from there. How am I getting to Enchante? Il's carrying him. I can't get close to Il. Canis, are you carrying me? I know you guys can run on water. I feel myself getting pale seeing Mr. Rindo's lifeless face. All I could do was nod in response to their suggestion. It's kind of like Ignis. Ignis's outfit is ridiculous. I returned back to Enchante with Il and Canis in tow. I've seen V-shapes all the way to the belly button. Yeah, Ignis. That's Ignis. We carried the unconscious Mr. Rindo to an open room in Enchante. I give this game credit. They don't usually do very, like, revealing clothes too often. At least on the Japanese ones. Like, a shirtless one is usually very special. Everyone there has come to see how Mr. Rindo is doing. What a creepy looking room. Monsieur and Il cast something in the area to allow me to go near him, but no matter what we do, we can't seem to get rid of whatever is eating away at Mr. Rindo.
ひどいうなされようだな。
He's not faring well.
普通の怪我じゃないね、これ。外傷はほとんどないように見えるけど、生命力がごっそり持っていかれてる。
This is anything but normal. He doesn't look injured externally, but life has been slowly leaving his body. Does he have a small bite mark on his body? Just curious. Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's body is smothered with black all over it. It must be the hex Il mentioned. No doubt that's making Mr. Rindo suffer. To think I was talking with him casually a few hours ago. How long was he in that building? It wasn't even a few hours. He said he'd return, but not like this. Not like this. Why is this happening? I'm frustrated knowing that all I can do is pray for his recovery. For now, I need to let the patrons care for him. I stand there just looking at the immobilized Mr. Rindo moaning in agony. It's mid-afternoon. Everyone is at Cafe Enchante. Monsieur, Canis, Il, and Ignis are there. Kadia heard the news early this morning and he came running by to see how he can help. He has an ice fairy, he can freeze everything. They all decided on what they can do and investigate what's happened at the GPM. As for the owner of the cafe, me, she's currently with Rindo and offering whatever care she can.
それで、どうだったカヌス？
So how are things, Canis?
カリアと共に健康診断という名目で本部の中を歩き回っては見たのだが。
We went to the GPM using Kadia's appointment as a reason to go in.
職員の人たちに話を聞いてみても、特に何かが起きてるって様子はなし。
We spoke with the staff there, but it seems no one noticed anything happening.
変な人がいないかって聞いてみたけど、何千人単位の職員だし、全部は把握できないって。
Were bodies even found? I'm so confused. I asked if they saw anything strange, but there's so many people working there. They all came back saying they're not sure.
イグニスはどうですか？
How about you, Ignis?
こっちも収穫なしだ。
I got nothing.
ベスティアに来てる GPM の連中にも聞いちゃみたんだが、本部で問題が起きたとは聞いてねえそうだ。
I talked with the GPM guys stationed in Bestia, and they haven't heard a damn thing from headquarters.
そっか。こっちも引き続き重曹を除去できないか。
I see.
いろいろと試してみたんだけど。
I've been trying to lift the hex, but nothing seems to work.
今解析を進めていますが、原因と回復方法の究明は時間を要する見込みです。
It's going to take a while to determine where the hex came from and how to dispel it.
重曹か。めんどくせえな。殴れねえもんが相手なのはよ。
Damn hex, pain in the ass. These two hands can break a nose, but they can't break a hex. Shame.
しかし、一体なぜそのようなものがリンドを蝕むのか。
So is his outfit, if he was shirtless, hear me out, would it have the same low amount as it does when he's wearing his normal robes? I have to admit, I'm not sure why Rindo would have fallen prey to a hex.
カナス、いる。そのリンドを襲った相手、確認はできなかったの？
Canis, Il, neither of you saw who attacked Rindo?
ええ、こちらでは残念ながら。ですが現場にはリンド以外の犠牲者も倒れていました。
Unfortunately, no. We did see many other victims besides Rindo there, though.
故に、それらの話も一切出てこないというのは、どうにも不自然ではないだろうか。
Which is also why it's quite peculiar that no one seems to know what happened that night.
気に食わねえな。何がどうなってんだ。
Damn it all, what the hell is happening? With Rindo down, there isn't much we can do now. It was then we heard footsteps. Who's we? Is that... Okay, is that me? Because I was going to say I didn't think I was in this conversation. I came down to the main floor to grab a sip of water. With what little time I have, I noticed the usual motley crew talking with each other. It hit me that I haven't tended to the cafe today like an owner should. I'm so sorry, everyone. Let me get something ready.
いいから、てめえは座って休め。そんな憔悴した顔で飯作られても気持ち的にうまくねえよ。
Yeah, we see you when you're just stressed out about boys and you can't even make food right. Just sit down and relax, will you? You're not going to be able to make anything stressed out like that.
というか、少し眠った方がいいよ。君、昨日は全然寝てないでしょ。
Monsieur cares so much. Mind you, you should really go to sleep. You haven't slept at all, haven't you? No. I did want to sleep, but I kept thinking the worst of what would happen if I wasn't awake to tend to him. I spent so much time thinking of what I should do that the morning had snuck up on me.
看病の続き、俺がやっておくよ。水も、俺なら簡単に冷やせるしさ。
I'll keep an eye on him for now. I can keep him nice and cool. He has a point. Water can get lukewarm pretty quick, so having Kirira keep things cool would probably be better. Well, if you say so, I'll take a break.
おやすみ。
Sleep well, you hear? With that, I go to my bedroom to rest. Still, I can't get rid of all this built-up anxiety. I'm not so sure I can sleep at this rate. You have a literal angel and a demon king that should give you something to go to sleep. 3 days have passed since bringing Mr. Rindo here.
おい、リンドの野郎が目覚ましたってマジか。
I heard Rindo woke up. Where is he?
具合はどうだ?
How is he? Canis and Ignis rush into the room as I help Mr. Rindo up so that he can sip on some water. Both of you calm down, will you? Mr. Rindo is still sick.
君たちが騒がしいせいで、おちおち寝てもいられないね。
I guess I won't get my beauty sleep with you two running around. He's still in pain, but the sight of Mr. Rindo awake makes Canis and Ignis let out a sigh of relief.
心配させんじゃねえよ。
It's about time you woke up.
みんな、ずっと心配していたぞ。カリアも
The wrong button.
熱を冷やすのを手伝ってくれていてな。
Everyone was worried about you. Katia helped by keeping your temperature down
あの
too.
箱入りも珍しく、ゲームそっちのけで真面目にてめえの容体、ミシェルとどうにかできないか調べてたしな。
The closeted game freak even put his game down to work with Monsieur to find a cure. What a genuine man.
そうか。みんな心配してくれたのか。
I see. I must have caused a lot of problems.
まさかの事態だね。これは後で何かお返しが必要かな。
Well, I guess I need to pay you all back for making you guys run around for me. That's a good idea.
よっしゃ、そんなら会期祝いに俺が肉焼いてやるよ。
Let me grill up some steak for you.
病み上がりに焼肉は重すぎるのではないか。
I'm not sure if grilled meat is a good choice for him. And with that, the two rush out of the room while debating what to prepare for Mr. Rindo. With the room now empty and silent, he lets out a sigh. Are you alright? You still have a fever, so... Mr. Rindo quickly stops me from finishing my thought by quietly saying that he's alright. I feel a shiver run down my spine as I think of his lifeless face from earlier. He was so pale, it was as if he was drained of all his blood. Like a certain monster I know. I was so worried I thought he'd never wake up again.
これでも一応ソアンさんに君を任された立場なのに、こんなに心配させちゃ世話ないね。
I hate that I made you so worried for me considering Mr. Soan asked me to take care of you. Please, don't worry about me. On the contrary, you should rely on me to take care of you. Just let me be worried, got it? I'll take responsibility of getting you back in tip-top shape again.
それは役得だね。
Looks like I'm in luck then. I try to smile seeing Mr. Rindo joke about his situation, but I can't get myself to smile seeing his body like that. How can I smile in this condition? The hex. His body has been covered in black by the hex even after he woke up. Actually, it looks worse now that it looks worse than it did before. Rindo, what happened to you? Hanasanil mentioned that that there were others around you who fell victim when they found you. But no one at the GPM is acknowledging or admitting to know what happened. Which probably means that someone is purposely trying to hide what happened that night. Also, who attacked you, Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo paused for a bit. He hesitantly began to speak.
だけど、間違いなくこの耳で聞いてしまったから。
I'm sure. I'm not sure, but I heard something before I lost consciousness. He closes his eyes and frowns in suffering. I wait in silence for what he'll say next. I heard a voice. A voice?
ああ、僕の妹の声が。
My younger sister.
リンド雫の声が。
Suzuku's voice. Suzuku's voice? Come to think of it, we'd been trying to get in contact with Mikaido to no avail. I'm worried that Mikaido was also in danger from what happened back then, but if what Mr. Rindo heard is true, I try my best to say something to help ease the tension Mr. Rindo held. You know, maybe we can think about it a bit later. First, let's get you back in shape. I try to brighten the tone. Not with this music playing, but Mr. Rindo simply nods in agony. His body is badly hurt, but his soul is probably hurting even more. Mr. Rindo let out a smile after he rolls back down on the bed.
少し休ませてもらうよ。目が覚めたらコーヒーをもらえるかな。
I'm gonna sleep a bit more. Do you mind brewing me some coffee later? You've been asleep for 3 days. What you need is like water and crackers. So, no. I don't think it's good for your stomach to drink coffee right after you wake up. We both chuckle a bit before Mr. Rindo slowly falls asleep. I can hear him snoring already. Mr. Rindo must be exhausted beyond belief. I can only assume he forced himself up to bring us all a little relief. Putting himself last is so like Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo, please get better soon. I'll have the coffee ready whenever you wake up. I gently pull the blanket on him. I can't take my eyes off Mr. Rindo's sleeping face. Man, this game. I leave the room after spending a few moments there. I recall what Mr. Rindo told me earlier. I wonder if what he told me is true. When he was afflicted with the hex, he said he heard his younger sister Suzuku's voice. If so, was Mikado around there too, considering how close he was to Suzuku? Maybe. No, Shizuku, rather Q, is a type 2 non-human. I thought type 2 non-humans are unable to speak. Not if you're a type 3 or type 1. I don't remember what the numbers are. I try to think, but there are too many unknowns for me to come up with a conclusion. In any case, it's great that Mr. Rindo finally came to and is able to talk. I just need to worry about making sure he's well again. I keep pacing back and forth as I ponder what I should do. I then notice Monsieur and Il, who went missing in the morning, talking together near the stairs. Ah, Monsieur! Il! Mr. Rindo woke up. Okay, well that doesn't look happy. I thought Monsieur and Il would leap in joy from the good news. But for some reason, they don't look very happy. I was thinking about making some porridge. And you should see Ignis. He's all into grilling some meat for him. He's still resting in the room, but I'm hoping a few good meals will make him feel better. He won't. Huh? Did I just hear him wrong? I asked them to speak a little louder, but neither of them seemed to want to say anything.
イルと呪詛の解析を続けてはっきりした。あれは触れたものの生命力を根幹から削り続ける類のものだ。
We found out what the hex was. It eats away at the life force of anything that it comes in contact with.
ゲーム的に言うのならば、最大 HP が今減り続けている状態です。回復することは。
It's like losing your max HP in a video game. You can't recover lost max HP, sorry. Wait a second, but you're lying, right? He came too, didn't he? I mean, he's still in a bit of pain, but...
ではないでしょうね。
I doubt it's just a bit.
あれは常人なら悲鳴を上げ、のたうつような痛みを伴うはず。
The pain he is going through is strong enough to make mortals cry in agony.
もし彼が無事なように見えるのであれば、それはすべて彼の演技でしょう。
If he really looks like he's only in a bit of pain, then it's probably just him putting on a brave face. Il's words hit me bluntly on the head like a hammer. So what was that smile earlier? My vision begins to blur as I falter a step back. It's not over. Monsieur continues with cold, hard truth.
騒いでもどうにもならないし、できないから話すけど。
Dude.
落ち着いて聞いてくれる？
Maybe I'm the one person you should have lied to about this. There's no use hiding it, but Leah, promise me you'll keep your cool. What is it?
リンドは持ってあと2日だと思う。
Rindo won't last more than 2 days. Huh. I fainted. My mind goes blank. What Monsieur just said is simply not registering in my mind. Did he just say 2 days? 2 days. What? Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo's life. Only 2 more days. Yeah, you're lying. My legs begin to tremble as I fall against the wall. Why? What's going on? He was so calm. He was smiling back at me like how he usually does. And now he's going to die?
あまりにも急すぎるのはわかる。それを飲み込めないこともね。けど、それがリンドウが置かれた現状だ。
I understand this is sudden. It's natural to not accept it at first, but this is Rindo's current situation. Isn't there anything we can do? I muster whatever strength in me to ask, to which Il quietly shakes his head.
今のところは何も。仮に解決策があるのだとすれば、呪詛の元を断つしか方法がありません。
There's nothing we can do now. The only possible option is to somehow remove the hex completely. Well, then we can.
当然、彼の傷の解析が進んだ段階で、すでに GPM 周辺に呪詛の元がいないか、広域探知を行っていました。
After we discovered the details of the hex, we searched the GPM to find the source of it.
けれど、探知には引っかからなかった。となると私には見つける術がありません。
We weren't able to find anything, so as it stands, there's nothing we can do about it. How about Monsieur? I quickly turn and implore Monsieur for a cure, to which he shakes his head.
俺にもできることはないんだ。
I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do either.
シーと魔王とか言いつつ、結局何もできない。俺は誰かを救ったことがない。
Everyone thinks I'm a demon lord that can do anything, but I've never actually saved anyone before.
こんな言い方はしたくないけど、俺はやっぱり魔王なんだよ。壊すことしか。
I hate to say this, but I'm a demon king, so all I can do is cause destruction.
とはいえ、私たちも諦めたわけではありませんから、できる限りのことは行いますが。
Mind you, we haven't given up yet. We will do what we can to help, but they both promise me that they'll do their very best to help save Mr. Rindo. Maybe you shouldn't have told her, but their eyes were devoid of hope. It was as if they were saying that it's already seeming impossible. Girl, how could you even sleep in your own bed? It's deep into the night now. I'm looking at the ceiling in a daze. I've been like this for nearly an hour now. I can't seem to get myself to fall asleep. If you can't sleep, you might as well crawl in bed with him, just saying.
そうか。みんな心配してくれたのか。
They must have caused a lot of problems. Mr. Rindo's words come and go from my mind as I hear the clock tick and talk.
まさかの事態だね。これは後で何かお返しが必要かな。
I guess I need to pay you all back for making you guys run around for me. He was smiling. I thought he was going to be okay. And yet, he's going to die. No. My heart is rejecting reality. Mr. Rindo hasn't woken since then. Monsieur and Il would never lie about something like that. Then it's really true.
お、今宵は僕のための喫茶店か。
We're not doing flashbacks.
そうか。僕も多分。
The time I spent with Mr. Rindo flees from my memories. He said he'd be back. We're only separated for a short while. I won't be able to see Mr. Rindo as his usual self anymore. He said he wouldn't mind taking up cooking again. The more I recall memories of Mr. Rindo and I, the more the reality of his death creeps up on me. My eyes begin to water with tears when I hear my phone ring amid the silence of the night. I grab it quickly to look at the display. Makaido, the one person who we couldn't reach. Hello, is this Mr. Makaido? I hurriedly reply, to which I'm greeted with silence from the caller. But soon enough, a voice comes through hesitantly.
話があるんだ。
I need to talk to you.
リンドの命に関わる内容だ。でも、電話で話すことはできない。
Don't go anywhere by yourself, girl. I understand.
一人で公園まで来てほしい。
Akira's real cute, but like, let's not do this. It's a matter of life and death for Rindo. I can't talk now. Come to the park by yourself. He cuts the line before I have a chance to reply, just like he did when he asked me to help him go shopping. I look at my smartphone and think about the call for a bit. If what Mr. Rindo said was true, and his younger sister Shizuku did attack him, then Mikaido must be involved in some sort of way. But if that's true, then this could be dangerous. But Mikaido sounds like he was suffering. If you don't head to the park, hang on. Hola, hola, hola. I know it's dangerous to head out alone, but if there's a way to save Mr. Rindo, I better get going. I'll have to take my chances if there's even a sliver of hope remaining. Il is resting in his room, tired from his investigation, and Connus is keeping watch of Enchante. I need to try and make my way out without them noticing. In any case, I quickly get myself ready as quietly as possible and leave my room. This feels dangerous. I won't lie. I kind of feel like this is the wrong answer, but not going sound like a worse answer. The park is dimly lit by the moonlight. He's there. It's Mikaido standing by himself.
よかった。来てくれたんだね。
Thank goodness you came. He should not have that face. Mikaido.
正直、来てくれるか不安だった。一連においての僕は、真っ先に疑うべき相手なのだから。
I was a bit worried you wouldn't come. After all, I'm the prime suspect for what happened.
けど同時に、君は来るかもしれないと思っていたよ。
But I sort of felt you'd come regardless too.
僕と雫の関係を、人間と人外の歪んだ関係を、正面から否定しなかった。
You're about the only person who didn't disapprove of my relationship with Suzuka. Suzuka? Wait, that's not the right name. Suzuku. What's going on at the GPM? What is that eating away at Mr. Rindo's life? I want to ask those questions, but Mikaido starts shaking his head.
いろいろと聞きたいことはあるだろうけど、時間もないし、まずは本題に入ろう。
I know there's a lot of questions. I don't have much time to talk. You want to talk about Rindo, yes? I listened quietly for his words. It was then I noticed that Mikaido doesn't have Q with him. Q, Shizuku, rather, I wonder where she is.
僕は、雫の兄だということを差し引いても、林道薫のことを友人だと思っている。
Even without Shizuku, I still consider Kaoru Rindo to be my friend.
だから、僕は彼を、林道を救いたい。
I want to save
それは論
Rindo.
ずるまでもない。
I hope you don't doubt me.
そう。たとえどんな手段であろうとも。
No matter what it
救い
takes,
たい気持ちに
I want to save my
偽り
friend.
はない。
No matter what it takes. The foreboding of that isn't very comforting. What is Mikaido wanting to say? I listen carefully as Mikaido looks at me with dull eyes.
マスター君、君
What
は
about
どう
you?
かな？
Leah?
君と林道の関係は、友人。いや、友人よりも親しい関係にも見える。
Your relationship with Rindo seems to be going well. No, much more than well.
そんな君は、
What do you think?
仮に、自分の手に彼を救う術があるとして。だけどその手段が、
If you have the means to
彼
save
が
him,
望まないものだとして。
but it isn't something he wants,
君は、彼を救いたいと思うかい？
will you still try to save him? No.
僕は
I
選んだよ。君の置かれた状況とは少し異なるが、大切なものを生かすことを決めた。
I made a similar choice before, though the circumstances aren't the same. The choice of keeping a loved one alive is.
それが、たとえどんなにおぞましい手段でも。
I resorted to means that were met with horrible results. I don't need to ask him what he's talking about. Mikaido is talking about Suzuku. He's also referring to Mr. Rindo, too. All I could do was stand there dazed until Makaido walked towards me. He slowly reaches his arm out. This is...
人外化促進薬メタプラジア
a non-human transformer. Metaplasia.
GPM の闇が作り上げた悪意の結晶
It's pure evil created by the GPM.
端的に言えば人間を人外に作り変える薬さ
As its name states, it transforms humans into non-humans. What? Humans into non-humans? So is this what was used to transform Shizuku?
きっとリンドはこの道を望まないこれは彼があの日から歩んできた人生を真っ向から否定するものだから
Rindo won't like this. After all, this goes against everything he believes and has ever believed in.
もしも彼に生きてほしいと望むなら君は君のいわばエゴだけで 彼の人生を
If
ね
you
じ
want
曲
him
げ
to
ることなん
survive,
だ
you have to put his ego aside and change his life forever. You don't have to do that. Mikaido's eyes are still dull. It looks like he's suffering, and it looks like he's in regret. Mr. Makaido shakes his head and forces himself to hand the vial to
こ
me.
の薬を使えばリンドの命は救える
This will save Rindo's life.
けど魂を救えるかは
But only you can
君次第だ
save his soul.
でも君なら雫と僕を笑わないでいてくれた君なら
You didn't laugh or frown at me and Shizuku. And because of that, I'm sure you can save him. Mikaido lets out a weak smile, then turns his back on me. I hurriedly ask him a question. Please wait. Where are you going, Mikaido? Where is Shizuku? Mikaido doesn't look at me and starts walking. I can't tell his expression with his back turned on me.
僕と雫はやるべきことがあるんだ
Shizuku and I have something we need to take care
やる
of.
べきことが
It's something that can't be avoided. Take care of?
ああきっとこの先には悲劇しかない
Indeed. Only tragedy awaits.
全部が終わったら
But once it's over, you and
消えた
Rindo. He doesn't complete his line. He holds his words back and walks away. Wait! I have more I want to ask. I hurried to make chase, but I was too late. Mikaido's figure vanishes into the depths of the darkness. How? What? I'm left with the deafening silence and the breeze flowing through the night.
今のは帝明か
Akira Mikado. Kanas appears from the shadows, seeing me standing still in a stupor. Kanas? I'm so sorry for sneaking out like this. Kanas must have noticed I left and has been telling me ever since.
いや構わぬ結果的に後ろに控えることはできたともかく今は戻るとしよ
No need to apologize. I was able to track you fine. It is best we head back, shall we? Okay. Kanas and I took look in the direction that Makaido disappeared into. I subconsciously grasped the metaplasia tightly in my hands. The following day, I explained to everyone the medicine I received from Makaido. I also talk in detail regarding Shizuku.
人外化促進薬メタプラジア
Non-human transformer metaplasia. Yes, that's what Makaido called it. Does anyone know what it is?
いいえ初めて見ますね
No, it's the first time I've seen it.
つーか言動から察するに帝の野郎完全に黒じゃねえか
Newsflash, from the looks of it, Makaido's behind all of this.
おいカヌスてめえなんでとっ捕まえてこなかった
Kanas, why didn't you just nab him and get this over
う
with?
すまぬ我の判断ミスだひとかけらでも悪意が見られた瞬間即座に出ていくつもりだったのだが
I judged incorrectly. I was planning to intervene the moment I sensed danger.
悪意が全く見られなかったと そういうわけね。
But you didn't sense anything dangerous, huh? I guess we could have chased after Makaido the moment Kana showed up.
いや、動かなくて正解じゃないかな。
I think you guys made the right choice.
襲撃犯はおそらくその林道雫の方だ。帝を捕らえようが殺そうが、それだけじゃ大きな意味はないでしょう。
Shizuku Rindo was probably the attacker, so capturing Makaido wouldn't make much of a difference in our situation.
それにすぐ姿が見えなくなったっていうのは明らかに何かの力を使ってる。
And if what you said about him vanishing is true, then he probably used some kind of
そ
power.
れが帝にしろ、妹の雫にしろ、その場で深追いでもして、君まで呪詛をもらったりする方がますます一大事だよ。
Be it Makaido or Shizuku, not Shinjuku, things would have been worse had you been affected by the hex during the chase.
だから後悔するんじゃなくて、これからどうするかを考えよう。
What about we focus on what to do next instead of obsessing over what we should or shouldn't have done? Okay. Is everything working? That was weird. Okay.
話を統合しますと、やはりその雫という人外が呪詛のもとで間違いなさそうですね。
To summarize, based on what we know, this Shizuku person seems to be the source of the hex.
しかし、今も探知には引っかかりません。よほど力を持った人外のようです。
But the fact that we can't find her is proof of her powers as a non-human.
仕組みはわからないけど、厄介だね。
We don't know how the hex works either. We look at each other, then frown. I noticed that Karia has come down to the ground floor. Karia, how is Mr. Rindo?
全然だね。ずっと寝たまま。
He hasn't woken up at all. I see. Mr. Rindo hasn't woken up since the last time I spoke with him. When is he going to wake up? For all we know, he may never wake up again and he will simply pass away. After hearing that he hasn't woken up, everyone in the room turns their attention towards the metaplasia on the table.
で、どうすんだよ。
So what's the move?
どうするも何も時間がないのだ。
Time is not on our
リンドを助け
side.
たくば今日中に決断するしかあるまい。
If we want to save Rindo, we need to decide before the day is out.
だから、それをどうするかって言ってんだ。
Yeah, you didn't really answer my question.
そもそもなのですが、この薬を飲めばリンドウが助かるという保証はあるのですか？
Just out of curiosity, but is there any assurance that using this will save Rindo? What to do? With Mr. Rindo unable to respond, we need to make the call amongst ourselves. But turning into a non-human, transforming Mr. Rindo would mean that we're going to disregard his beliefs and wishes. After all, Mr. Rindo kept repeating to me about attaining happiness as a human. What should I do? I wonder what everyone is thinking. Well, if I had to ask everyone, we'll find out. But I'm going to start with Monsieur, because Monsieur actually spoke like he knows him pretty well. Monsieur, what do you think we should do? Monsieur is looking down and deep in thought. After a few moments he passed. He reluctantly began to speak.
人間が人外に変わるということは、全く別のものに生まれ変わるのと同義。
Humans turning into non-humans is no different from being born
それ
again.
までの人生の何もかもを投げ捨てるんだ。
It means that they are forgoing everything they lived for in their mortal life.
並大抵のことじゃないよ。人間が人外に変わるっていうのは。
It's not just a physical change for a human to turn into a non-human. How do you know that? I should talk with someone else. I can talk to Monsieur again. Let's see. Let's try Eel. Eel? What's your thoughts, Eel? You know about all this.
私は
It's unusual to see him hesitant to speak. I guess he's as troubled about this as I am now.
私は自分の意志で道を選べるのが人間の魅力だと考えています。
I believe that one of the beautiful aspects of being human is that you can make your own decisions, free will.
それを本人の意志が介在しないままに道を選んでしまうのは正しいのでしょうか。
Is making this decision for him without his consent something that we should deem morally correct?
もし命が助かったとしても、その結果、人間としての彼は死ぬことになるのでは？
Even if we save his soul, wouldn't we have technically killed the man? Feels right in that way. Even if we do save his life, that would kill the human that was known as Kaoru Rindo that we all know. But not doing anything isn't going to help stop him from dying. Since I've talked to Eel, the heck? Talk with Ignis. Ignis is young. Ignis, what are your thoughts?
決まってんだろ。さっさと薬を使っちまえ。
Do you have to ask? Just use the damn thing. Ignis quickly and nonchalantly responds to my
こ
query.
のままほっといたら間違いなく死んじまうんだろ。だったら迷う必要がどこにあんだ。
Not like we've got a lot of options. If you lose him as is, dude's just gonna croak.
人間だの人外だの。うじうじ悩むのはその後にしろ。
We can worry about this human and non-human nonsense later.
死んじまったら悩むこともできねえ。ならやるしかねえだろ。
Worrying is a luxury in comparison to him dying. Got it? So just get it over with. Ignis is making sense. If Mr. Rindo dies, there's nothing we can do, period. My mind is clouded with thoughts. Mr. Rindo's suffers seeing Shizuku turned into a non-human. Then isn't turning him into a non-human a miserable fate that will stay with him forever? Canis? What are your thoughts on humans turning into non-humans? Canis mumbles to himself.
この問いに明確な答えが出せぬ。
I'm unable to answer your question
もともと
properly.
人外である我にとっては、人外になるという事象の重さが理解できぬのだ。
I have been non-human from birth, hence I am unaware of the moral dilemma of a human turning into a non-human.
仲間の危機だというのに、力になることができず、すまない。
I understand this wisdom, situation, but I am sorry I cannot offer you the wisdom you seek. Oh, don't worry, you don't have to apologize. But,
ただ、一つ
however,
だけ言えるとしたら、
if there is one thing I can say,
どちらの道を選ぶにしても、彼の人生を背負う覚悟が必要ではないかと。
you will have to accept his fate regardless of which path you choose. What did I just do? After getting their input, I can't decide. But this isn't surprising in the slightest. After all, there's no telling which decision is either right or wrong.
何を悩んでんだよ。普通に死ぬよりマシだろうが。てめえらリンドを見殺しにすんのか。
The hell are you all worried about? It's better than just seeing him die. Or do you want Rindo dead?
そうは言っていません。それをリンド自身が望むのかという話です。
No one said such a thing. We're considering what Rindo would want. No one is wrong, which is why we can't come to a solution. The tension in the air is suffocating me slowly.
俺は
Kirida, someone who lived their lives thinking they were human, breaks the silence.
俺はまだガキだから難しいことは分かんないけどでも人外の体を持つ辛さは少し分かる
I'm just a kid, so this is all beyond me, but I kind of know the pain of being a non-human.
人として生きていたのに、生きていたいのに、腫れ物扱いされて、捨てられて、避けられて、
I want to live
人
as
に
a
交わり
human.
たくても交われなくて。
What cute, yeah. I want to live as a human, but everyone treats me like the plague and keeps their distance from me.
いっそ死んだ方が、そんな風に思ったこともある。
It got so bad I actually thought I'd prefer to be dead. His words hold weight. His life is exactly what Mr. Rindo's may be if he turns into a non-human. This medicine shouldn't be used. The thought crosses everyone's mind.
でも、俺は今、幸せなんだ。
But I'm happy right now. He let out a gentle smile.
受け入れてくれた両親がいて、道を選ばせてくれた妖精たちがいて、
I have parents who accept me and the fairies who let me choose my path.
とにかくうるさいけど、俺の居場所になってくれた、ちょっと変な喫茶店があって。
I also have a place I can call a second home right here, despite all the rowdy patrons.
それは、リンドウさんのおかげなんだ。
And it's all thanks to Mr. Rindo.
俺、親に気味悪がられて捨てられた後、今の両親以外で初めて誰かに生きろって言われた。
Aside from my parents who are taking care of me now, Mr. Rindo was the only other who encouraged life. Kirida's eyes swelled with tears as he tries to maintain a strong appearance.
俺、あの人に生きててほしい。
I want him to live.
お礼も言ってないんだ。
I haven't been able to thank him yet.
助けてくれてありがとうって。生きろって言ってくれてありがとうって。
I want to show him thanks for saving me. I want to thank him for telling me to live.
だから。
So.
だから。
Kadia. I see a person in front of me who cares deeply for Mr. Rindo. But that applies to me and everyone else here. My heart quietly finds solace in hearing Kadia's plea. I cough a bit to clear my throat. I then pat Kadia on his head with a smile. The time to decide is creeping up on me. It's okay. I'm sure he'll be fine. Why do you get to decide? I say in a game that's literally made up by me making choices. The room is quiet. The silence amplifies the clock's ticking. I sit on the side of the bed and look at Mr. Rindo's sleeping face. Mr. Rindo. Mr. Rindo's body is failing by the minute. What is it? It's a little goblin. Oh, she's so cute. What the heck? She's got like a tiger face. Mr. Rindo's body is failing by the minute. He's panting in pain, which, by the way, you need to set up your thing for the wash. You had that since before Christmas, my goodness. He's panting in pain as his face was counting down towards its demise. His life, not his face. I look at the vial of metaplasia in my hand. He said before that he thought it would have been best to kill his younger sister than see her as a non-human. All this time, he kept preaching to me about attaining happiness as a human. I want him to live. I don't want him to die, which leaves me with one choice. I understand what I need to do, but seeing Mr. Rindo brings me such doubt. Is it really right to administer the dose of metaplasia? I reach my hand out to Mr. Rindo. I'm not sure if I'm doing this to see if his breathing or if he responds back to me. All I know is that I want to hold his hand. I grab Mr. Rindo's hand tightly. Oh no! This is hard. He wouldn't want this, right? He wouldn't want this. He would hate this. This is not what he wants. Okay. It's too bad this one's like, and I could just let go. But don't. I slowly and hesitantly move the vial towards Mr. Rindo's mouth, but it's not what he wants.
人間と人外が共になんだかすごく素敵。
Mr. Rindo's words cross my mind. I hold back the vial. I need to save him. Wait. He'll be saved by something against his will. My hesitance gets the better of me. Oh, the liquid covers the floor as the vial slips and falls from my hand. The last hope for Mr. Rindo's life is now a small puddle on the floor. I couldn't make the call. I couldn't choose a future where he endured a life of suffering. I wail and weep as I chastise myself for not having the courage to take action. And so all I can do now is see him slowly fall into everlasting sleep right in front of my eyes. Fair enough. The end. I guess I gotta do it. How anticlimactic. He didn't even pet my head or anything. I hold the vial of metaplasia firmly in my hand.
人間と人外がなんだかすごく素敵な。
I understand.
けど妹のことだけじゃない。友人だけど。
Tragedy. I understand.
きっと人間と人外は。
Twisted fate. I understand already. I shake my head to rid these thoughts. I slowly move closer to Mr. Rindo. I thought he was supposed to be covered in, like, darkness. Why has he got so many wounds? My heart is overcome with sorrow as I feel his cold body. I whispered to Mr. Rindo, if he drinks this, our relationship, the relationship we slowly built, will probably crumble into nothing. The happiness we saw as humans, and the relationship we saw between us. Even so, I want to hear his voice again. I want him to live. Mr. Rindo here. He doesn't respond. I tip the vial of medication into his mouth. Mr. Rindo coughs and spills the medicine out of his mouth in pain. He probably doesn't have the strength to swallow. Or maybe he wants to die. It felt as though he was attempting to convey that to me. Seeing his life fade away will make me regret suffering and crying in sorrow. So even if you want to die, I won't let you. Is she gonna kiss it into his mouth? What's happening? May my prayers be heard. I said it. I did say that. That was my thought process. Yes, yes. I put the metaplasia in my mouth and gently administered the dose. Please. Now it's in her mouth too, just saying. Please live. I pray for it even if he doesn't want it. I'm prepared to pay anything just to see him alive. I will carry full responsibility for turning you into a non-human. Even if you aren't human anymore, I'll never turn my back on you. So please don't suffer. If you need to resent something, resent me. Just please, please live. Will it work? Oh, you're off work? Yeah, you're free now. Look, we got to another chapter. Where am I? My body feels achy as if I just recovered from a fever. My head is spinning. I look around in a daze. This place looks like that empty room on the second floor of Enchante. And that's right. Ah, that's right, sorry. After I went into the GPM headquarters, I was attacked by a non-human, whom I believe is my sister. After that, everyone saved me, and I look next to me and notice Leah sleeping with her head on the side of the bed.
もしかしてずっと僕の看病を
She took care of me the whole time. He's not going to be smiling once he sees his face, question mark. I let out a smile seeing her quietly breathing in her sleep. I slowly reached my hand out to pat her on the head when a sharp pain runs through me. What?
この体は
My body.
まさか
Wait. 5 minutes later, I force myself down the stairs, and as I fight the pain and anxiety coursing through me, morning should come soon, so no one should be here. Wait. What is the demon lord doing at the counter?
ミシェル
Monsieur.
遅いお目覚めじゃないか、リンド。それに、ずい
Finally
ぶん
awake,
男前
Rindo?
になったね。
You look pretty good these days. Is he serious? Monsieur's eyes say
か
otherwise.
なり辛そうだけど、とりあえずコーヒーでも入れるからさ。ここ、座りなよ。
I know you must be in some pain, but let me brew you some coffee. Take a seat.
君が眠っている間に何があったか、俺たちが調べた情報も含めて、
I'll
全
tell
部
you
教えるからさ。
everything we know about what happened while you were sleeping.
もっとも、その姿でコーヒーが飲めるかはわからないけどね。
On second thought, I'm not sure you can drink coffee in that form of yours. Monsieur goes into detail over what happened while I was sleeping. Something about being hexed so badly that it nearly killed me. That Mikado gave our dear girl a vial of something called metaplasia. She struggled trying to determine if she should turn me into a non-human. And at the very end, Leah administered the medicine to me. This all seems so far-fetched that I can't seem to believe what she's saying. Odd, considering it's supposed to be something that happened to me.
それから、アンシャンテの常連たちで交互に本部ビルに様子を見に行っているけど、
By the way, the patrons here have been scoping out the GPM headquarters, but
一見いつも通りに見えて、そのくせ何かおかしいんだ。
the fact that it doesn't look any different is very unusual. The only thing they discovered was that a whole bunch of GPM employees haven't come to work recently. Of course, it's impossible that they all are out sick or on
もともと
vacation.
の人数が多いから目立たないだけでさ。すでに10人以上が連絡も取れず休んでいるらしい
There's
け
a
どね。
lot of employees working there, but at least 10 or so haven't shown up to work.
明らかに何者かの仕業だ。そしてその犯人と目されるのは
Someone did something to them. From what we know, it's
分か
probably
ってるたとえ何年経ったとしても妹の雫の声を忘れやしないよ
no need to say more. No matter how many years have gone by, I could never forget Shizuku's voice. A voice I heard when I was attacked. A voice I can't get out of my mind. It seems like Mikado knew about my situation. It doesn't take a genius to figure out who's behind all of this.
これは7年前雫を殺さなかった僕の責任だだから 僕が止めてみせる。
This is my responsibility for not doing what I should have done 7 years ago. I'll end this myself.
そんな体で
Like what? He only jabbed me. But what was more than enough to make my body falter? I crumble down to my knees. My strength is fleeting. I can't move. It's almost like I'm in somebody else's body. I must have fallen to my knees pretty loudly. I hear footsteps running down the stairs. I didn't know I fell asleep. I wake up from a loud thud and look around to find Mr. Rindo missing, which means he must have left the room. I hurriedly run down the stairs. Mr. Rindo! I'm calling out his name as I run down the stairs, expecting to be at the cafe. I gasp for air. My eyes focus on a figure standing in front of me. Oh, that's Rindo. It's cool, but it's Rindo. It's Mr. Rindo, but not the Mr. Rindo I know. No, it is Mr. Rindo. But the left side of his body and his right hand. Show me your right hand. I'm not sure what that slithering thing is. It's like a black film stuck to him. That thing covering him, it's squirming around as if it has a mind of its own. Almost sentinel. Your next non-human boyfriend? All I wanted was one normal route. What happened? Also, his hair is white on that side. That's cool. His face is partially transformed into something almost demon-like. His hair has also changed, like his face, to a brilliant white. His quivering eyes lock onto mine. Mr. Rindo. Oh, there's his hand. There's his other hand. He's really contemplating this now. He's like, huh. I call out his name, unsure if he'll respond. He simply turns his eyes away. Rindo. Due to a hex, he roamed the boundary between life and death. The use of a drug known as non-human facilitation drug metaplasia has extended his life in exchange of turning him into a non-human. Monsieur moves in front of Mr. Rindo.
リンドはまだ動くのも辛いらしくてね。
Rindo's having a hard time controlling himself.
もう少し寝かせてあげたいからさ。ベッドとか整えてあげてくれる？俺が後で連れて行くからさ。
I think it's best he rests a bit longer, so do you mind preparing his bed? I'll take him upstairs after. Okay. I simply nod in response to Monsieur's command. I can't get a grasp on my emotions or thoughts together yet. I head back upstairs to get the bed ready. I'm sorry, we get a cool monster boy here, but we don't get to see Connus' actual face. It's ridiculous. That same day, amid Shinjuku's towering buildings, stands the GPM headquarters. It's late into the night, and some of the workers are planning to call it a day. The hallways are now empty. A certain old man is running for his life, fear-struck and terrified. Run, run, run. He's running as fast as he can. But he can't catch him because he's the gingerbread man. But his lack of physical prowess causes him to trip over his own feet. First a rock. Ooh, there she is. Suddenly, the shadow that was hunting him swallows the lower half of his body. The man screams, knowing that his strength is vanishing. Why am I? Why is this happening to me?
なぜおかしなことを言うね。理由ならば、誰よりも自分が一番。
Are you stupid? You. You have a lot of words, sorry. You know damn well why this is happening. Isn't that right, Deputy Commissioner? The Deputy Commissioner's eyes widen as he sees Mikado appear from the shadows. He's supposed to be his loyal subordinate. For some reason, Mikado is attacking him.
貴様帝明貴様を見込んで第二開発課に推薦してやったをも忘れて
Akira Mikado, why you? You ingrate. I recommended you to the second R&D department.
ああ、その件は感謝しているさ。おかげで僕は真実を知れたからね。ほら、おいで、雫。
I appreciate that truly. It led me to the truth after all. Come here, Shizuku. Mikado beckons it to come closer. Look at her, she's so cute. She's got a mask on still. The man screams in fear, seeing the beast.
おや、何を怖がっているんだい、副局長殿。彼女は君もよく知っている相手だよ。
I don't see why you're so scared. You know her very well.
GPM 開発課の秀才、林道雫。本部きっての再演として名高かったじゃないか。
Cute, only to Mikado. Look at, she's got a mask. She's crying blood. She's my dear Suzuku Rindo. She was known as a genius here at the GPM headquarters. Mikado endearingly calls the withering creature Suzuku Mikado. Did that say Mikado? Yeah, it did. He didn't. It's Rindo. But his voice isn't heard as it's muffled by the man's screams. His fear-laden eyes stare blankly at the one called Shizuku.
Bakemono!
It's a Bakemono! You monster! Don't come! He screams at the top of his lungs. But his screams don't travel far. A thick mucus-like shadow seeps out from Shizuku's body. Maybe he's calling her his wife already? That's so cute. Look, they're married now. She really liked that necklace. In a matter of seconds, the shadow swallows the man whole.
化け物か。極悪非道という意味なら、君たちも大差ないだろう。
Monster, huh? If he means that as an insult, then he's a monster too. He mumbles something. Suzuku's body begins to tremble, and a frail and vaguely comprehensible voice is heard. Akira?
ああ、僕だよ。ここにいるよ。
Yes, it's me. I'm right here.
また少しずつ人らしくなってきたね。あんな奴の命でも
Thank
少
goodness.
しは役に立ったんだ。
I guess even a lowlife like him helped bring you one step closer to being human again. Hey, I guess I picked a good idea wearing black now that I realized the guy has half his body is covered in, like, I don't know, symbiotic fluid. We're gonna go with that. A symbiote, but not exactly. Mikado gently cradles the creature's head-like body part. What a great sentence. You're like, it's like a head. Sorta. I mean, it's part of the body.
君を元に戻すためには
Venom. Yeah, that's what he is now. He's gonna start using the we instead of me. I wonder how many more are needed to make you human.
ねえ、雫。人間に戻ったら何がしたい？また一緒に甘いカフェオレを飲もうか。
Hey Shizuku, how about we drink some sweet cafe a la together once you're human again? I need to Google all these.
僕と雫と林道とそれにマスター君の4人で
Look, I'm part of the family. He's accepted
笑い
me.
合えたらいい。
You and I and Rindo, oh, and Leah. The four of us, we can all smile and have fun
あ
together.
まり現実的ではないけどね。
I doubt that'll ever happen. Brother, Kaori?
彼女の結論が願わくば僕たちと同じでありますように。
I can only hope she made the same choice that we made. Shizuku's body shakes with Mikaido's words. Is it because she's happy, or is it because she's sad? Not even Mikaido could determine what she was feeling with certainty. It's been a day since Mr. Rindo came to. I got up to the room he's using with some tea and knock on the door. Mr. Rindo, can I come in?
どうぞ。
Sure. Excuse me. I freeze on the spot because he's just shirtless all the time now. Wait, we didn't get Candace as shirtless. Why are we getting him shirtless? This is rude. 3 of them, I can say with certainty, I've seen their bare chest at this point. And Candace was not one of them. I freeze on the spot. He's standing there, same as yesterday. His upper torso is bare and the non-human parts are clearly visible. He's thinking. It looks like he was wiping his body. I'm sorry, I'll come back later.
ああ、大丈夫だよ。
Don't worry.
それと、気にしないで。っていうのは、難しいかもしれないけどさ。
I know it's not going to be easy to get used to what you're seeing, but
今の僕は、これも含めてが僕なんだ。だからどうか、出ていかないで。
what you're seeing now is me in the flesh, so there's no need to be surprised. Mr. Rindo's voice is calm. He's been resting in intervals since yesterday, and now he's recovered to the point that we can have a casual conversation. His pale complexion seems to have gotten better compared to what it looked like last. Just keep showing his chest, I get it. But seeing him like this reminds me of the harsh reality. Mr. Rindo has transformed from a human to a non-human. And you took that. I gave you the choice of not, and it just ended the game instantly, I'm just saying. And I'm the one responsible. According to Monsieur, it seems like Mr. Rindo's body hasn't adjusted to his non-human body yet, which is why he's been lying down in bed most of the time. It should be obvious, but transforming into another body is probably mentally and physically taxing.
熱烈な視線だね。ミシェルにも言われたけど、男前になっちゃったかな。
What's with that stare? I hear from Monsieur that I look pretty handsome now. Well, I know Mr. Rindo is trying to lighten the mood, but I can't get myself to smile right now. I'm the one who should be trying to cheer him up. It would actually make me feel better if he just cursed me for what I had done.
そんな顔しないで。君は僕の命を救ってくれたんだ。
I just realized he has like a demon eye, like it's entirely, there's no pupil. Or sorry, it's all pupil. That's what I meant to say. Stop with that look you're making. You saved my life.
君が決断してくれたからこそ、今僕はまたこうして君と言葉を交わすことができる。
The call you made saved my life, and now I can talk with you like this again.
素直に感謝してる。そして君は何も悪くない。
I really appreciate it. You've done nothing
顔を上
wrong.
げて笑ってほしい。
So feel free to smile, okay?
僕にとっての特効薬は君の笑顔なんだからさ。
Your smile is like medicine to me, you know? Mr. Rindo goes on to gently pat me on the head. The texture of his newly formed hand is making me feel guilty. But Mr. Rindo's gentle caress feels almost as if he's slowly wiping away his sorrow. Okay. I doubt I'm able to smile as brightly now. At the very least, I'll do what I can and try to put a smile on my face. Time seems to fly by. It's already been 3 days. Thanks for the wait. Here's the juice for you. Il and Ignis, here's your steak. They look at each other as I place their orders on the
今日
table.
は顔色がいいですね。
You look a lot better now. Really? I wasn't really aware.
何言ってんだ。少し前まで死にそうな顔してたくせに。
Yeah, well, you look like a ghost only a couple days ago. I guess they're right. Even though Mr. Rindo was saved, the fact that I changed him into a non-human is still hanging over my head. I guess all the reassurance from Mr. Rindo helped me get back into shape
リ
again.
ンドウもある程度は動けるようになりましたし、何にしても良いことですね。
Rindo is able to move around like he used to, so I guess all's well that ends well.
別に心配なんざしてねえけどよ。何かあったらちゃんと相談しろよな。やれることはやってやっから。
Not that I'm worried, but if you need something, just ask, got it?
ん？その提案自体が心配している証拠では？
Isn't that a textbook definition of being worried?
うっせえな。心配じゃねえっつうの。
Shut up, I'm not worried at all. Thanks. They're kind as usual. Actually, everyone who comes here is kind at heart. They save me whenever I needed to be. Come to think of it, now that I finally have the capacity to look beyond myself, a certain thought came back to mind. Are employees still going missing at GPM? I recall what Monsieur said. Back when Mr. Rindo was near death, Monsieur mentioned something about GPM employees not showing up to work. I'm pretty sure Makaido and Shizuku are involved in this one way or another. Monsieur and Il are still checking on the GPM, and I look at Il and notice that he's shaking his head.
いえ、ここ数日は出ていないようです。
It doesn't seem like anyone else has gone missing recently. Really?
ええ、探知も合わせて行っていますが、不審な様子は特に見えませんね。とはいえ、
yes.
GPM も対人外組織。
I haven't noticed anything unusual from them, though we do have to remember they are the GPM.
何かしら秘匿の術がないとも限りませんが。
Who knows what they'll do to ensure they're secret and kept safe.
強行手段で乗り込むのは簡単だが、そこで何も見つからねえんじゃ、うちの立場を悪くするだけだしな。
We could just barge in, but then again, if we don't come up with anything, it'll make us look pretty bad. I recall what Mr. Rindo said before as I see the two talking with each other. Shizuku Rindo attacked him. She's Mr. Rindo's younger sister turned into a non-human in Makaido's love. After she transformed into a non-human 7 years ago, she's now with Makaido as his doll Ku. So far, it doesn't seem like Ku has moved at all recently. But how did she move in the first place? I thought whatever Makaido was giving her kept her immobilized. We can't just ignore either Mr. Rindo's state or Makaido's, but I wonder if things will just settle as is. Probably not. People are dying. That's not possible. Something is bound to happen. I just know something will happen, but it's not like I can do anything now. I glance over at the clock as the anxiety builds within me. Oh, I better get lunch ready for Mr. Rindo. I decide to switch gears from thinking and head into the kitchen. I mean, there isn't much I can do as a human when the issue is related to non-humans. If so, I can focus on getting Mr. Rindo back in shape with my cooking and coffee brewing. I grab the soup I just made and head up the stairs. I hope Mr. Rindo likes it. I carefully climb the stairs to his room so that I don't spill the soup. I wonder what I should talk about while he's eating. I find myself in front of his room before I can sort out my thoughts. How are you feeling? Leah's worried about you. I hear a voice from beyond the door.
今日はだいぶ具合もいいよ。彼女が熱心に看病してくれてるからね。
I guess I'm feeling better now. She's been keeping watch over me this whole time. Sounds like Canis is talking with Mr. Rindo. Their conversation continues as I ponder when I should step in. I decide to eavesdrop on their conversation, assuming that this would wrap up shortly. And you could be wrong.
あれから体調はどうだ？彼女も心配していたぞ。
うん。今日はだいぶ具合。
そうか。ならばよいが。
I see. That's good to hear.
それにしても、こんなに休んだのは久しぶりだな。ずっと働き詰めだったからさ。
I haven't rested like this since forever. I pretty much lived at work, you know.
GPM にも欠勤の連絡を入れたし、これを機会に羽を伸ばすとするよ。
I already let the GPM know, so I'm just going to cruise for a while. Rindo.
って言っても、ゆっくり休んでる場合じゃないか。
Then again, I guess I do have something I need to do.
雫殿か。
Shizuku.
まあね。帝も含めて、一時的におとなしくしてるみたいだけど、きっとまた似たようなことが起きるよ。
It looks like Mikado is radio silent now, but I bet something similar is going to happen again.
目的が何にしろ、あの二人のことなら僕が止めないと。それこそ、この新しい体を使ってね。
Regardless of what their motives are, I need to stop them. Guess it's best I put this new body to good use.
なんだか変な感じだよ。回復っていうよりも、自分の体が作り変えられている感じさ。
It still feels strange. It doesn't feel like my body is recovering. It's more like I replaced my body entirely.
けど、時間が経つにつれて馴染んでいくのもわかるんだ。
I suppose I'll get used to it sooner than later.
まだまだ君たちほどじゃないけど、僕もだいぶ人間離れして強くなってるかもしれないよ。
I may not be as strong as you guys, but I'm probably a lot stronger than I used to be.
人外ってのも悪くないね。
Being a non-human ain't that bad.
リンド、本気でそう思っているのか？
Rindo, are you serious?
お前の人生、人として生きる時間はもう終わってしまったのだぞ。
Honest, do you mind? He's still adjusting. Jeez. Your time spent as a human is merely history now. The human in you is dead.
人間と人外、その両方を見てきたお前だからこそ、そう簡単に割り切れるものではあるまい。
Have you cried reading a route from an otome game? Have I? Hang on, let me think. I think I teared up a little bit in Verche. Like I didn't actually cry, but I think there was one of the routes that made me get really upset. But it was more about like the premise and not what was happening. I think I've cried after thinking about a story before. I feel like it had to do with how much it sucked for Anku, like imagining his life. I think I cried about that, but like it wasn't while I was playing, it was like after because I was like, dang, what a guy. 'Cause the idea of just like being alive for so many years and in pain every single day because you want to save someone's life, like, dude, that would suck. I don't know if any of these routes are going to make me cry. Sometimes I make such bad decisions that like it's hard for me to get emotional because I'm like, you've just made such a dumb decision. This is all your own fault, and I can't help that. How about you? Which one has made you feel emotional? You've been watching over humans and non-humans. It should not be so easy to accept your current state.
お前は今、何を思っている？
You do not have to put on a front. Ooh, you're gonna make him mad.
そこ聞いちゃう？
He's got like a claw hand now. Come on, stop it.
茶化すな。彼女がいない今でなければ話せぬだろう。
Ill's route got you bawling? Is that why you asked? Because you know it's the next route I'm going down? How could you say that? Oh no. His route sounds interesting, like from the snippets you get from the prologue introduction. Oh no. We'll see. We'll see if I cry then. I do not say this in jest. You can speak from the heart now that Leah's not here.
気持ちを隠すことは確かに必要かもしれん。
I cry easily. I would say I cry pretty easily. I think otome games though, as I'm actively playing it, because again, they make such bad choices, as I'm playing, I'm just too like frustrated. But like after I think about it a little bit, I'm like, dude, that's really sad. Like, oh my god, that's so sad. I feel like there was another one that I got upset at, and I can't even remember which one it was right now. I'm like trying so hard to remember. I can't remember which one it was. But it wasn't like the main story. It was like someone's history had made me really upset, and I can't remember which one it was right now. But like there's some storylines where you're like, dude, how could this be? Like it's also like animes. There's certain animes that'll just make you bawl. I cried watching Fairy Tale. For Aquarius, like Aquarius, I bursted into tears over Aquarius. Like I was not okay. I understand the importance of betraying confidence.
だがそれも溜め込みすぎればそのものを内から滅ぼす毒となる。
Can he see Conus's face now? I'm just curious. Does anyone get to see his face? But MC from a certain angle. Hiding your true feelings deep inside for too long can do more harm than good.
どのような形でも構わぬ。お前の本音を吐き出してみろ。
It is okay. What are your true feelings?
確かにさ、カヌスの言う通り割り切れるものじゃないよ。
She's gonna cry in the hallway right now, isn't she? You know, you're right, Conus. It's not easy to accept what happened so easily.
でもなんていうか、僕もよくわからなくてさ、ただただ戸惑ってるっていうか。
I'm not really sure what else I can say. I guess I'm just confused. Also, Mavis's story in Fairy Tale burst into tears. But Aquarius, I think I cried the hardest for Aquarius.
本当に喜劇だとは思うよ。雫のことで後悔をし続けて、彼女やカリア君にだっていろいろと偉そうに言って。
It's ironic this happened to me considering what I've been saying to Katia and Leah. I chose the one where I respected you, okay? And I didn't give you the medicine, but it ended the game instantly. I'm sorry.
人間と人外の関係はきっと悲劇に終わるんだって、いつも分かったような口を聞いて。
After the incident with Shizuku experienced, I kept reminding them of how tragedy comes to humans and non-human relationships.
でも僕なら人間だから、人間としての幸せを求めるなら二人で探してみるの。
Sorry, I also thought you were going to be the one that she got to marry and have like kids with, and it'd be like a cute little scene of you guys with your children, but my bad. I figured maybe I could find happiness as a human with her, but now
その結果が
look at me.
これだ。年がいもなくさ、いろいろ考えてたんだ。
It's another one of those games where they don't have nipples again. I imagine what our future would look like before this happened.
この間はお家でデートだったから、今度はどうでもいいかもって。
I thought about traveling with her, having a date somewhere out there instead of at home.
天崎島を訪れてさ、てんちゃんに会って、ついでに彼女の実家とかさ。
I thought about going to Amasaki Island to see Ten and probably swinging by her parents' house to say hi.
まあ、ご両親への言い訳とか、そもそも自己紹介とかどうしようかななんて。
I thought about what I would say to introduce myself to her parents and try to find an excuse for how we got together given our age gap.
この間も買い出しのついでに寄ったジュエリーショップですごくいいペアリングを見つけてさ。
Oh no, I went shopping one day and stopped by a jewelry store and found a matching pair of
ペアリン
rings.
グなんてまず買わないんだけど、 思わず財布の中身を確認しちゃったよ。
But once I checked my wallet, I realized I wouldn't be able to buy them
自
yet.
然と彼女に似合うかなとか、それでまたどこかへ一緒に出かけたいなとか。
You can't tell me he's poor now. I'm so sorry. This might sound sweet, but he lives in like a very fancy apartment and he doesn't need to. She can probably never take some of these to see her parents. A few can blend in. I want Ignis. Ignis is like my favorite one in this game. Because like he's just the tsundere. I guess I just like tsunderes. And I can picture her taking him to meet her parents, and it's just like he's like fuming, but internally because he's nervous. Like, it's super cute. Although technically, I don't know, she couldn't take Canis. Canis doesn't have a face. He's your bias. He is so my bias. Toast bias. Extremely biased. I like Ignis. I feel like Il would treat it like an experiment almost. Box pusher, as Il says? What does that mean? I haven't played his route yet. I screenshotted so many of his phrases for otome games. Rindo was the one person she could have taken home. They would have had to explain the age gap, but... And then technically Messier has a human form. It's really cute. I think he'd been fine. He also likes to try and act human, so... Plus, I think he might have been human at one point. We'll find out. I kept thinking about how it would look on Leah and then about going out with her again.
あの子の気持ちとか、まだまだ何も確認してないのに、気が早すぎるなんて自分に突っ込んで。
I tried to refrain myself from imagining all these things since our relationship had only just begun. Does she drop her tray right now?
そんな気持ちが、いつか現実になれば。
I seriously pictured and thought about all these things coming true one day.
なのに、もうこんな体じゃ、ペアリングなんて。
Look at me now. I can't wear a matching ring with a body like this.
いや、それどころか。
You could.
もう彼女と一緒に同じ時を歩むことすらできなくなったんだ。
I bet her parents would probably preferred human Rindo compared to the other non-human love interest. Who's to say? I think Monsieur is quite charming, even though he's not my favorite. I think he could probably sway a parent into liking him. I will say I don't think Ignis could do that. I don't think they would like Ignis in the long run. Il, I think, is a little awkward, and I think they would definitely see that as awkward, and I just don't think Canons can go. He can't. He just cannot with the head being gone. Being a Dullahan, her parents would just not grasp that one. But he did ask her to marry him in that good ending, so she accepts him without a face. What's worse is I can't even walk outside with her like this anymore.
どうしてかな。
I really don't know why this happened.
こうなったのかな。
That being said, all the guys have like their human form. Like, I'm sure he can develop it. I don't know. Except for Kim. Kanis, do you mind? Cry if you would like. Embrace your emotions.
幸いここにいるのは目も耳もない人外のみ。一目をはばかる必要はない。
I just imagine the scene where you can kiss the bride and the veil comes off. Instead, Canis is unhelmeted. And that's the first time her parents realize he doesn't have a head. And they're like, what's happening? Honestly, an after story would be cute if you got to finally see his face. I don't know how... Cafe Enchante is a little bit of an older otome game. I don't know if they did like a... What do you call it? The VC? Not VC. Fan disc. FD. The fan disc for them or not, but that'd be cute to see their future together. Little fairies. They could just have little fairies. Can she even have children with these people? I'm really curious. There's nothing to worry about. You're in the company of a fellow non-human.
提案は嬉しいけど、この年になると涙も枯れて、そう泣くことなんてできないよ。
I'm gonna prove you so wrong when I reach your age, Rindo. It's gonna be a while, but when I get there, I'm gonna cry so much. I appreciate the offer, but when you're my age, you don't really care anymore. Cry anymore. Well.
一言だけ吐いてもいいなら。
I guess if you don't mind me venting a bit.
僕は 人外になんてなりたくなかった。
Oh no. Rindo's older than you lives Jarhaha? Olive's Jahaha? What is this? Is that a character I should know? I didn't ask to become a non-human.
帝は笑ってたよ。物言わぬ人外になった雫と一緒にどんな形でも一緒にいられて。
All things considered, his transformation is hardly different. Mikado was happy that he could be with Shizuku regardless of her non-human form.
僕は知ってるんだ。あいつが幸せそうなふりをしている裏でどれだけ苦しんで。
The emoji name got jumbled up with my comment. Oh, okay. Is it? What's the name? Olive Jarhaha. Okay, Olive Jarhaha is the name of this. I'm more or less. You lives. I knew that he was suffering behind that smile of his the whole time.
雫を人間に戻そうと必死にあがいて。けどそれでも遠く届かない日々。
He kept working to try and find a way to bring Shizuku back to no avail.
僕がそばにいたら僕も彼女を苦しめるって。
She ended up with a Doulahan in my last playthrough. I think you're fine, my guy. You got claws for hands. Oh, boo-hoo. Half your body's still human. I know how much she's going to suffer if she stays with me like this. Uh-oh. Hearing Mr. Rindo candidly and honest sentiment brought tears to my eyes. I don't know if I got the screenshot right. What have I done? He's ranting that he doesn't cry at his age anymore to a knight that's several hundred years older and who is encouraging him to cry at the same time. Please cry. What have I done? I knew how he felt. His younger sister turned into a non-human girl. I chose the option where you didn't turn him and it ended the game. I saw Mikado and how he was suffering. I swooned from his kindness. He eased my soul with kind words. How much dumber can I be? I can't stop my tears, because I am younger and thus I am allowed to cry. I want to stop crying. I don't have the right to be crying. Mr. Rindo said he won't cry. I try with all my might to not make a sound, but I can't hold back my tears. She swooned. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Mr. Rindo. Drop the tray so they know you're there. I know my apologetic words mean nothing. I can't turn back the clock. He isn't human anymore. They should change this little him to his side with the monster arm. A beautiful afternoon. Karira and the patrons of Enchante are all gathered together at the cafe.
Yeah, みんなこっちで会うのは久しぶりかな。
Hey there, it's been a while since we've all met like this. Does he have a shirt on yet? I've been using the room here as a recovery room of sorts. I came down to the ground floor. They all stare at me in shock.
リンドさん、もう動けるわけ？
Mr. Rindo, are you okay?
一応ね。完全とは言い難いけど、動く分には支障はないよ。
I guess. I can't say I feel perfect, but I can move around all right.
死にかけ一歩手前まで行ったことを考えりゃ 十分な回復なんじゃねえか。
Considering you nearly kicked the bucket, I'd say you're doing pretty damn well.
まあね、可愛いマスターの献身的な介護のおかげだよ。
You're right, and it's all because of our cute owner's loving care. You should probably stop saying things like that if you don't want her anymore.
と言っても無理は禁物だよ。
Best you don't push yourself.
ああ、顔色も決して良いようには見えん。まだ寝ていた方が良いのではないか。
Yes, you do not look all that well. May I suggest you go back to sleep?
さすがにもう寝てもいられないよ。雫のことも気にかかるしね。
That's a bit too much sleep for me to handle. I have to consider Shizuku too, you know.
ですが両名ともに特に動きも手がかりもありませんし、現状は手詰まりといったところです。
Neither of our possible suspects have made a move recently.
あくまでも可能性だけど、もう GPM にはいないのかもね。
Just a thought, but there is a chance they're no longer at the GPM.
何かしらの目的を達成したか、それともリンドウの命をつなぐこと自体が目的で、彼女への接触を終えて、
Either they already got what they wanted, or they know you are alive after contacting Leah.
どこかへ二人で行っちゃったとか。
So they could have just ran.
そうか。
I see. The fact that their whereabouts are unknown isn't very reassuring. Monsieur must have noticed the look on my face. He tries to ease me with a
と
smile.
言ってもさ、まだしばらくは探してみるつもりだよ。
We'll continue searching for
も
them.
しまた何か悪さをするっていうなら、それは止めた方がいいだろうし、それに何より、
If they're up to no good, we'll need to get a jump on them before they take
リ
action.
ンドウは放っておいたら、一人でもこの件、ずーっと追いかけるでしょ。
Not to mention, we have our dear friend, Mr. Rindo, who will go after them if we stop searching.
妹ちゃんが関わっている以上、どうせ何を言っても止まらないんだろうし、なら俺たちが協力した方がお得でしょ。
With his sister involved, there's no way to stop him, so we might as well help him out.
ミシェル。
Monsieur.
なーにさその顔。別に君のためじゃなくて、うちの可愛いマ
New
スタ
Year,
ー
new
の
me,
ためだ
another
もん
perspective
ね。
for real. Am I supposed to be him forever now? Stop it, will you? We're not doing it for you. It's for our cute owner. For like, everyone calls her cute.
そうだね。でも、ありがとう。
You got that right. Well, thanks. Monsieur's doing his best to cheer me up. He's trying to let me know that I can rely on the patrons here without being so upfront about it.
今日はカリアにも協力してもらうつもりだ。健康診断の付き添いとして、内部を可能な限り探ってみようと思う。
We're having Kadia help today by having him go for his medical checkup and doing our search for that.
俺もついてくけどよ。成果はあんま期待すんな。
I'll be tagging along, but don't expect any miracles, pal.
ちなみにだけど、それ、僕もついていっちゃダメかな。
She's a literal child compared to most of them. When you say it like that, them calling her cute just is not the kind of affection I was hoping to hear from them. Oh god. She's younger than all of them by 6 to a few thousand years, so that makes sense. Now that you mention it, you mind if I come along with you guys?
ダメ。
Don't.
ダメだな。
Shut it.
ダメですね。
Stay put. You're relentless.
で
but
もさ、
その姿を同僚に見られた場合、どう言い逃れするつもりだ？
what are you going to say to your colleagues if they were to see you?
だいたい元人間の現人外なんざ、あいつらにしてみれば格好の研究対象だろ。
I bet if they saw you, they'd nab you and turn you into a test subject for their latest experiment.
研究。そんな、そこまでのことを。
Experiment? They wouldn't do that to me. Are you so sure?
てめえにとっては古巣だから、 そんな感覚ねえのかもしれねえけどな。あそこの奴らは油断ならねえんだよ。
You've been one of them long enough to not even notice, but those guys are pretty damn shady.
俺らはんなことされそうになれば軽くボコれるけどよ。てめえにはそれできねえだろ。
If they tried to do something to us, we'd just beat them senseless and move on, but you can't do that. Ignis came from Bestia. The GPM sent Min there many times before, which is why Ignis probably knows well enough not to trust the GPM as a whole.
ってことで、今日の君の仕事は、うちでマスターと仲良くお留守番。
So your job today is to lay low and stay put here with our dear owner.
私とミシェルは引き続き目標の捜索を行いますので。
Monsieur and I will continue our search and investigations.
彼女を頼むぞ。
Please take care of Leah.
冷蔵庫にある肉とか食っていいからよ。ま、今はおとなしくしとけって。
You just sit tight, got it? I got some steak left in the fridge, so you just munch on that while you wait.
俺たちも何か分かったらすぐリンドウさんに連絡するからさ。
We'll contact you as soon as we get any new information. They all nod and look at me. I let out a chuckle, feeling bad and a bit embarrassed that they're all trying to take care of me. I hate that I've been a burden to them. But they're right. There's really isn't much I can do right now. I can move around and the pain has somewhat subsided, but I'm still not used to this body. I'm just trying to control my strength and I'm so off balance that I've been having trouble climbing the stairs. The biggest problem is my appearance. I have to agree with them that it's best I don't expose myself to the public.
了解。みんなの言う通り、もう少しおとなしくしているとするよ。
Roger that. I'll just stay
とこ
put
ろで
there.
彼女は
So where is our dear owner? Probably
彼女なら厨房だけ
crying
ど
in her room.
どうかした？
Leah's in the kitchen.
い
Why?
や、ゆうべと今日と顔を見てなくてね。
I haven't
ちょっ
seen
と
her
心配だな
since
って。
seen her at all since yesterday, so I was just a little worried.
おいおい、何が献身的な介護だよ。スルーされてるじゃねえか。
I thought you said she was taking good care of you. Sounds like she's had enough of that.
何か彼女の機嫌を損ねましたか？
Did you say something to her recently?
そんなことないと思うけど。
Not that I know of. What perfect timing, she suddenly peeked out from the kitchen. Leah's staring at me. She looks oddly tense. I'm not sure if I should say something. She walks away. She comes storming out of the kitchen and comes right to my face. Mr. Rindo, let's go out on a date. Oh boy. Let's go out on a date. Hearing my words, the regulars of Enchante erupted into utter chaos. I hurriedly go back up to my room to get myself prepared to step out. I know it's sudden, but Mr. Rindo asked me out on a date suddenly too, so this will make us even. To add, this is about as good a time as ever to ask him out, especially after hearing his heart-wrenching words. She's like, we're going on a date. We're going. Let's go. I've got my bag. I'm outside with Mr. Rindo. Is he allowed outside? We're at an amusement park?
遊園地
A theme park? Dude, is this decided? If I said a car ride, would we be in a car right now? Well, you know, most people go out on dates to places like these.
けど、どうしてこんなタイミングでそれに、今の僕と外に
He's got gloves that fit his hands. Why now? Mind you, I'm not the best person to be out with. Mr. Rindo hasn't said anything to me on the way here, but now that he's here, he's pulling the hood of Ignis's coat he borrowed deeply over his head. I knew he wasn't going to feel good outside, and yet I forced him out here. At the very least, the people here are having a good time and being merry. None of the people seem to be paying any attention to us. Mr. Rindo, how about we hold hands?
手を
What? Here, like this. Let me show you how people hold hands. I reach my hand out to him, which Mr. Rindo nods and does the same. But then his hand stops. His hand is oddly shaped and can be seen from under his glove. Holding hands with a non-human, he slowly draws his extended arm away from me, but... Let's go. I gently grab his hand. I lead Mr. Rindo to a number of rides and attractions that wouldn't drag his hood off. Instead of hiding and avoiding the customers here, we move with everyone and enjoy our time together. Soon enough, Mr. Rindo slowly starts talking as if he's feeling more like himself.
遊園地って懐かしいな。何十年ぶりなんだろう。
It's been forever since I've come to a theme park like this. Forever? As in years?
うん。中学生ぐらいが最後だと思うから、ざっくりで30年くらいかな。
The last time I went was in grade school, so like 30 years ago. Thank you for reminding me. 30 years! I wasn't even born then.
あ、本当だ。そう考えるとなんだかすごいね。
You're right. Isn't that something? We continue our conversation casually as we walk through the park, but then...
ねえねえ、次はあれ乗ろう。
Come on, let's go on this one. A young boy runs past us with his parents. That alone was enough to instill fear in Mr. Rindo's mind. A wave of guilt washes over me. Is Mr. Rindo going to have to live in fear like this every time he goes for a simple walk outside? You pick the roller coaster rides. All right, we stroll throughout the theme park until the sun starts to set. We take a seat on one of the benches after getting off our last ride. It doesn't take long for our conversation to stop as time slowly passes by. And soon the sun fully sets. The lights decorating the attraction slowly start to light up. That's so pretty. Most of the people walking around us are still enjoying themselves. As for us, all we're doing is staring at the fountain in front of us.
もう夜なんだね。
Night already. He lets out a sigh of relief. I look at Mr. Rindo, who is staring at the twinkling of the lights in the park. His eyes gleamed, hope that he could hide his presence under the cover of darkness. I want to apologize to him. Seeing him like this is so painful that I'm willing to drop to the ground and cry to kiss to him an apology. He must have noticed what I was thinking.
今日はどうしてデートに?
So I asked me on a date today. Mr. Rindo calmly asked me from his side of the bench. I try my best to answer while trying to suppress my shaking voice. Well, it's because it was fun being with you the last time. So I wanted to ask you out today as a way to show my thanks.
そっか。嬉しいよ。ありがとう。
I see. I appreciate your sentiment.
僕も来られてよかったよ。きっとこれからはこんな風に一緒に出かけるのも難しく。
I'm glad you brought me here. After all, I doubt we'll be able to go out very often now that... That's not true. I forced my words out. He tried to distance me with his words, so I stopped him from finishing his thought. I muster the strength to stand and talk to him. Sure, things won't be the same as before, but we can still be together. We're here dating, aren't we? I'm happy that I was able to spend my day with you, Mr. Rindo, even though I still refer to you in a very, very formal manner. And we can go out on dates whatever we want as long as you're alive. So, it doesn't matter whether you're a human or a non-human, Mr. Rindo. I want to say that boldly, but I don't have the courage. My voice begins to weaken. After all, I was the one who turned Mr. Rindo into a non-human. I don't have the right to tell him anything. I bite my lip deeply amid the sparkling park lights. I know. I don't have the right to tell you that being a non-human doesn't matter when I'm the one that did this to you. But I can't think of anything I could say that could cheer you up. Don't cry. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I'm not the one who should be crying here, it's Mr. Rindo. But I can't contain myself. My voice slowly blends with my sniffling.
僕は人外にな。
I didn't ask to become a non-human. His voice resonates within my ears. My memories finally deals the final blow to my emotions. You wanted him to be mad at you, to be clear, so... I'm so sorry, Mr. Rindo. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. I fall to my knees pathetically as tears roll down my cheeks. Leah, I'm the one who transformed you into who you are now. I was greedy and wanted you to live no matter the cost. But Mr. Rindo, I didn't want to turn you into a non-human.
そういうことか。
I see now.
昨日のカヌスとの話聞いちゃったんだね。それで突然こんなデートに誘ってくれた。
You overheard me talking with Canis yesterday, didn't you? Which is why you asked me out so suddenly. Maybe. I nod in reply, to which Mr. Rindo crouches down and gently places his hand on my cheek.
人間と人外の違いって何だと思う？
Super cool strength, sometimes horns. Leah, what do you think makes humans and non-humans different? His eyes are calm. Mr. Rindo looks at me with his usual caring eyes.
ミシェルのやつが言ってたんだ。人間も人外もそんなに変わらない。
Monsieur said that there isn't much difference between humans and non-humans. I recall Monsieur saying that to me before too. I don't really think the difference between a human and a non-human are so numerous. Monsieur's words come to mind, but even so, Mr. Rindo is in front of me as a non-human. He's the one who is going through all the suffering now, which is all the more reason why I can't agree with what Monsieur said. Even if I believe that to be true, the difference brings pain and agony to Mr. Rindo.
僕はさ、ミシェルからその話を聞いたとき、首を横に振ったんだ。違う。外見も寿命も全然違うって。
I shook my head when I heard that from Monsieur. Appearance, lifespan, everything is different.
でもね、今、自分がこうなって思うんだ。
But now that I'm like this, I can see what he meant.
確かに、人間と人外はそんなに変わらないのかもしれないって。
I truly believe that there isn't much of a difference between humans and non-humans now. The warmth of his lips are gently kissing me on my cheek. Oh, how dare you? What a rude. I thought she got kissed-ed. A kiss filled with kindness, like the kind given to a young child. Oh, God. Boo.
泣かせたくないって。幸せにしてあげたいって気持ちは。
My motivations are the same as
人間
before.
の頃から変わらずに同じなんだ。
I don't want you to cry. I just want you to be happy.
まあ、それが普通の幸せかというと、今はちょっとわからないけどね。
Then again, I guess I'm not really sure what's considered being normal or happy.
でも、こうしてキスもできる。思いだって告げられる。
Regardless, I can still kiss you like this and tell you my thoughts and feelings, except it's not really a kiss.
もちろん、できないことも増えただろうけど、それでも、すべてを失ったわけじゃない。
There are some inconveniences now, but it's not like I can't do anything.
だから、
What kind of inconvenience?
こんな身でもよければ、またデートに誘わせてほしい。
So, well, if you don't mind how I am now, I'd like it if you ask me out again. Mr. Rindo holds my hand and slowly pulls me back up. Mr. Rindo looks at me with his usual kind eyes that I like. My tears begin to flow again, seeing that he hasn't changed at all on the inside. Mr. Rindo, you're going to forgive me for what I did to you.
許すも何も そもそも恨んでないよ。
There's nothing for me to forgive.
言ったじゃないか。君が決断してくれなきゃ、僕は死んで、君ともう会えなかったかもしれないんだ。
I thought Ari said that I wouldn't be able to see you again had you not saved me. Is what he's telling me true? I feel like Mr. Rindo is going to leave me as soon as I stop feeling guilty. I grab tightly onto his hand. I need something, anything that will keep him here. Something that would shackle him to me without him knowing. If I ever look away, even for a moment, he may disappear. Even if it's greedy, what can I do to keep him with me? I guess kiss him, man. I don't know.
だからさ、思いっきり。
I don't know if Monsieur is the voice of reason for you right there. Monsieur's words crossed my mind. Mr. Rindo, will you be my boyfriend? I decided to get really up close and personal.
なんでそんな話に?
What? Where did that come from? Well, I'm not sure where that came from either, to be honest, but it must have caught him off guard as he looked absolutely flustered now. Mr. Rindo let out a cough and speaks to me as if he's still trying to process his thoughts.
僕を人外にした責任なんて感じなくていいんだ。
Leah, you don't have to hold yourself responsible for turning me into a non-human because I picked the option where I didn't do that and you died. Sorry. I'm not saying that because I'm obligated to. Mr. Rindo looked a bit troubled hearing my words. It's as if he's trying to figure out a way to keep his distance from me. He's always like that. He's never lets others get close to him despite being kind to everyone. I bet his request for me to ask him out on a date again was just so that he can ease my guilt. And he probably is trying to put distance between us and let me enjoy a normal, happy life, which is even more the reason why I'm holding on to Mr. Rindo's hand tighter than before. It was embarrassing at first. He asked if we could be friends. He does his best for people and sacrifices himself for others. He has a unique personality. He's an excellent cook. He makes my heart flutter. But I turned him into a non-human. I adore every moment I spent with him. I want to be with him, which is why I love you, Mr. Rindo. Still too formal for me, but you know, my words make sense to me. My feelings are honest and true. He's so kind, yet he's so lonely. What? I love you. It doesn't matter if you're human or not. I love you because of who you are, Mr. Rindo. Apparently she just likes lonely boys. Mr. Rindo's body shivers and he looks away from me.
それでも僕は君を幸せにはできない。
Even so, I can't make you happy.
今の僕はふとした瞬間に君を傷つけるかもしれない。
He's been very adamant about that. That's a fair concern for him. I could bring harm to you without me knowing.
生きる時間だって大きくずれていくかもしれない。
The amount of time we may share together will be entirely different now. Yeah, but on average people live 100 years, so she was already going to spend at least like 30 years without you as it stands. It's fine.
それにこの体にどんな特性が。
Who knows what else could happen with this body of mine? His words try to distance us. I don't want to hear it anymore. Oh, look at his eye. It's so cute. I cover his mouth with my mouth. I forced an unsightly kiss. Why is that unsightly? What? I kiss without a hint of romance. Even so, this kiss is all I could muster and give to him now. Is it? I don't understand. How has that got no romance behind it? What is he doing with his body? I will love him no matter where he is. I will love him no matter what he is. She would pass the I would love you if you're a worm. I will love him even if he isn't a human. My love will never change. I know it's awkward, but my kiss is to help bind him to me. A kiss to my beloved. He's got blushies. As my lips let him go, I notice both of us are blushing red. Silence overtakes the moment, but then I decide to break that silence, Mr. Rindo. You mentioned that our time we have to spend together has changed, but that doesn't sound all that bad to me. I mean, think about it. Our ages are pretty different, which means that we could spend our time together that much longer now. See? She said it. That's what I just said. It's not like we know how long we're going to live for. There's always a chance for either of us to live long lives or either of us to die young. All I ask is that you don't try to put distance between us over something we don't know. Mind you, I'm the owner of Enchante, you know, my normal isn't normal anymore. I think I'm holding back my tears. I hope you can see my smile. He hesitantly and gently embraced me in his arms. Even though he's a non-human now, I can still hear his heartbeat. It's so soothing and warm. My tears flow down, blurring my vision. Alright, I'm gonna take... Oh! We take our time as we return back to Enchante. Okay, I'm gonna break here because I'm hungry. I planned on playing until I finished the story, but it's been 7 hours. And I think he has a longer story than Connus did. So I think 7 hours is about as long as it took for me to get through all of Connus's route, so... I might come back on before I go to bed and finish, since I think it's not going to be too much longer, but I'm hungry. My stomach has been growling for like 2 hours at least. I didn't really eat anything before I started streaming today. So, thank you so much for joining me today. We will be finishing this route either today or tomorrow morning, depending on how I feel. And if we do finish it today, then tomorrow I'll be starting Eel's storyline, which is why I kind of want to stop. Eating is a good idea. I agree. Thank you, Sage. Thank you for sticking around with me too, Sage. It was lovely having you here. I look forward to your next stream too. But yes, thank you for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream on Twitch about 3 times a week. And if you're watching this on Twitch and want to see my older videos, I upload all my VODs onto YouTube. Currently uploading my Winter's Wish VODs as we speak. So that one hasn't reached to the last episode yet, but it's almost there. So thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. Bye, guys. Bye, Jay, if you're still there. You might not be. I understand. You've been here all day. Bye-bye.